যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. I hope the audio is coming fine. It is coming fine, right? Yeah. Sorry, I got late today with listening to a problem that a friend of mine fell in. Okay. So we have been talking about doing this for a long time, checking out the debate between Patrick Bet-David and the phenomenal debater but a socialist Sam Seder. Now the one we were going to discuss was the one from 1.5 years or 2 years back. I just found out today that he had come on the podcast 9 months back as well. So I've decided we will check out both of them in chronological order because aapko chronology samajhna hoga. And so that will be fun. That will be fun to see and updates on their positions, as well as how after the first one, which was very heated, how they react to each other, how they talk to each other after even such a heated debate the second time, because there's so much to learn from that. Varun, yeah, fine. Actually, it wasn't even just because of your request, really. I would have done it anyway. Sirf wo theek sthan kaal patra nahi ho raha tha. Sam Seder. And it's nice to take a break from zooming into Bengal's politics and caste. আপনার এই ডিবেটগুলোর কনজাম্পশন প্যাটার্ন অ্যাভারেজ চাটিদের সাথে মেলে না, না ও তো বলবে না না প্যাট্রিক বেট-ডেভিডও খারাপ কারণ ওটা ওয়েস্টার্ন স্টাইল ক্যাপিটালিজম, স্যাম সিডারও খারাপ কারণ ওটা সোশ্যালিজম। ওকে, লেটস স্টার্ট। দাদা আমার ওই ইন্ট্রো সং এর ব্যাপারটা একটু ক্লারিফাই করে দাও। ইন্ট্রো সং ও ইয়া, আই ডিডন্ট সি দ্য কমেন্টস ইন দ্য বিগিনিং, সরি। ইয়া, গৌতম ভারুন, নমস্তে। কমন সেন্স ভার্সেস ডিলিউশন, ইজ পিবিডি a good debater? Pretty good. Sam Seder is better than him, yes, true. No, if I'm not wrong, Sam went on debated at Chakravi of then Neon, what comment are you talking? Oh yeah, I had a question on this intro song. I showed one of your streams to a BBcomi friend of mine. She said that the song itself is sung out of tune. I couldn't really counter since I'm tone deaf. Yeah, fair enough. I definitely do not put any pitch correction on Krishanu's voice ever. So yes, there are degrees to how let's say how much you can find out whether it's out of tune or not. So fair enough, if she found it to be out of tune, good for her ears. I haven't found, and nobody who has heard it has found out so far, so I don't give a shit. And if your only critique of a song arrangement composition is just that it was slightly out of tune, it definitely is fucking slightly out of tune. It's not insanely out of tune, otherwise more people would have gone it. Then you are the usual snob. तुम रखो अपना पिच परफेक्ट चुतिया गाने अपने पास, हम बढ़िया गाने थोड़ा थोड़ा जरा आउट ऑफ ट्यून ही गा लेंगे। My harmonies are definitely slightly out of pitch. I didn't change that purposely because um, I wanted it to sound like a bunch of people in the crowd singing together, and the crowd never sings in tune. The lead vocals are of Krishanu. The harmonies are mine. Coleman Hughes annihilated Dave Smith. Yes. No. No, they're right. I disagree. You'll be prone to thinking that Coleman Hughes destroyed him only if you are that invested in the pro-Israel narrative. But based on what what's his name? Yeah, Dave Smith believes in, he held on to his points pretty well. And you're saying that kind of person who nitpicks at everything because this isn't perfection. Also, I have a feeling she was pissed off because it was a Tagore song. Yeah, I know. After all, that is the point. गाड़ जली है उसलिए अलग तरीके से रिएक्ट कर रहा है. निटपिक नहीं किया तो क्या ही बीवी कमी बना.
With Sam Seder, he's got a big YouTube channel, 1.2 million, 24 million subscribers. We just found out he was a big banker at Goldman Sachs.
Huge,
hardcore,
huge.
But he does have a bear. You do have a good story. Maybe you'll share that with the audience. What happened? We'll get into that here in a second.
Sure.
So thanks for being on the podcast.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me down here.
So we got a lot of things going on right now. Just yesterday, if you just bought the Wall Street Journal today, this is what the opening story is on the cover of it. Fed boosts rates amid bank.
For the Indians here, Fed means the central government, okay? And in this case, the federal bank, their version of the RBI.
Turmoil. Powell calls financial sector sound, but stresses oversight. The concern becomes whether, they're saying they're going to protect depositors, what everybody's talking about, depositors. Will they protect the banks or not? We don't know. We'll talk about it. Maybe people will have some opinions on it. Sam, if you don't mind, for the audience that doesn't know you, maybe share a little bit about your background.
I've been doing a podcast, YouTube and I was first in AM talk radio starting about 18 years ago. Prior to that, I was a writer, comedian, director in showbiz, and sort of stumbled into.
But RBI is also independent of the central government, isn't it, Tanoheka? In that sense, isn't the analogy correct?
Talk radio on Air America Radio, and grew up in Worcester, Mass, and I like the Red Sox.
Mass means Massachusetts state.
How did that happen? How did it happen from going from acting, from comedy, from writing to?
It was a total fluke. I mean, as a kid, I was involved in government. Like I did an internship in DC and in the Connecticut State House, and I was a government major, and I was involved in municipal politics in Worcester, Mass, when I was in high school. But I also had a dual track of like doing sort of theatery stuff. And when I left, I went to law school for a year, left to do comedy with a buddy of mine. And
it's true.
Then about 14 years later, Janine Garofalo, who I was friends with, said she had this opportunity to do political talk radio in the run up to the 2004 election. And I just thought I'll do it for 6 months and get back to show business. And I enjoyed it. And during that time, I got married, and my wife got pregnant, and so I decided that's where I would stay. I mean, I still did some show business stuff, probably as late as 2012, and I'm still a voice on Bob's Burgers, which is a cartoon, but that is just sort of.
What are you doing, Bob's Burgers?
I'm Hugo. I'm a couple of characters.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What's a bigger passion, politics or entertainment? I mean, they can kind of, collide, but what's movies, shows, acting?
Oh, I would say politics are probably more of a passion for me. I mean, I had fun in the entertainment world, and I do have a little bit like I see with my friends who have all been, not all, but many very successful, and I like their lifestyle. But I find politics more stimulating, and I interview a lot of like on my show, policy experts, authors, historians, and so it's like every day I get paid to come in and learn something new, and I like that.
Did you ever have like, I'm going to go into politics, or is it more, doing a show?
There were times where I thought about it. I mean, there were times where I thought about it as a kid, maybe.
Not enough money in it. What was the reasoning to say I'm not going to do it? Was it just like I'm more going to be from the outside than the inside?
No, I think it was, I did a lot of like political stuff in college, and I felt like on some level it was a little bit constraining, but there are times I've contemplated it.
Since you're in politics pretty actively now, on the political spectrum, where would you say that you identify? Not the current form of identification with the he, she, we, they, them, like political spectrum. If there's a football field, where do you stand? Like 50-yard line, left, right? I'm
definitely of the left, without a doubt.
How far left?
I don't know. I mean, within the
context, you in the red zone? Are you near the goal line? Are you closer to the 50?
I don't know. I don't really think about it too much in those terms, to be honest with you. I mean, I think that like I think a genuine socialist would say I'm certainly not a socialist. I don't know, but I have no problem with how people identify me in that way. I mean, I'm
Rising Spirit, what he is saying here is 100% possible. Do not think that anybody is going to cut TMC's vote other than BJP, okay? I know BJP probably understands this, BJP top leadership, but certain BJP supporters I'm seeing are even some that BJP leaning YouTube channels, okay, are very happy that Mausam Benazir Noor has left. She's going to cut votes from Trinamool and take it to Congress. None of that horseshit is going to be fruitful or helpful to BJP, guys. Because all of these are potential BJP votes probably that they're going to cut anyway. Or they're simply going to go back to Trinamool. Or the India Alliance is going to run West Bengal. That is what is going to probably be the future of West Bengal in the next 5 years. So every vote that does not fall into BJP directly is not BJP's vote, is not going to help BJP at all in any way.
Really more interested in a set of policies and really ultimately just the outcome of what will create the best outcomes for the most amount of people. For me, that's, and there's a couple different ways of saying that, but that's basically what it boils down to me.
As a kid, who was your guy? Like if you were to say, this is the book that influenced me, this is the guy that I liked the way he spoke, this is the TV guy or the president or the politician, or who was your guy?
I would say I was very moved by the autobiography of Walter Mondale. No, I'm joking.
You like fiery guy. You like Landslide, Sam?
I was a big, I really liked Clint Eastwood movies when I was a kid. I mean, I didn't really realize much about him, the person, but I like those. I like the spaghetti westerns and stuff like that. But
I guess what I'm asking is, more because you said you were in politics in high school, like you were interested in government from earlier on. What was a source of inspiration? Was there somebody you looked up to? Was it kind of like if you and I were in high school together in 10th grade, who was Sam?
I think people thought I was a little bit nerdy.
People thought you were a little nerdy.
Yeah.
Did they think you would go into Hollywood and act or no?
I think I got voted class clown.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes 3 of us.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. But I also, I was working for the Worcester Charter Commission at the time, which was starting to reassess how they were going to apportion votes in the city. And so I don't know. I tend not to have heroes per se. I don't find that healthy.
Really?
No, I don't think so. I think people get too caught up in the personalities of politicians.
This is a very there's a very subtle line between the two sides on this. What do you all think, guys? Which side do you all fall on? Because on the one hand, Sam Seder is absolutely right, because you should not have heroes. At best, what you can appreciate are gods. But the problem with heroes is that when you base your entire lifestyle, worldview, arguments on a person, then the problem arises that one day when you find out some wrong things about that person, your entire personality, your entire, let's say, mental stability breaks down. That, oh my God, that guy is not the most perfect guy in the world as I had thought him to be. Oh my God, what's going to happen to me now? On the other hand, if you don't have heroes, can you really grow? Unless you model your behavior after someone, or you look up to someone, you want to be like someone, doesn't that pull you to progress? Doesn't that push you towards progress? There's a very fine line to draw. I guess in the end, you could say that everything is good in moderation. So having a hero in moderation is pretty good, I think. Like today, either even in the right wing, either people hate Savarkar or totally love Savarkar. And both sides probably haven't read all sides, all the complete all the aspects of Savarkar's arguments. And even if they do, why do they have to reject Savarkar for one or two arguments, or why do they have to accept Savarkar and not be able to reject one or two arguments? Take what we want, leave what we don't. Yes. I'm certainly prone to idolizing some personalities, but it's a conscious effort on the part of the individual so as to not fall in an intellectual blind spot. Yeah.
And really sort of miss what is actually going on.
So no heroes as a kid. You didn't have any heroes. You didn't like He-Man. You didn't see, Rocky. Well, Rocky would have been what, 19?
Yeah, Rocky. When I was a kid,
Rocky?
I was a kid. Yeah,
You must have had Larry Bird on your list. Come on,
Larry
I mean,
Bird.
let's get real here.
We're gonna go sports. Like Bird, I loved Bird, and I was a fan of McHale and Parrish as well. I got very excited about Russ Francis on the Patriots, Bobby Orr in hockey. But I remember. I'm not going to say his name, but
सत्यम, अगर तुम बोल रहे हो शिव जी को सबको वरदान नहीं देना चाहिए, then you are asking him to be that Jesus type of a figure who does not see the world as something beyond good and evil, who sees the world in a very Christian sense. That's what you want from Shiva. But Shiva is not going to be the judge of that in that context. अगर तपस्या की है, तपस्या का फल एटलीस्ट उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में वो देंगे ही. बाकी अदर मेजर्स तो है ही अगर उस वर्ड को कोई मिसयूज करता है.
met a guy I was a fan with on the Red Sox in person, and I was like, I wish I had met him, because in person I'm just not that impressed. I like what he does on the field. So
does he kind of look like you?
Who,
the guy you're saying that because there's a Mets guy that looks like
out of anger. Why can't the anger itself be the teaching? Why can't both these statements be true, Tenno?
No, he didn't look like me.
Okay, got it. Because I thought you were talking about the okay. Anyways, very cool. So
I met my father that way.
Yeah.
Dad. That's what you're
very cool. So okay, that sounds good. Let's go into the Silicon Valley Bank story. What do you think is going on there, and do you think it's the end of it? Obviously, yesterday Powell came out. A lot of people didn't think if he's going to increase interest rates or not.
Right.
Was this guy going to do it? Is he not going to do it? It's not a good time to do it. Maybe take a break for a month or two. We're seeing what happened with Silicon Valley bought a 10-year bond for $100 billion at 1.7%, thinking they're going to make it, and then bam, they have to sell that for some $20 billion, and the depositors are afraid. Those below $250,000, which is a small percentage, whatever the number was, 3%, they're covered. But the ones above, everybody's coming and saying, we got to bail the depositors out. What are your thoughts about what's going on with Silicon Valley?
Well, there's a couple of different issues. I mean, and you can sort of go down the line. The biggest issue is that in 2017, the Trump administration, the Republicans, and with some corporate Democrats as well, basically rolled back the regulations that were required for banks like SB.
Yeah, I have seen all the videos of him being an MLM scammer. I'm not fully convinced that that's exactly what MLM is. Because people do get the insurance in the end. His PHP is his insurance company, right? People at the end of the day do get an insurance policy in their hands. You could say that, yes, the other, those cosmetic products that here run as MLM, even that's a scam. Therefore, PHP is also a scam. But the problem with these cosmetic products are that they have no regulation. You don't know what's in them. They don't sell on Amazon and stuff. So I find that to be a little shady. But if the business model is an MLM, and then in the end, the customers get an insurance policy, why is that a scam? Unless there's more to this story than I'm acknowledging. But more importantly, he has sold that company. He sold that company, and after that, he came into the world of podcasting full time. He doesn't run a company anymore. He's not a business owner really right now. He has probably some stake in that company.
It used to be if you had $50 billion worth of holdings as a bank, you were subject to the Dodd-Frank requirements about capital to keep the bank safe. And that would have also come along with like sort of...
Anand, thoughts on Dodd-Frank, repealing Dodd-Frank. How do you think that turned out? Was it eliminated because of libertarian policies, and did it help that way, or was it because of lobbying, or was it both?
And with some corporate Democrats as well, basically rolled back the regulations that were required for banks like SBV. It used to be if you had $50 billion worth of holdings as a bank, you were subject to the Dodd-Frank requirements about capital to keep the bank safe. And that would have also come along with like sort of subsidiary regulations and regulators being there to make sure that...
Yeah, you can't go around blurting out the word scam like a slogan. You have to explain to me why that's a scam. And if you're saying he scammed a lot of Mexicans and blacks, fair enough. You can tell me more about that. Did some Mexicans and black people not get an insurance policy? Or when they required the money from the insurance at that very moment, the company did not give them any money? Is that what you are saying? And do you think people don't go to jail in USA for that? Do you think it's like India? He bribed some Vidhayak and got out of it.
You can't make stupid decisions like that. I mean, they made some very stupid decisions that people involved in banking could take issue with, assuming that interest rates were always going to stay low, whatever. The point of regulations like that, where you take more or less a meat cleaver and you say is that people can make stupid decisions, but we're going to be here to protect the system and the depositors. The other thing that was going on there with all...
Now, that sounds like integral humanism, and that has more side effects and problematic side effects than benefits. You are stupid. It's okay. I will protect you. I'm the third-party non-stakeholder whose only way to win votes is doing caste politics and giving out freebies. I am the one who's going to protect you, you know. You might be stupid. Therefore, I will come and protect you.
The depositors had all this other money. This is a kickback situation.
Yes, I have seen CoffeeZilla's video, and after CoffeeZilla, after a bunch of people, after CoffeeZilla, countless other people made videos on him. I've seen all of those. I'm still not sure what exactly is the scam part of it. Just the fact that it's MLM. Then the scam part of the sentence is just a slogan. If a customer is getting a particular service, it's not a scam.
There's no doubt about it, right? Because anybody with $251,000 cash knows that there is a $250,000 FDIC limit. Mm-hmm. And if you're putting $500,000 in there or billions of dollars in there, you're getting something from the bank in return, which is low-cost business loans or like 0% mortgages. I'm sure you run into this. You put your money into some big, investment bank, you're getting kickback. You're getting a 0% mortgage. So you go out, buy a $13 million house. You don't have to pay anything for that money. You keep your money in a CD and you're making money off of that $13 million house essentially that you bought.
Yeah.
Because
there are MLM actual scams because the product is a scam. But how is that business model scam? I have never understood it. Because let's say today I'm a music producer and I tell 5 guys to share my music. And if they do that, I'll produce some music for them free, or they must not only share my music with 5 guys, they must also make sure that those 5 guys share my music with another 5 guys. But in the end, I am making music. In the end, people who are listening to my music are having a fun time. What part of this is a fucking scam?
just got that money borrowed cheap. And if they're going to do that, I mean, look, to each their own. If they're going to do that, they need to pay the consequences. They took a risk. I'm going to put my money in an uninsured bank because I'm getting back all this, like, you know, and sometimes I think it was like they did this with their businesses and then they get the personal mortgages, which is also, it's just a kickback. So I say we don't bail those people out because we have the rules and these are the rules. Now, a lot of these people are big names. They have the ability to go on to every show that exists on TV and whatnot and claim that this is going to be a systemic risk. But I don't believe that, frankly. And so, you know, I think what we need to do, and nobody's talking about it, is put the regulations back. We have now proof that it's dangerous to have rolled back the regulations on these mid-sized banks. And so,
yeah, pyramid schemes are often scams like the Sharoda case. शारदा में क्या हुआ, लोगों ने ऐसे एक काल्पनिक कंपनी में पैसा डाल दिया जहां से उनको वो रिटर्न मिलना ही नहीं था. कंपनी में सबको पता था इन लोगों को कभी रिटर्न नहीं मिलेगा, ऐसे ही बोल दिया, झूठ बोल के पैसा उठाया और फिर गायब हो गए. वो है स्कैम. पैट्रिक बेट-डेविड ने ऐसा क्या किया? कंपनी बढ़िया चला, एम्प्लॉइज रहे, लोगों को इंश्योरेंस मिला, फिर एक दिन कंपनी बेच के पॉडकास्टर बन गया. स्कैम हुआ ये.
So, the deafening silence about it is amazing to me.
So, Sam, let me ask you based on what you just said. So, so obviously we know the guys below $250,000 they're covered, but it's a small percentage with Silicon Valley Bank. It's not like it's a big number. The people above $250,000, with these guys that are coming out saying, "Hey, we got to take care of these depositors because if we don't, all these other smaller communities and regionals are going to get hit. These 27 regionals we have, one is gone, now it's 26. They're going to remove their money and they're going to put it in the big banks. This is one of the ways to nationalize it, and we're going to go through only 5 banks and all this stuff."
Yes.
So the people above the quarter, you're straight up saying if you had more than a million, anything you had, let's not back them up, let's not protect them, they lost the money.
I think there is that danger that you talk about, that there could be a run on these other banks. I think it's overstated, but I think there is a danger. And I think the way that you deal with that is you come out and you say, we're going to make sure that we're going to subject these 23 other mid-sized banks to the kind of regulation that we impose upon the bigger banks, so that the security you feel with
StreamYard is not working. अरे सब वापस आ गया ना? ये StreamYard का ग्लिच है. अब क्या हुआ? रुको थोड़ा. You have tracked a lot of MLM news. You have not tracked a lot of MLM news. You have you have watched a lot of MLM YouTube videos, which is why you are going on talking like saying it like a slogan and not exactly getting into the meat of the matter. How can the product be useless to the user if the insurance actually works? If the insurance money actually comes to him? If the soap actually kills the germs in his body? How is it then a scam? What aspect of it is a scam other than you repeatedly just calling it a scam? This is just sloganeering.
those bigger banks, we're going to provide that security for you by regulating and making sure that they have the capital requirements that they need to protect your money.
Okay.
What just happened? The video disappeared. अरे अजीब चीज हो रहा है आज.
Let's not back them up. Let's not protect.
The danger that you talk about, that there could be a run on these other banks.
Wait,
I think
I'll
it's
just rejoin
overstated.
StreamYard.
But I think there's a danger. And I think the way that you deal with that is you come out and you say, we're going.
Rajashri, good question. I'll just answer this. We are interrupting Sam Seder here too much. We'll stop that now. What are your predictions about Tollywood if BJP wins? And I want BJP. First of all, my prediction is that most people in Tollywood are going to vote for BJP secretly, other than Shayoni. And after BJP wins, probably Rudranil will take the position of Sharuk Bishwash. And pretty much the same model will go on, just the harassment will be less. And if overall investment comes into the state and there's more money in the economy, there will be a little more budget of movies, and there's not going to be any significant improvement in the quality, really. 10-20% at best, because the people working in the industry are already pretty much retard. So throwing money at a retard is not going to make them Einstein. You put a lipstick on the pig, it's still going to be a pig. Right now the pig is without a lipstick. BJP can put some lipstick on it. What you are talking about, the veg eating, moral policing bullshit, is a fair enough criticism. And I bet you none of that's going to happen, really, because that's just some loudmouths in the BJP who do that, and they live in their own veg cocoon, veg echo chamber, where that kind of rhetoric is very appreciated. So they misunderstand places like Bengal and spout that horse shit. And I'm saying that as a person who gets disgusted at the idea of killing animals anyway. And I can tell you that BJP won't do that here because they don't do that in places like Goa even. The Goa CM in front of my eyes answered a question about being vegetarian and said, why are you asking me that question? I'm only eating veg right now because it's Navratri going on. And otherwise, I'm a proud fish curry eating guy. Okay, Goa Chief Minister of the highest GDP per capita state, the best state in the country, which is practically a first world country right now. तो वो सब भाषणबाजी है, कुछ भी नहीं होगा उस aspect में.
Going to make sure that we're going to subject these 23 other mid-sized banks to the kind of regulation that we impose upon the bigger banks, so that the security you feel with those bigger banks, we're going to provide that security for you by regulating and making sure that they have the capital requirements that they need to protect your money.
Okay, so then go to, if I give you like a cause of to say it's this person's fault, let's go through rankings of it. Okay, below $250,000, they obviously didn't do anything wrong there. The guys above $250,000 in savings. Then you have the people that own shares in the company, they're shareholders of the company. Then you have employees that work for Silicon Valley Bank. Then you have the employees where the companies who banked with Silicon Valley Bank, where the payroll is stuck and they can't pay the payroll. Then you have the politicians coming up with the guidelines, the regulations. If you were to put the blame on those folks and who to take care of, who not to take care of, who would you put at the top? Who would you put at the bottom?
Well, I don't know how to apportion blame amongst those things, but I can tell you this: the but for in that situation is clearly the lack of regulation, right? I mean, I don't know who screwed up in all of those different levels, but I know that if they were subject to those same capital requirements, none of that stuff would have happened in the first place.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to debate that because I've been in the insurance business for 20 some years, right? You don't see a lot of insurance companies going out of business because insurance companies' capital requirements are a lot higher than banks' requirements. Banks can be a little bit more. We saw what happened in 2008 with the whole no income, no assets. Hey, Sam, how much money you made last year? 72 grand. Sam, one more time. How much money did you make last year? 72 grand. Sam, one more time. How much money did you make last year?
Right.
158. Okay, great.
Right.
How much you have in the bank, Sam? Hey, right. I got $28,000 in the bank. One more time. How much you have in the bank? 380. Perfect. No income, no assets. Right. And then boom.
The ninja loans.
Loans, right? Everybody takes it. So there's a part of that I agree with. The whole ninja loan, it was never supposed to be for low and middle income families. The ninja loan, if I recall, came from Australian bank. It was something they were using, and we brought it to the States, and it was supposed to be more for like the clients at the Goldman and the higher. And then they said, let's launch this to everybody out there in the streets.
Yeah,
and that's where they took a hit.
You're a bank loan officer, right? Like, I mean, there was a fiduciary responsibility by the person in that scenario there who kept saying, like, put the number up, because I come in for a mortgage. I don't know. I'm not a financial whiz.
You know who we had here on the podcast 4 months ago? Very uncomfortable podcast. It was with the former CEO of WAMU. I don't know if you remember WAMU, Washington Mutual.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Horrible.
And that thing was a behemoth of a bank, right?
Yeah,
$330 billion.
I think, as far as I
Well, we had Kerry Killinger. By the way, he was kind enough to come in. I didn't know what he thought we were going to talk about. I banked with WAMU for years, and I loved WAMU. I thought it was a phenomenal experience. You'd go there, the customer service, the way you would feel like you're not at a bank. There's not a window where you feel like, hey, you can't shoot us. Everybody was open. There was a relationship thing that was going on. I said, what caused this? Why get so reckless about it? What made you think some of these things you were doing with the amount of money that you had were you ended up selling it for chase? So I guess, I don't know how much you follow the stories. Obviously, you're a guy that's been following every story every day because this is what you do for a living. What have we learned from 2008 that we're not repeating today? Maybe even the way Janet Yellen and the Fed is handling the bailout model. They're calling it a different thing. What's different about it today than it was in 2008, in your eyes?
Well, I mean, the situation is very different, too. I mean, I think, the...
Anand, if you're listening, I want you to think and answer to this question as well, because this is, I think, the key question every pro-free market guy must answer today. think of the answer and put it in the comments, and let me know if you now agree with the answer that Sam Seder is about to give or not.
Was in 08 in your eyes?
Well, I mean, the situation is very different too. I mean, I think, you know, the amount of leverage that we're talking about in this system is just not nearly the same. And you know, Dodd-Frank eliminated a lot of the more risky stuff. But, you know, again, I can tell you more importantly, what we didn't learn is when we rolled back those regulations. You know, like you and I, we could go through that whole thing. We could spend 6 months examining every aspect of what happened there, and we might come up with a different, you know, who was really responsible, or there could be shared responsibility. But the bottom line, this is why you need regulation. Just like you said, in the insurance industry, you have a tighter regulation on this stuff. You don't allow for people to come in and play fast and loose with all this stuff, to gamble like they're at the racetrack, and then come for a bailout from us. Because look, the bottom line is, I know it comes from FDIC fees, but who's going to get those fees? And actually, the fees that are going to be imposed upon people to bail out guys like David Sachs and all these other right-wing so-called libertarian. They're suddenly libertarians looking for the government handout. But the people who are going to be paying off these fees more than anybody else are lower income people, because they are stickier with banks. They don't have the opportunity to go around. They don't have the time. They don't have the inclination, the savvy to go around and shop around banks where they're going to get lower fees. Maybe they don't have the same amount of deposits in there, so they're not going to be. So that's who's going to get stuck with this bill.
I want to continue with this, but let me go to our sponsors real quick, okay? And this is so interesting with the sponsor. Obviously, with all this stuff that's going on, I've been in the financial industry now for 22, 23 years. And for the longest time, I was very skeptical about alternative investments. I was like, nah, you straight stock, all rate, everything. Greedy bankers /PBD podcast, but we'll also put the link below for you to join. So let's go back to this on what we can find default with. We can say, you know, we need more regulation is what we need. We can say, you know, it's the greedy banker's fault. You know, we can say, hey, why are you being so reckless? You're putting all your money in the bank. You should never put all your money in the bank, right? You got to kind of diversify and put a little bit more money.
Well, there's also something called sweeps, and everybody who's involved in a business knows this. I'm sure you know this, that there are third parties out there who will distribute those $250,000. They had those money there for a reason. And now I think it was kickbacks. I think it's probably going to come out in a couple of months after more investigation. But again, we don't have to spend our time worrying about who's to blame of those individuals. Maybe they all.
No, this is where I was going. Oh. How old were you when you bought your first house? Do you remember?
I was, let's see, it was in 98.
Okay, so you got 20
I was
26
like 25.
years
Yeah,
perfect. So 25 years old. What was the interest rate when you got in 98? Do you remember?
God, no.
I was above 5, above 6.
I was an actor. I had a business manager at the time. I was making a lot of money. I was just
okay, so you were living the dream.
Exactly.
Don't worry about the interest
rate. Can you go to 1990?
No, लिबर्टेरियन है, उसका आत्मा लिबर्टेरियन है, मतलब उसका मॉडल्स लिबर्टेरियन है, उसके बेसिस पे तो काम नहीं होगा. The problem is we are not making moral character judgments. At least I am not. Socialists make that moral character judgment about other socialists. हिंदुत्ववादी socialists make that moral character judgment about other हिंदुत्व socialists कि ये अच्छे आदमी है, इनका कुछ मॉडल्स है, उसके भरोसे चलते हैं. और या फिर कैपिटलिस्ट चुतिया है, so let's assume his assholiness and उसके बेसिस पे ऑपरेट करते हैं, therefore उसको बांध के रखते हैं. I am saying, look, I'm going to only track incentives. किसका इंसेंटिव है क्या करने का. तो अगर कोई बिजनेस पर्सन है, उसका नाम वो खुद से लिबर्टेरियन दे, ह्यूमैनिटेरियन दे, सोशलिस्ट दे, तृणमूल दे, कुछ भी हो, उसको अल्टीमेटली पैसा कमाना है. अब जब उसने सब मतलब स्क्रू अप किया है, उसके बाद वो बेल आउट मांगेगा ही. वो उसके मॉडल्स के बेसिस पे अचानक बेल आउट क्यों नहीं मांगेगा? उसको बेल आउट देना नहीं है गवर्नमेंट को. गवर्नमेंट उसको बेल आउट दे रहा है क्योंकि इतने लोगों का नौकरी जाएगा, वो क्या तब कैसे वो हैंडल करेगा. मगर एक प्रॉपरली लिबर्टेरियन अगर गवर्नमेंट है, अगर एक मिनार्किस्ट गवर्नमेंट है, तो वो बेल आउट नहीं देता. बेल आउट दिया बराक ओबामा ने, सोशलिस्ट ने. मिनार्किस्ट गवर्नमेंट बेल आउट नहीं देता क्योंकि पैसे कमाए तुमने, प्रॉफिट्स कमाए तुमने, अब लॉस भी तुम कमाओ, भुगतो भी तुम. टैक्स पेयर के मनी से हम तुमको सोशलाइज कर देंगे, तुम्हारा लॉस हम सोशलाइज करेंगे और उससे तुम अपने एम्प्लॉयज को बेनिफिट दोगे, बोनसेस दोगे, वो तो नहीं चलेगा। मिनार्कीज गवर्नमेंट होता तो वो ही करता।
Average 30-year mortgage. I don't know. Let's just Google it and see what the number was.
I imagine it was probably around
Probably similar to what it is.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm trying to see what it was. Okay, 6.91.
Yeah, very similar.
There you go. Okay, 6.9. By the way, I think that's where it needs to be for about a decade. I think the number needs to be there. And if you ask me, I think we need to go a little bit more old school in the way we buy stuff, right? Meaning, how much down payment you got? I got this much down payment. Great. You know, and now you may disagree with that and say that's not going to be fair to low and middle income families. But I think there's part of it also, the guidelines to buy stuff has decreased. The guidelines to lend out money has decreased. You know, money became so cheap for such a long time where people were going out to getting money left and right. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I know on mortgages, no, it's a lot stricter than it was, let's say, 15, 20 years ago. I mean, it's much harder. You need to provide much more documentation, and the loan companies are far more stricter. I mean, they're not quite where they were in the wake of the financial crisis, but they're still pretty tight. I mean, the problem I have with the raising of the interest rates is basically what Jerome Powell says every time he does it, which is we need to get more people unemployed. And that's, I mean, and look, we can argue as to whether the Fed has the tools it needs to fight inflation in this instance. I happen to, I don't even know if I agree so much or just like the Fed itself says that the inflation that we went through, only about 30% of it was a function of demand, right? The other, you had a significant portion of it was a function of logistics and like mismatch products and this and that because of COVID, right? It wasn't a question that we didn't have the productivity or the capacity to meet demand. It was just that it was mismatched for a long time. You're sending shipping containers to places you had never sent it before. To get them back is a lot more expensive. These things are starting to work through the system. Wages contribute a little bit because there has been some wage growth for the first time in decades, essentially. A lot of it is also maybe the plurality of it. This is based upon the Fed numbers, is basically just the corporations seeing the opportunity to raise these rates. And so the Fed comes in, they have one tool to deal with inflation, and that is, they're a hammer, except for I'm arguing that it's not a nail that they're hitting, it's a screw. And they're doing this, in my estimation, as a way of weakening labor. They are going to kick 1 million people.
How would you do it?
How would I do it? Well, I would deal with it fiscally, or I would just wait. I would wait because you're starting to see the trends all move in the right direction in terms of inflation, and I would wait. And
so you wouldn't have raised the
I would have probably done maybe half of what they've done. Maybe.
So 2.5, whatever the number is.
Yeah.
You mean the most recent?
No. He's saying
today,
like the whole whatever's happened.
I mean, look at it today, right? Like they're worried about the banks. At the same time, they're like desperate to like we need to kick 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people out of work. They're explicitly saying this, and so that does not make sense to me.
Sam, a guy here, Scott Rodriguez, just said sorry, but 80% of the loans given the last 3 years only required 5% down payment. It was much harder to get a loan in the 90s.
In terms of mortgages?
Yeah.
It's conceivable that it was harder to get a loan in the 90s. I'm comparing it to like the aughts. But I can tell you, I mean, like I have some very close.
Do you think it's better? Do you think it's a better guideline to put a minimum 25% for anybody to buy a loan, or no 5% down payment is fine?
I mean, I think I don't know if the number's 10% or 20%. I'd have to like read in to see where we're talking about foreclosures, but we're not having a foreclosure problem right now.
Not yet.
Not yet,
yeah.
Because if he keeps raising the interest rates and decreasing the value of homes. At this type of rapid rate, we might. Right. But, the way you avoid that is don't do that.
So let me read this about what happened. This is an insider story. The Fed may provide as much as a $2 trillion in liquidity relief for banks after Silicon Valley collapse, JP Morgan says. Chase estimates that the Federal Reserve may need to inject $2 trillion into the U.S. banking system after the collapse of 3 lenders last week. This would help prevent a run on deposits and address
So why are people working in his company? Cool English literature के terms, dialogues दे के क्या फायदा? Subjective terms दे के क्या फायदा? This is like saying MMA में घूसा बंद कर देना चाहिए. MMA में मारपीट ही बंद कर देना चाहिए. पिलो फाइट होना चाहिए. इतना जो इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड है कोई प्रोफेशन का, बाकी सब प्रोफेशन के तुलना में एमएमए में बहुत ज्यादा मार पड़ती है, फिजिकल वायलेंस ज्यादा होता है, इसलिए एमएमए में लाथे घुसे बंद, सिर्फ पिलो फाइट्स होंगे. किसने फोर्स किया है एमएमए करने को? तो यूएसए में किसने फोर्स किया है पीबीडी के कंपनी में काम करने को, बिलो इंडस्ट्री रेट कमीशन खाने को? किसने बोला एम्प्लॉइज को? कॉन्सेंट, इंडिविजुअल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, इंडिविजुअल डिसीजन मेकिंग, ये कब घुसेगा लोगों के दिमाग में?
The scarcity issue in the U.S. banking caused by the U.S. Fed monetary policy, the Fed's bank term funding.
Piyangshu, yes, I know, and I don't consider it a scam, even though it's MLM. And if you want my opinions, you can watch from the beginning at 1.25x speed or 1.5x.
Program, the BTFP, is an emergency loan mechanism that will allow banks to obtain liquidity by putting up their bond holdings as collateral. The Fed will accept the bonds at face value instead of their current market value. Has not been qualified by the Fed yet, but it is expected to be significant enough to cover all uninsured deposits. In the U.S., JP Morgan estimates that this is going to be around $7 trillion, but suggests that the 5 largest banks are unlikely to use the program, which would bring the actual amount the Fed provides to closer to $2 trillion. Does this sound like a bailout to you?
Yeah, of course it does. Why are those big 5 banks not taking the money? Because they have been subjected to the Dodd-Frank regulations, and they haven't been able to get themselves in this type of situation. So to be clear, the Fed's raising rates this fast explicitly to make more people unemployed in this country. Explicitly to do that. That's explicitly their goal.
Their goal is to reduce inflation. That's their first goal. That's a byproduct.
No. Look, it's not a byproduct any more than me like taking my hammer, slamming it on your hand, and saying, it's a byproduct that it hurt.
Both of you are right. But Powell, when he was asked, if you remember the hearing, when he was asked, he says, you realize, and I think it was Kennedy that asked him, Senator Kennedy, that said, hey, you realize what you're doing is to fix the economy, you have to lower the unemployment. And then what did he say? Powell said, that could be a cause of it, but that's not why we're doing it. He says, no, that's why you're doing it. And I know you're not a Kennedy guy because he's a Republican side, but he's like, no, that's exactly what you're doing.
Everybody knows it. I mean, it doesn't matter, Republican, Democrat. Anybody who's honest knows exactly that's what the plan is.
But do you really think that's the plan? Do you really think the plan?
That's explicitly the plan. I think he said today, by the end of 2023, we need to have 1 million people out of work. I mean,
why would they do that if they know it's going to hurt the economy?
Because they have one tool to deal with inflation, and that is to raise interest rates as a way of cooling the economy. And frankly, I mean, this is the charitable view. I'm articulating the charitable view. And to cool the economy means, as a byproduct, that you're going to kick people out of work. In my estimation, this is the first time we've seen any type of wage growth in decades, right? The wages versus productivity has been out of sync for decades. And I think, frankly, people don't want labor to have any power. You're seeing increased unionization. You're seeing increased work action. You're seeing people saying, like, I don't want to work in the... Yes, I definitely
You really think... You think Powell's playing politics in increasing interest rates?
This is not politics.
But it is, though. Union is a form of... Your policies... Powell is one of the most powerful men in the world today. You know that. I know that, right? So when he moves he's controlling one of the most important knobs, right? Which is the rates.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. So, but I'm trying to think myself. Like, I'm trying to sit there and say, okay, when they gave $1.7 trillion in, relief, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, or during COVID, hey, we're going to give $2.1 trillion, we're going to send people this much of money, this, that. Hey, all they're trying to do is they're trying to get people not to work, right? That's what they're trying to do. Are they really?
Okay, I agree that achieving financial freedom should not be promised because not everybody will be able to do that by working under him. On the other hand, some people have. So yes, promises should not be that. Fair enough. सो जस्ट किसी कोई डंडा लेके जाओ, उसको बोलो ये वो एडवर्टाइज मत करो. वो एडवर्टाइजमेंट का वो एक सेंटेंस के अलावा क्या स्कैम है भाई? Loan sharks, why? Yeah, I mean, we are talking about protecting protecting gullible people, right? So if we talk about protecting gullible people, let's shut down Indian democracy today. Because gullible people are being goaded and fooled into voting for parties who are lying to them all 24/7. क्या बंद करोगे? पीबीडी का बिजनेस मॉडल से बहुत 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 बड़े पहुंचे हुए लोग देश चला रहे हैं. अगर ये स्टैंडर्ड है स्कैम होने का, इलेक्टोरल डेमोक्रेसी बंद करना पड़ेगा, पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स ही बंद करना पड़ेगा. अगर एग्जैजुरेशन इन मार्केटिंग इज द बिगेस्ट स्कैम ऑन अर्थ. There's a channel called yes, I've watched all of that hot shit. Everyone keeps shouting the slogan ki is a MLM scam, MLM scam, MLM scam. What is the scam? Did people get the product or not? Nobody answers.
Or were they doing it because they're like, dude, I'm not letting you work from home, so I have to send some money to you if you're getting unemployed? And I just laid off. How many people at the restaurants were crushed by COVID?
It's not a dumb analogy. It's just that you are triggered and your years of research into MLM scams has been called out. That's why you are getting pissed. The Shadoda scam in West Bengal was much more of a scam. They knew they are not going to be able to return the money at all. They knew they were completely lying when they were taking money from random people as investments.
Well, I got to kind of take care of you. But then what happened with the money? The money went into the rich because, the low income, middle income doesn't know how to save money. And they spend the money. They're trying to make ends meet. So sometimes you think from the policies and you say, oh, they're trying to do something really bad. You think Powell has negative intentions or, well?
I'm not just saying that MLM, the way PBD's MLM has been is not a scam. I'm saying I'm actually going to appeal to authority a little more here. Okay, USA's financial institutions are way stronger than India's, right? And the only people who can get away with frauds in USA are the very, very most powerful, most connected people in the country. Not small 600 million company pawns like PBD. Why isn't he in jail? And if people are getting a product, they're getting a product. Then it's not a scam to begin with.
He just sees this as a.
I don't think any of this. I have a different perspective on how all this.
Switzerland and Israel probably banned for two different reasons. And Switzerland and Israel does a lot of things just because they get free money from USA.
This works. I don't think that Powell is sitting there going like it's going to negative. I just don't.
क्या क्रैश हुआ? 2008 क्रैश. अच्छा, वो क्रैश ना होके बाकी सब देश बढ़िया चल रहे हैं ना? वो क्रैश की वजह से तो वहां पे डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर है, वहां पे कास्टिज्म नहीं है. सेम 4-5 सरनेम वाले 300 साल से पावर एलिट में बैठे नहीं रहते यूएसए में, इसलिए क्योंकि वहां पे हर 10-20 साल में क्रैश होता है. उसके लिए उनको हर किसी को रिजर्वेशन के बेसिस पे पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करना पड़ता है.
don't think that these people care. I mean, look, we attacked Iraq, right? 20-year anniversary yesterday or 2 days ago. By anybody's estimates, we killed hundreds, if not hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. Why?
At this point, this story, we both are on the same page on. We know why.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But how is it that decision was made? They don't care about
Yeah, since you prefer slogans over everything, you are probably going to now say, oh, NEERAJAN is defending market crashes. Yes, market crashes are the safety valve of a well-functioning economy. तुम अगर खाते हो तुम भागोगे भी.
That human loss. And I don't think Powell, at the end of the day, really cares enough about the immiseration of millions of people. He thinks the most important thing for the stability of society is to save the bankers.
Sam, do you think?
I just disagree.
Sam, do you think it was healthy for us to go on a 128-month economic expansion only to be disrupted by COVID? It would have continued into 100. You think it was healthy to have interest rates as low as we did for over 10 years?
I mean, I think there's an argument that you could have crept them up, slowly, up a couple of percentage points. But I was also told, listen, in the aughts, when I started this job,
you sound like a capitalist if you defend that.
I don't care what I sound like. I mean, when during the aughts, I was told that the lowest rate of unemployment we can have in this country is 6%. If we had it lower than
हाँ, अब कौन जा रहा है to any stupid lengths to defend a position, भाई? Now you are saying India's caste politics is the same as USA's caste politics. अगर ये सब सेम है इंडिया में और यूएसए में, और या फिर यूएसए में वर्स्ट है, तब तुमको ये पूछना पड़ेगा कि तो क्या मिस्टीरियस रीजन है कि जिसके वजह से यूएसए प्रोग्रेस करके $33 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गया और इंडिया नहीं कर पाया, सिर्फ क्योंकि वो व्हाइट लोग हैं? ये तो रेसिस्ट आर्गुमेंट है कि यूएसए में कोई हम इंडियंस बड़े करप्ट है, तो वो सेम लोग यूएसए में जाके करप्शन नहीं कैसे करते हैं? तुमको आइदर बोलना पड़ेगा कि यूएसए का सिस्टम बेहतर है, नहीं तो बोलना पड़ेगा कि यूएसए का व्हाइट पीपल बेहतर है. कुछ ना कुछ तो बेहतर है वहां पे, नहीं या फिर बेहतर है ही नहीं, सनातन एसी टेम्परेचर बेहतर है.
that, then the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Of course.
We were told that was the absolute, nature only allows that. And then all of a sudden that we can have more unemployment. I mean, less unemployment. We can have 3%. I mean, we are presented by, these powers, ideas that happen that basically they're in a closed loop with just other people who have power and money and have decided that this is just sort of the natural state of being. And it's not. I just disagree with that premise.
Okay, but let me go back to this. It's very important. I want to make this point. I want to ask you this.
कोई अगर बिजनेस रन करता है तो वो सोशलिस्ट नहीं होगा, इसका क्या मतलब है भाई? कांग्रेस के जो दल्ले थे सब कंपनीज 1991 से पहले, वो सोशलिस्ट थे या कैपिटलिस्ट थे? बिजनेस में कुछ और होते हैं, माइंड में कुछ और होते ही हैं अपने बेनिफिट के लिए. एंड यस, अगर हाँ, वैसे भी पहली बात तो है कि आई वाज 100% राइट इन ब्लेमिंग द गवर्नमेंट. सेकंड ऑफ ऑल, वो रेगुलेशंस अगर हटा दिया जाए तो उसका रिजल्ट जो होना था वो अच्छा लगेगा. इंडिगो अगर रेट्स बढ़ाता है क्योंकि उसका प्रॉफिट्स कम होगा या फिर उसको प्लेन कम चलाना पड़ेगा, तो अब मिडिल क्लास जैसे बस के बदले में प्लेन में घूमता इधर उधर, वो चल पाएगा? तो वो 40,000 रुपीज सैलरी अगर ब्लिंकिट वालों को दिया जाए तो तुम 200 रुपए का सिगरेट 500 रुपए में ऑर्डर करोगे ब्लिंकिट से, तो उसके बाद वो उसका नौकरी सबसे पहले नहीं जाएगा? हाँ, अगर उस दिन वो घटिया फोर्सिंग नहीं किया जाता इंडिगो वालों को, अगर वो पायलट्स उतना ही अगर कष्ट से प्लेन चला रहे थे और फॉर सम मिस्टीरियस रीजन दे डिड नॉट क्विट इंडिगो एंड जॉइन सम अदर कंपनी, देन यस, आई वाज 100% राइट. आई मिस माय फ्लाइट बिकॉज ऑफ नरेंद्र मोदी.
128-month expansion. Is it fair to say during that?
हाँ, इसे कहते हैं गोल पोस्ट शिफ्टिंग. मैंने तुम्हारे गोल में बॉल घुसा के नेट फाड़ दिया है, इसलिए अब तुम बोल रहे हो नहीं, गोल पोस्ट एक्चुअली वहां पे है.
Period. When rates were as low as they were, they benefited capitalists.
हाँ, बाइनरी एक ही है. थर्ड पार्टी नॉन स्टेक होल्डर स्टेक में घुसेगा कि नहीं भाषणबाजी करने के लिए? जो दोनों नेगोशिएटिंग टीम है वो नेगोशिएट करेंगे या थर्ड पार्टी स्टेक होल्डर नेगोशिएट करेगा? यही दो बाइनरी है. यस, दैट इज द वर्ल्ड.
Someone's phone is if you put such a phone aside from the mic, it's typically Verizon. Whoever's Verizon, AT&T doesn't do, it's only Verizon. But it's that benefited the capitalist because money was cheaper, right? So to argue your argument saying, well, a true socialist would say, I'm not a socialist, but I'm on the left. You're not for making it that easy for those guys, right? So money was so freaking cheap for so long that we have to pay a price for it. And now you're looking at the economy. It looked like everything was good, but a big part of it was fake, Sam. We had a lot of fake success the last few years.
Well, I mean, look, I'm just measuring on, again, the way I view things is what's going to make things better for the most amount of people. And in terms of like, it being in favor of the capitalists, I would also change our tax policy. So, I mean, I would claw some of that back, quite a bit of it back.
What would you do?
I would return to the tax policy.
Yeah, and did that monopoly happen in the same way that monopolies? Acha, cigarette smoking is injurious to health, guys. Smoking causes cancer. Do not smoke. So Rising Spirit, Indigo's monopoly, has it happened because of their actions or because the government protected them, like the Ambassador Company or the companies before 1991? UFC has a monopoly on MMA. Every now and then, some fighters complain that no, we are not getting paid enough. Do you know what they mean by when they say they are not getting paid enough? Their actual amount of money that they are getting paid is way more than they would have gotten in any other MMA company. Their profits of the share is way less. On the other hand, you being in UFC means you have 10 times the endorsements. Being in UFC means you get to train at their PI. They have 3 major PIs, training in practicing places, okay, where you get great nutrition, coaching, etc. So all of those benefits come from your share of the profits that you would have gotten if you fought in another smaller company. So yes, there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. So how did the Indigo monopoly happen? Why shouldn't that monopoly be incentivized? And if the monopoly happens, should we punish the company for that? And if we punish them for that, are we going to have other companies who work as hard and vie for that top spot? And if those companies don't vie for the top spot, is productivity going to increase or decrease? Is more employment going to get generated by them not vying for the top spot as Indigo has? And most importantly, is the middle class going to run about on Indigo flights like the middle class used to take buses 20 years back, 30 years back?
Policy when we had the greatest, sort of the widest economic expansion shared by more people as a percentage of our population than any other time in this country, which was in the 50s and the 60s. And I would return to the tax rates more or less there. So your top tax rate at that time was 90%.
वो लौड़े का स्टैंडर्ड सेट करने को किसने बोला? हाँ, स्टैंडर्ड सेट किया जा रहा है टू प्रोटेक्ट द पायलट्स. नो, व्हाई कांट द पायलट्स जॉइन द अदर कंपनीज हु हैव मेट द स्टैंडर्ड्स? वही तो मेरा प्रश्न है. सिंधिया का नींद खराब हो रहा है या पायलट का नींद खराब हो रहा है? वही तो मेरा प्रश्न है. जो नॉन स्टेक होल्डर है यहाँ पे, वो क्यों वो स्टैंडर्ड सेट करेगा? वो कौन होता है सेट करने वाला? और ऐसा तो नहीं है कि सब दूध के धुले हुए भगवान आके डिसाइड कर रहा है कि इंडिगो ठीक से काम कर रहा है कि नहीं. सबके बैंक अकाउंट्स खोल के देखे गवर्नमेंट में, जो ये ऑब्जेक्टिव परफेक्ट स्टैंडर्ड्स सेट कर रहे हैं.
Top marginal rate for every dollar over $470,000 you would earn. So that would be equivalent to around $3 million today. I think we should return to that type of tax.
You want it to go as high as 90% at the top marginal tax?
At the top marginal tax rate. So understand, like, that only kicks in with every dollar above 3 million.
I hear you. And yeah, I mean, that's the famous.
गवर्नमेंट हर डील में स्टेक होल्डर कैसे बन गया भाई? अब मेरा प्रोड्यूसर मेरे गाने के अरेंजमेंट के लिए मुझे पैसा दे रहा है कि नहीं, उसमें, और या फिर कितना पैसा मैं लूंगा प्रोड्यूसर से, वो स्टेक होल्डर गवर्नमेंट है. ये क्या इंटीग्रल ह्यूमनिज्म का पार्ट पढ़ के आए तुम अभी, या फिर कम्युनिस्ट मैनिफेस्टो ही पढ़ के चले आए?
Reagan situation where I think it was anything over $200,000 at that point. This might have been in the 40s, that he would only do 2 movies a year because he'd get paid $100,000 per movie, and then he wouldn't even do a third movie because he would only get 10% of the revenue because he's like, fuck it, I'm not doing another movie.
Yeah.
So when
Reagan started telling that story, you know who he was working for when he started telling that story, right? He was going around, I think it was working for GE, trying to convince people not to get Medicare for all. I mean, if Reagan...
तो पायलट को पता नहीं कि उसका लाइफ स्टेक पे है. वो किसी और फ्लाइट कंपनी में काम नहीं ले सकता है? क्यों नहीं ले सकता है? फोर्स किया है किसी को उसको इंडिगो में काम करने के लिए? हाँ, भोसवी के fucking commie.
Could have gotten 3 movies or 5 movies, he would have done it. He was working with chimps. He would have been happy to do that for his career. Believe me. Believe me.
What's the top marginal tax rate right now? 39%? What is it
I think
right
it's
now?
37, 39%.
So you're in
I
favor?
will say this though, just to finish up that Reagan story. I will say this to you. I remember being in LA and taxes top line had hit whatever the all-in was, 57 and a half. I don't know what the number was, around 57 and a half. You live in Brooklyn. So 57 and a half.
क्या पायलट्स का सर्वे? पायलट नौकरी नहीं लेगा, सर्वे में आंसर करेगा, वो देखूं मैं? जहां पे स्टेक नहीं है वो देखूं? पायलट्स का सर्वे में स्टेक है या कहां पे नौकरी कर रहा है उसमें स्टेक है?
0.5%. People are like, what the hell is going on here? There was this girl who was a top realtor in the San Fernando Valley area, one of the top realtors. Her picture was on all the benches. Everywhere you would go, you would see her. And she was one of the realtors making very good money. She's making $500,000 a year income, doing good for herself, whatever the number was, $400,000, $500,000. One day, I stopped seeing her pictures on the seats. And I'm at Wood Ranch with my wife. And I said, hey, you're the girl, right? She says, yeah, I am. She's with her husband and her 2 kids. I said, what happened? We haven't seen you lately. She says, it's so funny you ask. My husband and I made a decision that the moment taxes got so high, it was more important for me to be stay home. It wasn't worth me working to pay this much in taxes. So there's a part of what he's saying. Yeah, whatever, whether he's going to do the movies
I think
with
that's
chimps
great.
and all
No,
that
I
stuff.
guess
But there's a part of it that kind of
I guess my
incentive
point
needs
is-
to be there.
America would not have suffered by the lack of Ronald Reagan movies. And I would
Okay, you're
also
trying to be
argue,
funny.
I would
I got
also,
you.
The same
but
argument.
but I would
Yeah.
also argue that, like, I guarantee you there was no less houses that sold because that one particular broker stopped selling houses at a certain point.
So go to it. So right now,
I don't think that's a problem. I really don't. I mean, I think
to raise it to 90%.
yeah, no, I don't think. I think
Top line,
you know
3
what you're
million
talking
plus.
about is sort of the Laffer curve, actually, right?
Yeah.
You know the
You
Laffer
love the
curve.
Laffer curve. You're
Well,
a big fan of it, apparently.
I'll
'cause-
tell you what I love about the
Yeah.
Laffer curve is that we had a perfect example of we had a almost like a perfect model of what happens with the Laffer curve, right? Like the Laffer curve argues that the higher the tax rate goes, the less inclined people are going to be to generate income, and then because they're generating less money, there's going to be less tax receipts collected by the government. Art Laffer was Sam Brownback's #1 advisor in Kansas. Do you remember this when Brownback became governor?
Yeah, this is a good question. How to solve housing problems? Cut down all regulations so that more people can build more houses. So what happens then? Some people start making bad houses that break down. One house breaks down. The guy who built that house, the financer, the company that built the house, and the engineers must go to jail and not get out of it by bribing an MLA or a judge. Why will the MLA right now be able to save him? By bribing him, because the MLA is that powerful in society. Why? Because he gives so many freebies. So the core problem is freebies.
He basically gave over his entire tax structure to Art Laffer. They had it destroyed the tax base in Kansas. It ended up destroying their entire education system. They had an amazing Kansas university. Brownback gets plucked out of Kansas and literally sent to be ambassador to Ether. You know what? They made him ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy around at all. The Republican-controlled Kansas legislature raised taxes back up because it had destroyed their tax receipts. The theory may sound good, but it doesn't work in practice.
So are you on YouTube and Rumble or just YouTube?
I'm on YouTube. I think we put it on Rumble. I think we're also on Twitch, and
all over the place. Okay, so
Yeah.
let me ask you this question. If YouTube took their AdSense from 55 to 15, would you continue creating content?
Yeah,
You sure?
sure.
You'd continue creating content.
I wasn't doing YouTube for a long time.
How do you make a living today?
I have membership. That people pay. I get ad revenue from different places.
Okay, so let's just say the membership that you get from Patreon or whoever it is, okay? What if their fees went from them keeping 5% to 60% to 90%? Would you continue creating content?
I mean, I would. I would probably have to cut back if there was that.
Exactly.
No, but that's only because it's such a big change.
No, that's the.
And what happens when Sam Seder cuts back? His employees get paid less. He loses a few employees. Some of his employees go jobless.
The part about incentives, Sam. So your audience gets to enjoy you.
I'm not saying we'll cut the revenue for these businesses. I'm saying that the amount of
you
money,
have no choice though because you're paying these.
That's
guys.
how you
make the revenue.
No. I'm not suggesting we cut revenue for businesses. What I am suggesting is after that revenue comes in and we divvy up and I have my net profits, taxes would go up. But I will say this, like if, let's say, the taxes went up on me personally, would I stop going on YouTube? No.
Yes.
So would you
would make a little less content. You would definitely hire a little less numbers of people, Sam.
be able to scale it at how many employees you got working for you right now?
I'm not talking about cutting revenue.
I get that. How many employees are you working for you right now?
We have payroll, I think, like 6 or 7.
Okay,
people.
you got 6 or that's a small business you got there, right?
Sure.
6 or 7 people. Okay. If all of a sudden AdSense went up, the fees for your Patreon, I don't want to offend you when I say Patreon. I don't know who you use. Whoever you use that's got your membership stuff that you got.
We use Fans FM.
Okay, there you go. That's a shout out to them. So Fans F.
In India, having or not having a driving license would not make a difference. So in India, the situation that we are in right now, practically, yes, if driving licenses go away, it doesn't make a difference. In an ideal scenario where you can't in fact bribe people, then it would amount for something. It doesn't amount for something right now, it can go away. Third-party non-stakeholders, yes.
Fans FM?
Fans.fm. It's actually a great service.
Okay, fantastic. So if they raise it,
less than.
Hence, I'm not an anarcho-capitalist, I'm a minarchist. I do have some negotiations.
Patreon.
If they take 50% all of a sudden, and they say YouTube says AdSense goes to 15%, would you be able to employ those 6 people?
No, if my well, I don't know, but probably
maybe that's because you're rich.
No, probably not. But I'm not suggesting that we cut revenue for businesses.
No, I agree with the bike helmet thing because when you die, that's fair enough. You die because you did not wear a helmet. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is you screw up as a biker, you hit your head on a car that was going on the correct route or was driving properly, and then you get killed. And then that car driver gets fucked by law. Therefore, you have to wear a helmet.
Suggesting that what is left over from revenue, if it's over $3 million, that goes into the pocket of the owner of this enterprise, that $300 million and $1 gets taxed.
Let's have fun with it.
90 cents.
Let's have fun with this. So here's a question for you. And I kind of know what your answer is.
And I want to be clear on something.
Yeah.
I'm doing this. I subscribe to this, not because I think that we need the money or that this is going to, be a panacea in terms of like how we would spend this money.
Yeah.
But I see in this country a massive problem with wealth inequality and
हाँ मैं तो जाने वाला था उसी वक्त कोविड आ गया और उसके बाद से घर में बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स हो गए हेल्थ वगैरह लेके because I'm pretty old and my parents are obviously older.
The commensurate political inequality that comes with it. We have wealth inequality in this country like we've never had before.
I don't disagree. So there's not a disagreement there, but the solution is where we're going to disagree. So let's kind of process that together. Okay. So the whole thing, like I remember when I first got out of the military and I went into the financial industry, it's 1999. I know nothing. It's 2000. I know nothing about it. The speaker gets up. Wow, have you been noticing that the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poor? I'm like, okay, my dad's at a cashier at a 99-cent store 15 years.
How is that an excuse? क्या आज इंटीग्रल ह्यूमनिज्म का पेज फाड़ के पानी में देके खा लिया क्या?
My parents got divorced twice.
I hope you said to that guy, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
Wait to 20 years
but you're
from now.
right,
It's going to be completely out of control.
But you're right, though. But why is the question? So here's a question for you. So you're saying above $3 million, that money that the owner is going to keep, we got to tax them 90%. Fine. Okay. So you believe the money, like when I was in the military, you would buy a product for the Humvees, and they would say, yeah, we pay $600 for this piece. We're like, dude, this piece is $40.
Right.
Why the hell are we paying $600 for? Well, the contracts. You know how they are, man. The government always pays a lot because they're dumb. They always pay more than it's usually worth. A $40 piece for a Hummer, they're paying $600. I'm like, that's an awesome business for the other guy.
Yeah, we have horrible oversight in the military.
But this is the point, though. This is the point. And I want to actually sincerely get your thoughts on this, on how we address this. So if somebody overpays for a product, that person's either got to be fired or they're an overspender or a terrible negotiator. But it's one of the three, right? Okay. So you feel money going to the government we do more good with, or money staying in the free market for people to produce more value? Where do you feel values produce more?
Well, I'm not. I'm not sure I fully get what you're saying, but let me put it in this way.
It's a very simple question.
Well,
I want it to be clear.
Let me make it a little bit more concrete.
Yeah.
So you guys know that the biggest part of the budget, more or less, is Social Security and Medicare, right?
And Medicaid, yeah.
And Medicaid.
Entitlement programs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can call them entitlement programs.
They are.
I call them social insurance programs because
Tomato.
That's what they really are.
That's 90% of the budget, I want to say.
No, the military is about $850 billion. Social Security is like $1.7 trillion. I think Medicare is probably close to like $700 billion.
It's about 60%.
And then there's other. Yeah, so, but
more.
It's a high number. It's a big number. You're right. It's a high number.
You'll find that it's. I think our annual budget is somewhere around like 2.7 trillion, and the military is like 800 billion, 900 billion. That you can see anyways that they show us.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Social Security, Medicare, the two biggest things that the government does are wildly popular. Medicare, you come from the insurance business, you probably know this. To administer health insurance, there's like 15% cost in the administration of that health insurance. For Medicare, 3%. Far more efficient. And copays are less. I mean, and the whatever you want to call it, consumer satisfaction. I don't like to think of citizens as consumers, but the satisfaction's huge, through the roof, particularly when people use it. It's people appreciate it who don't use it. If I got my parents, they're on Medicare, I'm pretty psyched about it because I don't have to take care of them. My mother's in a nursing home now. It's Medicaid that's doing that. I'm not responsible for that cost. Social Security, through the roof. In fact, I think even a majority of Republicans want to expand.
But popular is not a way to qualify something. If I went out there and if I went to high school and I said, guys, I'm giving dime bags to everybody weed, I'd be a very popular kind of high school. So that is a wrong way to qualify.
You said efficiency.
Yeah.
Medicare, 3% administrative costs versus 15%.
That's like the kid that's running for class president who's like, every Friday we're throwing a pizza party. Well, he's going to get everybody's vote. But who's paying for the pizza party?
Well, workers. In fact, I would argue that we should be actually removing the cap on Social Security taxes, because right now, it goes only up to $160,000, right? There's a cap. Traditionally, Social Security has captured or touched 91% of the country's income. You follow me? And now it's somewhere down in like the mid 80s because of wealth inequality.
But your argument on the flip side of it, the argument can be as well to say, well, at the beginning when they came out with Social Security, there's only a few thousand people in America that was actually using it. It was not meant to be for as big of a behemoth of what it is today.
No, it kept 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. It keeps 2/3 of our elderly.
Nobody's arguing the benefits.
That's not the argument, though. That's not the argument. The argument is, originally when it came out, it wasn't for.
By the way, I forgot to mention this. This is still an audience interaction live stream, and we will take a break of about 10-15 minutes after this video is done. Then we'll check out the other debate they've had. So in between that, if anybody actually wants to debate this, they can join the live stream themselves. The members, I'm going to share the link now. I forgot to put on the link.
Well, they couldn't. You had to wait. You had to wait. No,
you didn't have to. You had to have capitalists work and overtax them to be able to fund it. That's what you had to do. But let me go back to the question.
I think what you are saying, just to validate your point, I think at that point, this is FDR back in the day.
We can pull up the data.
I think there was 40 workers for every retiree. I think now it's closer to like 3 workers.
Yeah, it's not
Yes,
sustainable.
but
Not even close.
No, it is sustainable.
You think it's
No,
sustainable?
I don't think it's sustainable. I'm looking at the Social Security Trust
letter,
Fund actuarial
with the
tables.
letter when they sent you this in the Social Security letter, they're telling you if we go this way, this is going to go bankrupt.
No,
in the letter,
no, you're misreading it. The trust fund is going to go bankrupt. In 1981, Greenspan and Reagan expanded the trust fund. We had a surge of baby boomers. There is a trust fund that exists that is essentially like a rainy day fund. That is going to be insolvent around 2033.
2033.
3033.
No, sorry.
10 years. You are correct. I
Yeah.
just had this conversation this past week.
However,
That's not a concern. That's not a concern. That's not a concern.
It is a concern. It will cause 20% in cuts to our benefits.
Okay.
But that's it, period. Now, the way that we can get rid of that 20% in cuts in the Social Security Trust Fund is to do what I'm suggesting. Remove the cap so that every dollar you make even above $160,000 is dead before that trust fund is out.
Hopefully, if I raise my kids right, my kids won't need to be supported by the government.
If they don't need that social insurance, look, I mean, how can you, as an insurance guy, how can you not understand this?
No,
I don't sit around saying like, I hope that I don't need my fire insurance. I hope I don't. If your kids don't need Social Security, old age insurance, then you know what?
But
we will tax the money back.
I am better for society. I am better for society if I find ways to get people off of needing any of this stuff than to rely on it more and more and more, because I'm truly hurting those who are creating commerce. That's who I'm hurting. But let me go back to my question.
Hold on for one second.
Wait a minute. We
had an experiment with this.
Wait a minute. Let me ask a question for you. Let me ask a question. You still haven't answered my question for me. No, wait.
401ks with a private solution.
You still haven't answered my question. Let me go back to the question to you. So my question at the beginning, you have not yet answered. Okay. When you said, I would go back to the old tax system and I would take it to the 50s and 60s where we had a 90%. Okay. And I asked you a question. I said, who do you think produces more value? I gave the example of the Humvee, the pieces in the Army, how much we were paying, $600, but the piece was only $40. The government tends to overspend because they're reckless spending. They're not really held accountable.
No, it's not just that they're reckless. Why are they reckless? They are reckless because they are the third-party non-stakeholders.
Does money going in free market create more value, or money going to the government create more value for people?
Explain to me what you mean by value.
Okay, so value to me is, if I can give money to free market and lower taxes where they can go create more jobs, more opportunities, is that better for us long term, or is it better for us to raise taxes, to take away incentives and give that money, tax money, goes to politicians to make decisions what to do with the money? Are politicians better at making decisions on what to do with our money, or are we?
I mean, I guess on like in a broad way, I would say if we're going to look at the biggest chunk of money in the government to make this assessment, right? $1.7 trillion Social Security. And we can compare it to the one sort of like comparable thing in the private sector, and that's a 401k. I would have to say, I mean, just based upon the way you've set up this question, that obviously the government, because Social Security has been the single most effective program that we have in this country. It has kept 2/3 of our senior citizens out of poverty as a social insurance program. 401ks have been a disaster. They've been a disaster. Just Google right there in front of you, the 401k experiment. People took the money out. I mean, and grant you, like, you can make an assessment that these individuals were stupid or immoral or whatever it is. I'm looking at the goal of keeping senior citizens out of poverty. The government has been able to do that far more effectively. 2/3 of our seniors are in nursing homes because the government is paying for it. You can look around at anything that doesn't involve a profit motive. Like, for instance, the post office. If we didn't have a government-run post office, do you think you could live in, the most rural parts of the country and get postal service for 42 cents or 48 cents? You can send a letter? No way. What person looking to make a profit would do that? In fact, I've got a great example. This is, I was doing radio during Katrina, And there was a story that haunted me for years and years. When Bill Clinton, I'm not a huge fan of Bill Clinton's administration, frankly, but one of the things he did do well was to build up FEMA. I guess having come from Arkansas, he had a pretty good sense of what was important there. And Bush, when he came in very early on, privatized a ton of it. There was a story, it was a very small story, in New Orleans. The buses that were supposed to come to New Orleans to evacuate people before Katrina hit, there was a whole ton of buses that went through 3 different contractors, right? There was like a general contractor and then a subcontractor, and then the subcontractor was going to bring the buses. They were from like 3 or 4 hours away. And maybe it was 6 hours. I can't remember the exact details. They were going to send the buses, but the guy whose job it was, who owns the bus company, and then the contractor above that, they waited longer, because if you send the buses and they're not used, they're going to eat that cost, right? It's going to cut into their profits. They didn't send the buses. They didn't get there in time. People couldn't get evacuated. Would it have changed the trajectory of the thing? I doubt it, but it would have saved some people. And the point is that there are some jobs that the government does better because the value there is not measured in terms of actual sheer dollars. It is measured in, essentially how much immiseration are you inhibiting people from suffering? And so yes, I agree that when it comes
It's a good argument, but the problem is Hurricane Katrina does not happen every day.
to auditing in the military, the worst government agency we have, because it's very easy, very hard to sort of like scrutinize the military. People don't like that. And it's also a huge power base of a lot of money. They make a ton of money out of this. I agree with that.
But same with
But if you
insurance.
look at
The same with
Medicare,
insurance.
Social
Same
Security, well, listen, the numbers don't lie. 3% administrative costs for Medicare.
Can I just make I appreciate some of the points you're making. I do think that you're kind of conflating a couple different things. I think to Pat's question, whether the government is better at spending your money or whether the private markets or private companies are better, it's not even close. If private companies
What do you mean
ran
by
up
spending
let
money,
me-
like to
let me finish.
buy like soda, or to actually like
Just-
direct it in a way that keeps less people from suffering?
Okay, we have $31 trillion in debt right now. I think that's evidence enough, Sam, that we're not so good at spending money here in America.
It sounds like we're really good at
politicians-
spending money.
Well, we're not good at
managing.
Aditya, we have actually done reaction videos of PBT debating that something Wolf, that Marxist professor guy, as well as PBT debating Noam Chomsky. And the next I'm planning is Jordan Peterson versus Slavoj Žižek, that legendary debate as well.
There's a
managing.
better word, yeah.
Okay, there's a difference between being frugal and being smart with your money
Yeah.
and just being wasteful. The government is clearly fucking wasteful. Where you are correct is that most retirees and most Americans do appreciate Social Security, do appreciate the entitlement programs that come with this country, whether it's Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, no doubt. But that doesn't mean the government is good at spending money. We're seeing that Social Security is about to go bankrupt.
No,
in the
no,
next
the
10 years.
trust fund is going
The
to be
trust fund
insolvent.
by 2023. And yes, I just had this conversation literally 2 days ago in DC where he kept using the word bankrupt. I said, what does that mean?
Who kept using that word?
This was
Which
a,
Republican used
it
that
wasn't
word?
even a Republican. He was sort of a Social Security financial advisor, expertise type of guy. But I said, what do you keep saying bankrupt? Is that meaning that retirees will not be receiving benefits? He goes, no, they'll probably be slashed by 25%. You use 20. So we can, cut the baby in half here. But how familiar are you with the three-legged stool of retirement?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so it used to be you had three.
Guys, it's too cold. I'm sorry. I'm putting on the speakers. I'll just be away for 1 or 2 minutes. I'll be listening to the arguments anyway. I'll just put on another jacket on top of this. Holy shit.
Three avenues to retire. You had pensions, which do they even exist anymore for
They
90% of
exist
people?
more as a defined contribution than defined.
They're not very
benefit.
popular these days. I don't know how many
Correct.
people here have pensions. You have Social Security, which was never meant to be a retirement program. It was an insurance policy if you live too long, which basically Americans are now. Or you have your personal savings, which is the 401k. We can argue the merits of 401ks and Roth IRAs, what have you. But Social Security should not be keeping Americans afloat for 30 years of their life.
Well, that's,
And that's
the
the
failure of
problem.
the private industry, isn't it?
Why is it a failure of the private industry?
Well, I mean, Social Security is maintained. The idea that we're leaning on the government stool because the other two have failed. That's a function of private industry.
Isn't that a function of just the average person understanding how money works and saving money, investing and doing it properly versus the government or institution?
60% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. How are they supposed to save this money?
Well, how are they spending their money? I guess is the biggest question. How many people have credit card debt? How many people? You just said when you took out a mortgage.
No. Now Adam screwed up the question.
What was the rate? You're like, I don't fucking even know. You should know.
Well, I was making so much money that
I don't give a shit how much money you're making, Sam. You should know what your mortgage rate is.
But I mean, I didn't remember what it was in 1998, but I know what it is now. But I mean, but I was making so much money, but I was making, I was in the top. I don't know if I was in the top 1% at that time, but probably pretty close.
So let me ask you a question.
And I was a single guy who had just gone from making, to $22,000 a year to all of a sudden making that.
At that point, would you have been paying 90% in taxes?
Sure.
So you actually want to pay 90% in taxes?
No. Let's be clear.
That?
I think it should be 90% over for the every dollar you make over 3 million.
Yeah.
That would not have impacted me at that time. So, but I would have been happy to pay more taxes.
But why would anyone?
You know why I'm laughing? Because it's always
percent over for the every dollar you make over 3 million.
Yeah.
That would not have impacted me at that time.
So,
but I would have been happy to pay more taxes.
But why would anyone?
You know why I'm laughing? Because it's always let's tax.
Yes, Abhay. Absolutely. There is a place for third-party non-stakeholders, just like in academia as well. That dispassionate observer like Salvatore Babones, who does not really have a skin in the game in India. Hence, I say the government must stick to protecting life, liberty, and property. Hence, minarchism, etc. And it's not going to be watertight categories of yes, I just protected life, liberty, and property, guys. I did not do anything more. It's going to be very, very messy a situation in running these things in the end. But I am with Narendra Modi when he says minimum government, maximum governance. That is the minarchist motto. Nothing can be more minarchist than that statement. I'm just criticizing the oversteps here. And there are a whole lot of oversteps.
People a little richer than me. It's always let's tax
the
guys
it was
that
a lot richer. But I'm just going back.
If you're saying 20,
I'm just going back.
If you're saying 22 a week, you were making $1,098,000. That's a lot of money.
No. Well, it wasn't 20.
You said 22 a week. That's $1 million a year.
No. That was the year before. I mean,
but you're making money.
I was making a bunch of money. But I'm just going back to when we had the Great Compression, which was when we had the least wealth inequality in this country. Mm-hmm. We had the GDP was, consistent with where, on our trajectory, but it was spread out. It wasn't like this, essentially. Rob, it was more spread out. It's called the Great Compression. And I'm just using that figure. I mean, look, if it's going to be 85% over 3 million or 85% over 4 million. I'm just basing it on what was the most successful economic era of this country.
Why not do 90% over $250,000?
I mean, if the numbers bear it out, I'm agnostic as to that. Again, I'm just pegging it on when we had the most success in this country in terms of our economy.
I appreciate that you're pointing out the success, but right now, the top marginal rack rate federally is 37, 39. Okay, you do realize how shocking it is to say, all right, rather than go from 37 to 39, how about 40? How about 50?
How many?
You want to go to 90?
How many people do you assume? How many people do you assume would be touched by that tax? Would be implicated?
Top 1%. Look at this number right here. Share of total income taxes paid.
Less.
The top 1% in this country pay 42.3%. The bottom 50% only pay 2.3%. So 150 million people are paying nothing in taxes.
Right.
And you want to keep the 1% paying more and more.
I think it's actually even less than 1%, to be honest with you. I think we're talking about 0.05%.
Sure, but let's tax them even more.
Oh, I specifically want to make it illegal to be almost as wealthy as you. Not quite. but a little bit more. Like I want to make it not illegal. You're not going to go to jail.
So nobody can be no billionaires. No billionaires in America.
Absolutely.
Sam,
100%.
Why don't you want America to be known for greatness, for innovation, for capitalism, for all the amazing things that we've done in this country?
My definition of
you want to go to like
Anand, you notice how much of Sam Ceder's arguments are exactly the same as the Groyper arguments in the end? कि चलो थोड़ा गरीब रहते हैं मगर एटलीस्ट इंडियंस को भगाओ यहाँ से. Remember you pointed out this yesterday at the end of our live stream yesterday कि so many Groyper arguments sound exactly the same as our socialists as well, because in the end, remember you pointed out that intersectionality is a right-wing idea. That's what these commies don't understand.
Socialism.
My definition of greatness is different from yours. I'll give you
Sam Ceder is a good debater. He debated really well with Tim Pool. PBT के सामने थोड़ा फीका पड़ गया.
Example why I think billionaires are a problem. This country's public school system has been hopefully not fatally derailed because of an experiment that the Gateses did. They sunk about 750 million, probably about $1 billion directly, and then multiple billions other sort of like subsidiarily into an experiment in this country for education. It was done primarily up in the Northwest, but it changed the whole trajectory of education in this country. Value added, high stakes testing, all of this. They did it up in the Northwest. It impacted everything. Obama's Secretary of Education pursued this. In New York, we had high stakes testing, et cetera, et cetera. In 2017, this for 2 decades, shoved a lot of teachers out of the industry, people who love to teach, but then they lost like their ability to, because everything had to be taught to the test. And there was no sort of like real thought going into education. Everything was prescribed. 2017, 2018, the Gateses hired the Rand Corporation to make an assessment of their almost 20-year project, which derailed education in this country. And the Rand Corporation...
I don't think so, bhai. I think Indians will just go to UAE, even Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, UK जब तक possible है, instead of USA. USA नहीं जाने का substitute बहुत है, जिनको बाहर जाना है ही. उनके पास बहुत सारे options हैं.
Corporation said unequivocally, big mistake. Should have listened to educators and big mistake. Don't do it anymore. And basically, the problem with billionaires, in my estimation, is that on a whim, whether his intentions are good or bad or whatever, it doesn't matter. No one should have the ability to impact society in that way unilaterally.
Neither should
we. Don't have kings.
But
we don't have kings.
Right.
We live in the best system that we possibly can have, which is at this point, which is like
we should not have kings, but Maduro must run his country like a king.
As much democracy, and we could have a little bit more, right? There's still some minoritarian aspects of what we're going through, but democracy is better. It involves more stakeholders in it. It brings more people in who have investments in this. You cannot have one person decide on a whim, I'm going to derail public education in this country for decades. You just can't.
Oh yeah. I think Abhay was making that point as well. Okay, wo law which is screwing the driver who is not breaking a law, but is who just ends up killing a biker who was at fault, but he wasn't wearing a helmet. अगर वो law ना रहे तो मैं क्या करूँगा? उसमें problem होगा नियॉन के कितना तुम CCTV footage से प्रमाण कर पाओगे? अगर वो possible है तो yeah. Then I'm in favor of it. अगर हर जगह पे हर गली मोहल्ले पे CCTV से ये proof करना possible है, then yes. I don't think it's possible.
Can't have that. We got rid of oligarchs when we got rid of kings.
And Sam, when you said, and not to cut you off, Adam, because while you were saying that, Sam, I was looking at the chart for the spending. When you're talking about education, look how small that little chunk of education is, because they love to keep us stupid. But look at our defense. And I go, when we're in debt and we say that, thank God we're spending that much money. And you know why? All the money that who do we owe the most money to? China, you would say?
No.
China and Japan?
No.
China and Japan?
No. We owe the most amount of money of our federal debt. Over 60% of it is to the U.S. government.
So we owe ourselves.
Yes,
basically.
that's correct. We owe Social Security. We
But
borrowed
Vinny,
money
what
from there.
point were you
So
making?
my point was making, like, thank God we're spending that much money, because whoever we do owe this money to can't come and get it. You don't see nobody coming.
Oh, you're talking about military defense.
Military defense.
Okay,
For our
so your
defense,
argument is that
There's so
Sam-
much money. That's what
Sam,
I'm saying.
let me get back to your how billionaires or even multi-millionaires should be abolished or illegal, as you said. I think you said that sort of tongue in cheek.
Illegal and tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
But I do think
Well,
that we should have a structure that you can't amass that kind of wealth.
Let me ask you this. You have
With all due respect. I know.
can we get the authorities
it's-
here to
it's not
take
the
this
person.
pat away?
I
It's
have
nothing-
my own opinions,
it's
but I'm
nothing-
listening.
No,
Sam.
it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal.
Sam, how long you been doing your show, the Majority Report?
I've been doing like talk radio for 18 years.
Majority Report, though.
Well, it was the Majority Report on radio, but as a podcast, it'll be 12, 13 years.
Okay,
Great.
And you have how many subscribers on YouTube?
A million subscribers.
A million.
No, he's bigger than a million. No, you're 1.5. Are you not like a closer to? Why do I think you're
Why
at?
are you trying to tax him more, Pat?
No, I think he's.
Pat, don't tax him.
He's
Pat.
over a million.
I'd say
Fair
1.3, 1.3 probably.
Let me
Okay.
pull it up. If you can pull it up to see. Okay, 1.3 million
All right.
subs. Yeah.
How big do you want to get that?
How big do I want to
Yeah.
get it?
Ideally, what's like your target goal in the next 10 years? What would you love to get to?
Retirement.
How many subscribers would you say? It gets
I
you to?
honestly,
5 million?
the only difference that makes to me
Mhm.
is that my kid is excited.
Cool. And are you comfortable sharing how much revenue a million subscribers makes?
How much like we get in terms of advertising
Yeah,
revenue?
just in general, like what's your top line revenue for a big channel like this?
It's in the hundreds of thousands.
Okay. Now let's say you got it up to 5 million. Let's just say you want to get retired. You want your kid to be proud of you. And here comes Spotify or here comes Rumble. You probably wouldn't be comfortable with Rumble, but here comes some big media outlet that says, Sam, you're killing it, dude. You are killing it. We want to give you a $250 million deal.
Yeah, like what happened with Joe Rogan's podcast. And it didn't even work out. People stopped listening to Joe Rogan when it went to Spotify because it was not the same vibe, because a lot of the spiel of Joe Rogan's podcast was the comment section discussions. That stopped happening when it went to Spotify. And therefore, Joe Rogan's, after the deal was completely broken, or now it's sort of a much more negotiated and collaboration deal that you can be on YouTube as well as Spotify. Only after that, Joe Rogan came back on YouTube and people restarted watching it in almost similar numbers, but it never got back to how it was. But he did come back to YouTube just because of it, because the Spotify deal was not good enough. Spotify made a mistake. Joe Rogan made a mistake. Capitalism made a mistake and had to rectify its ways.
To take you, Sam Seder, will get a $250 million deal. Congratulations. You got to take all your stuff off YouTube. We're going to put you over onto Spotify, sort of reminiscent of a Joe Rogan type deal.
Okay.
You're a few years away. You're not there yet, but you'll get there.
Yeah.
What would you say if they said, we want to give you $250 million? How would you feel comfortable accepting that kind of money?
Sure. I mean, I don't know if I would.
You would take it?
I mean, I don't know if I would want to actually go onto Spotify to get behind a paywall.
Let's say YouTube wanted to give you
whatever.
$250
If somebody
million.
came up to me and gave me 200,
No, visuals were not a problem. Abhay. Spotify made the distinct technology just for Joe Rogan podcast. कि सिर्फ उसका podcast ही video में भी available था Spotify में पहले दिन से.
$50 million? Sure.
You would take it?
Okay, yeah, of course.
Okay. So by your own logic, should you now go to jail?
What? If the
If
tax
you
rate-
made $250 million
No,
by your
I'm
own
not
logic,
suggesting that Patrick should go to jail.
I'm talking about you, Sam.
No,
I'm not talking about hypotheticals. I'm talking to you.
I am saying that I believe the tax rate should be the top marginal
Okay.
tax rate should be over about $3 million, about 90%.
So if they give you a
If I
four-year
don't-
deal,
if the taxes are
That's
that,
$75
and I
million
don't pay
a
it,
year,
yes,
let's
I
say.
should go to jail.
okay, that's fine.
If what?
If the taxes are at that level and I
Yeah.
don't pay the
Yeah.
taxes,
Well, that's
yeah,
a
Now you're
different
talking
story.
about
Yeah.
tax evasion.
What
Say
I-
that. You were
I
sort of
was
joking.
no, I
You
was
are-
joking.
He exactly said
I'm
that.
appreciating the joke, but what I'm asking
It
you
feels
is
like
this.
you're not
No,
appreciating the
totally.
joke.
Totally appreciating the
Totally opposite of appreciating
I
the
just-
joke.
joke. I just don't want my guy going to jail over
What?
here.
I'm
No,
not taking
here's
it to jail.
I will.
All I'm saying
If you
is that
made
I think
$250 million
government should be structured in such a way that people cannot have $1 billion or that they cannot amass enough money where they would have that type of political power
I don't know
associated with
So
it.
you're more concerned about power.
If I could,
Yeah.
if I could say this, like, if you think about what is the greatest case study in the world ever, right? And we rank the top 10 greatest case studies. There's a lot of them, right? What the case studies could be. But one of the greatest case studies in the world is how this, group of 50-something men came together who were not happy about what was going on in Britain. And they started this idea in 1776, and they wrote out the Federalist Paper, the Constitution, et cetera, et cetera. And then that went and turned into this behemoth of a country that positively impacted the world, technology that's being used around the world, and it validated that the best economical system in the world is capitalism. If it allowed people to go out there and are willing to work, and how big of a dream they wanted to build and how big of a life they wanted to build, you kind of leave them alone. If they put a limit on how big of a YouTube channel you could make, you can't have a YouTube channel over 10 million. I mean, you wouldn't have PewDiePie, you wouldn't have Mr. Beast. Maybe you'd be happy if you didn't have these guys.
I'm not too familiar with those guys, but let me just say this though. But if what you were saying was true, right? I mean, if we were really just going to base, well,
it is true.
I mean,
this is the greatest case study ever.
Well, but if you really want to look into if you're really looking at that case study, right, you got to say this country, and it is what it is, but the idea that this country was just simply capitalism, and it was also, there was a tremendous amount of free labor that was used to harvest a crop that made Northerners wealthy, Northern financiers wealthy, shipping magnates wealthy, and it made obviously the plantation owners wealthy. Now, we would never advocate that you should have slavery today.
Of course we would.
But so to go back and
but
say,
wait a minute. You can't say something like that and give the black eye to the country, because that was done in practically every country in the world. So
yes,
it was a very
America was built on the backs of slavery. बाकी सब कंट्रीज ने जिन्होंने स्लेवरी किया वो भिखारी भी रह गए. पाकिस्तान में आज भी स्लेवरी है, फार्म हाउसेस में. पाकिस्तान यूएसए बन गया है according to commies who hate America.
I don't want to debate the issue of
where I would say with
was
that,
slavery uniquely bad here versus anywhere else. That's not the point.
No, the point I'm trying to make to you is, if that was accessible everywhere, okay?
Well, no, it wasn't.
In most countries, they had a form of slavery
well,
at
but
one
they
point
also didn't have the confluation between slavery, cheap labor, and the fertile ground to grow cotton. For instance, let me just give you another example of this, because you really, if you're going to talk about American history, and this is not about America's particularly uniquely evil because their slavery was uniquely worse than someone else. Granted, we had chattel slavery, which was not as necessarily popular other places, but that doesn't matter. The bottom line is, if you're going to make an assessment on how this country grew, put aside the feelings of ego or hurt feelings that it makes me feel bad as an American, whatnot. If you want to just look at it coldly, all right, you look at something like the Trail of Tears. The reason why we had the Trail of Tears and killed all of those Native American people is because plantation owners in Georgia and Alabama wanted the fertile ground that had been given to those Native tribes because it was fertile ground.
And when the Native American tribes killed another Native American tribes, what kind of a prosperous society did they end up making? Because people used to come to India to loot the money our system was generating. They did not go to Native Americans' land. It was not called America, of course, to loot the money. They ended up there by mistake. So it's not like the atrocities created America. It's not like the slavery created America, because all of that happens elsewhere as well.
They could grow more cotton there. When we basically eliminated those Native Americans, sent them on the Trail of Tears, the number of slaves grew exponentially because these plantation owners got this raw material, which was the fertile ground, They brought in free labor to harvest it. The hardest part of cotton, of dealing with cotton, is the harvesting of it. I mean, this is part of the system. And, I'm not saying that America is uniquely evil because of it or uniquely great about it.
You are saying that.
No, I'm not. You're saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just looking at the cold.
I'm saying the greatest case study.
Patrick, I'm just looking at the cold, hard facts. And if you're going to look at it as a case study,
do you judge it?
You have to make the assessment that is part of it.
How do you
free labor helps your business?
How do you judge a great idea succeeding? How do you judge a great idea succeeding? What's your way of judging a great idea?
What's my way of
how do you, let's just say we come up with an idea, okay? And by the way, the idea could be as small as, hey, moving forward, Sam, I think what we need to do with your YouTube channel
what's the goal?
What do you mean, what's the goal?
Well, if I'm going to measure a great idea, I want to know what the goal is. Because I feel like, here's the thing, Patrick.
No.
And I don't mean this, I mean this with all due respect.
Yeah.
But I feel like your assessment of a great idea or of a great thing in this is measured in how many dollars it
No, I never said that. I never said that. How do you, no, I'm not.
All of your examples are
can
sort
you
of like
play
that.
along instead of assuming? Just play along instead of assuming and jump to a conclusion. I'm going to give you the respect. Give me the respect as well.
Sure.
How do you judge a great father?
How do I judge a great father?
Yeah. How do you say he's a good? Are you a good father?
I try to be.
Okay, I try to be. I don't know if I am. Quite frankly, you and I are not going to know if we're good fathers, I think, for another 30 years. We'll find out if we're a good father.
Well, what would be the measure? Like, if you want, like, what is the metrics in which you measure?
No problem. So let me ask you this way, okay? To me, how do we judge a great show on YouTube? How do we judge a great restaurant? How do you judge a great, a great movie?
How many people want your service? Yes, that's the answer.
How do we judge a great party? How do we judge a great nightclub? How do we judge any of those things?
I would love to do this. You write down how you judge a great show on YouTube, and I write down how I judge a great show on YouTube, and restaurant, movie, and I guarantee it's going to be different.
Okay. So how do you judge a great restaurant?
A great restaurant, I'm not so great when it comes to food, but I would say like a great movie for me is a function of like maybe how much emotion I feel or how many insights I get from it. And are they doing something that impacts the cultural language of film? That's the way I would judge a great movie.
I would say one of the best ways to judge what country's done it the best around the world is how many people can't wait to go there. And if you judge it based on that, America's kicking everybody's tail. I'm an Iranian guy. I'm from Iran. You look at the amount of immigrants. I went through a refugee camp to come here. Dude, my parents got a divorce. My mom's in town last night. Her and I were having a conversation till late at night. We sacrificed a lot. They sacrificed their marriage, language, barrier, all just to come to America. Okay? My mom and dad never said.
What was the situation in Iran?
It's a pretty shitty situation in Iran, but also we had a lot of other options.
Same in Honduras.
We had 100,
Nicaragua.
but we had 195 other options. Why do we come here? Why don't we go to Russia? Why don't we go to China? Why don't we go to Venezuela? Why don't we go to Cuba? Why don't we go to Germany? Why do we come to America? Why is America leading 4x number 2? 40 plus million people that want to come here. So you could say, well, it's because that's not really a right way to measure it, because if you think about this, that, why do so many people want to come to America?
I think because there is a promise. I don't know if it's kept. In many instances it's not, but there's a promise of more economic opportunity.
It's kept more often than not.
Certainly, depending on where you come from, it's pretty clear. Like, if you're coming from Honduras, there's more economic opportunity. It's also theoretically safer, right, than Honduras is. Many of those people also have relatives that come here. There's a whole host of reasons. You've got also a tremendous mix of people here. So there's a community.
Host of reasons is actually a more important point in favor of America. Okay, why is there a whole host of reasons to go to America, not just one or two reasons?
There's an Iranian community.
Why though? Why are they coming here though?
Well, why did they come here?
Because it's a lot easier drive to Russia than.
Sam Seder is going on pretending like he doesn't understand the question. How defeated is he with this Brahmastra? Because this is Patrick Bet-David's ultimate Brahmastra. He just doesn't use it unless it's absolutely important. But I think Patrick, but David should have used this Brahmastra much later in the debate, but or if possible, not use it at all because it's the ultimate Brahmastra to end all wars. But why is Patrick Sam Seder going on pretending like he does not understand the question? He's going on deflecting it for now 3-4 sentences now.
And it is to drive to US. I can't even drive to you. It's a longer flight.
Well, I think
So
it's the
expensive.
promise
Why
of our
not go-
democracy too.
Got it. So because of what the founders created, a system where I could come here as an atheist. When I came here, I was an atheist. I didn't believe in a God. I didn't think God exists. If a God really exists, why would we have all these wars in Iraq? That makes no sense to me. Good for you, weak people, that you think you need to go to. I don't need it. And then later on in life, at 25 years old, I made a different decision. But nobody judged me if I was an atheist when I was in the army. Nobody said anything to me. I was Iranian. I went in the army. Yeah, we had some jokes. We made fun of each other. Truly, like people made fun of each other, but we got along.
I feel like you misinterpreted why I was explaining that how the economic power was built in this country. I'm not saying that America is bad. That's not my point.
Are you saying this is the greatest case study of a country in the world ever?
The greatest case study?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That when
I
it
don't know.
comes down to showing opportunity, no other country has done it better than America has, based on.
No, I expect people to get fucked when this Brahmastra is unleashed on them, but not to this extent. It's been about 5 minutes now that he is still going on pretending he doesn't even understand the question.
What it was founded on.
I mean, you could argue that, like, our mobility numbers, it certainly at times, it's met that promise.
I mean,
that's why I want to go back to that tax rate, because the time where we had the most mobility in our society, now granted.
No. PPD did not talk about mobility. PPD asked, why are people coming here? And back when that tax rate was going on, that many people did not want to come to America.
We still, in the 50s and 60s, if you were black, you didn't have the same civil rights, obviously. I mean, you couldn't engage in commerce.
And how many blacks decided that I want to leave the country and go back to Africa?
In the same way you couldn't,
How many blacks would today prefer to go back to Africa? How many Africans would prefer to come to America?
Country's always going to make progress. We keep getting better.
Sounds like you want to make America great again, but just.
Sam is a
I just want to go. When I think about the greatest expansion of the economy for the most amount of people, it was during that era.
So let's go. This was a great
But I
chat.
also will say this.
Here we go.
I do appreciate Donald Trump defending Social Security and Medicare. I don't believe necessarily that he would do that if he got into office, but I certainly appreciate him doing it rhetorically.
Side note, for selfish reasons. Did you watch the movie The Whale?
I did.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I had mixed feelings about it. I'm actually used to be friends with the director, and so I can sometimes sort of see. It's hard for me to sort of separate what I'm watching, but I thought it was interesting.
I thought it was a terrible example for parents to watch and kids to watch. Dad gave up on the kid. It was a very difficult movie to watch. I thought Brandon crushed it. I am so happy to see that guy do what he did. What an incredible performance.
I gave you the reason why I didn't leave Kolkata. You know how to scroll up, right? Or did they not teach you that in the SFI party office?
To do what
it was a great performance.
I thought that was a 10 of a performance. Redemption is a great story to see. But anyways,
did they win?
Did
they win the?
No, they didn't win. I think the movie that won was the other.
Everything all at once won the.
Yeah.
Won the.
I thought performance-wise, he crushed it. Okay, let's go into Trump. Let's talk about some Trump topics here, and let's transition into that because we got 35 more minutes. I'd like to hit a couple other topics here. Oh shit, my page is missing.
Which one?
Pages. Let me see if I can find it. I would like to go to. Yeah, this is better. I would like to go to the story about what's going on with him. And you know how he said Tuesday, I'm going to get arrested, all this stuff.
No, he's not actually from SFI. I'm just being an asshole here. I'm just trolling him. He's just left of center right winger here. The kind that's usually found in India. You can still leave. Everyone has parents, bro. Yeah, but you don't struggle and become successful in Mumbai when you arrive there at the age of 34.
Let me read that story. Where is the story on that? But first of all, I'll just ask you the question. So what are your thoughts about what's going on right now with him? You know, the New York, getting him to get arrested, and all these deep fakes have come out. If you can show some of the pictures, Rob, on the deep fakes that they're showing, you know,
I mean,
you got to give them credit for what they're doing. Go to the next one. You know, you got more here and then keep going.
This is fake.
He would never run like that, by the way.
Course,
but
There's no chance he's running. That's not happening.
That's
look how young
they look younger. Keep going.
Yeah.
I
mean, but
tackle.
I've seen those.
But mind you, Pat, this is right now, and my cousin Ryan was just at one of these conventions where all these AI producers.
Is that Trump as a cop, by the way?
No, Melania's really pissed off.
Yes, it is Trump.
No, but
I didn't even know.
Taposh Roy could go in his late 30s because back then his parents probably got married at the age of 17, 18.
I can't go here.
You're Melania. You're under arrest. But my cousin just went to a convention where he's with all these AI programmers and stuff. And they're like, yeah, we're having problems just, with the fingers and stuff. But can you imagine? This is just random. In 5 years, the propaganda machine just...
It's going to be insane.
Like, Sam, I have a video of you. And
I think we should skip this Trump is good or bad part here because that's going to be pointless for our debate.
Went through something very similar to this in his race.
They're going to just discuss Trump now. We'll move on to the next one unless anybody wants to come in and join the discussion for a while. And then we'll move on to the other Patrick Betty versus Sam Seder debate. The link has been given in the community tab, visible just to the members. I'll search for the other one. This is from 9 months back.
Fight against
We got a lot of stories to talk about. Sam is obviously a diehard fan of Elon Musk. He wants to give some more praise to him today. We'll talk a little bit about him. We'll talk about terrorists with Liberation Day. One of the stories...
Yeah, go ahead, guys. We'll start this a little while later.
Okay.
Namaskar, Dada. Namaskar, Anand.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little better today. So you go
तो मैं ये कह रहा, am I audible?
Yeah, go ahead.
हाँ, तो मैं ये कह रहा था वो इंडिगो वाले में यदि किसी समझना है वो विषय तो एक वाद में अरियंत ने पॉडकास्ट किया था एक पूर्व ये विमान चालक के साथ, तो उसमें एक उनका एक अंश आता है जिसमें उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे प्रश्न पूछे. उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है, सिक्योरिटी रेगुलेशंस जो होता है वो होना चाहिए क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स होने चाहिए क्योंकि पैसेंजर्स की सेफ्टी की बात है. और मेरा मानना है कि जो नीचे है, जो पैसेंजर नहीं भी है, उसके ऊपर यदि विमान गिर गया तो उनका क्या दोष? तो मारे जाएंगे. तो हाँ, तो वहां पर एक ऐसे लोग भी फंस सकते जिनका स्किन इन द गेम नहीं है. तो फिर अरिहंत ने बोला पर और भी प्रॉब्लम है, जैसे एयरपोर्ट में जो टर्न अराउंड का पैसा लगता है, एयरपोर्ट में उतरना फिर उड़ना, उसका एक फीस होता है. तो भारत में दुबई से 3 गुना है वो, ठीक है, तो इसमें क्यों नहीं कटौती हो रहा है? फिर उन्होंने बोला कि जो फ्लाइट उड़ाने का कॉस्ट है उसमें से लगभग 40 या 50% आपके फ्यूल में लग जाता है, इतना टैक्स है. तो नेचुरली जो एयरलाइंस होंगे दे विल कट कॉर्नर्स और वो सेफ्टी रेगुलेशंस के साथ समझौता करेंगे या विमान के जो साफ सफाई है, सर्विसेज है, उसके साथ समझौता करेंगे. तो सरकार ये भी तो कर सकती है. वो बहुत अच्छा देखने लायक पॉडकास्ट है, इसको समझ में आएगा. और उन्होंने ये भी बोला है कि रेगुलेटरी इश्यूज है. इंडिगो के बोर्ड में जो बैठे हुए वही डीजीसीए में बैठे हुए हैं और उनका कुछ पंगा चल रहा है. तो वो बहुत अच्छे से उन्होंने समझाया था इंडिगो पर. तो देखिए, मेरा इसमें क्या मानना है ना कि लिबर्टेरियनिज्म वहीं तक है जब तक किसी का सेफ्टी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होगा. इसीलिए हेलमेट्स की बात होती है, इसीलिए फ्लाइट्स में जो पायलट्स है उनका फ्लाइंग लिमिट होना चाहिए. इट्स नॉट रियली अबाउट कि जो पायलट्स है उनको कितना फ्रीडम है या नहीं. इट्स अबाउट सेफ्टी ऑफ पीपल, सेफ्टी ऑफ अदर पैसेंजर्स एंड पीपल हु आर नॉट पैसेंजर्स, जो ग्राउंड में है, जिसके ऊपर विमान गिर सकता है. तो मेरा मानना है यहाँ पर एक लिबर्टेरियनिज्म और रेगुलेशन में एक बैलेंस चाहिए. मुझे कौन सा रेगुलेशन जनरली अच्छा नहीं लगता है, वो है कि जब रेगुलेशन आपके स्पेंडिंग पर किया जाए, मतलब आपके इकोनॉमिक फ्रीडम पर किया जाए, पर वो जब आपके लाइफ के सेफ्टी के लिए किया जाता है, तो अब देखिए इसका, अब मैं इस पर कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं तय कर पा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि इट्स अ वेरी, क्या बोलते हैं, फाइन लाइन. ये बहुत ग्रे एरिया आ जाता है. तो इस पर मेरे पास क्लियर कोई आइडिया नहीं है. पर हाँ, मैं ऐसा भी नहीं हूँ कि मैं मानता हूँ कि रेगुलेशन होने ही नहीं चाहिए, स्पेशली सेफ्टी को लेकर. सेफ्टी को लेकर मैं थोड़ा सा ये सेफर साइड में रहने मांगता हूँ. तो मेरा यही कहना था. तो हाँ, यही अभी तक.
मेरा पॉइंट है कि ऐसा तो नहीं है कि उसके ओवरवर्क के वजह से अगर प्लेन क्रैश करता है तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ पैसेंजर्स मरेंगे, वो पायलट खुद भी मरेगा जो ओवरवर्क कर रहा है. मेरा प्रश्न है कि वो काहे सर्वे पे आंसर दे रहा है, यूनियनबाजी कर रहा है, मगर कहीं और पे नौकरी नहीं ले रहा है, उसको मरने का डर नहीं है.
हाँ है, पर पायलट की भी क्या बात है कि देखिए इंडिया में एक तो एयरलाइंस की कंपनी बहुत कम है. आप देखिए अभी कितने ही कंपेटिटर्स है, तो कहाँ जाएगा. ऊपर से आपको पता चलेगा कि ये इंडिगो वालों ने भी दूसरे कंपनीज के साथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर लिया था कि आप हमारे पायलट्स नहीं ले सकते, हम आपके कंपनी से आने वाले पायलट्स नहीं ले सकते.
वो तो तोड़ना ही चाहिए. वही
वो
तो
पूरा
गवर्नमेंट का
चंगुल
काम है,
बन रहा है.
यस, वो यूएसए में भी वही प्रॉब्लम है.
तो ये आप जो कार्टेलाइजेशन की बात करते हैं वैसा ही है कि आप पायलट्स का फ्रीडम छीन रहे हैं, मार्केट फ्रीडम. तो इसीलिए एक तो इस पर ये आप नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि आप पायलट्स का फ्रीडम छीन रहे हैं. दूसरा है कि मुझे लगता है कि सेफ्टी रेगुलेशंस पर प्रश्न उठाने से पहले जो वो फ्यूल का इशू है, जो एयरपोर्ट में टर्न अराउंड का जो है, उस पर पहले गवर्नमेंट को अपना जो टैक्सेशन है या फीस है वो कम करना चाहिए. फिर हम सेफ्टी को लेकर बात कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि सेफ्टी पर हम कोताही बरतेंगे तो वो फिर उल्टा परिणाम देगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है. तो मेरा यही कहना था. और दूसरा एक है कि आपने जो एंटी ट्रस्ट लॉस का आंसर दे दिया चैट पर, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो कहीं ना कहीं उस कार्टेलाइजेशन से भी जुड़ा हुआ है, जो अभी मैंने कहा था कि आप एक से दूसरे कंपनी में नहीं डाल सकते. तो वो एंटी ट्रस्ट लॉ भी है, क्योंकि देखिए मोनोपोली बन जाएगी, मान लीजिए लिबर्टेरियनिज्म की या फ्री मार्केट की, या मोनोपोली बन जाएगी. इट डिफीट्स द पर्पस ऑफ लिबर्टेरियनिज्म इटसेल्फ. अगर मोनोपोली बन जाएगी एंड वी से कि नहीं स्टेट को इंटरफेयर नहीं करना चाहिए, सो इट विल डिफीट द पर्पस ऑफ फ्री मार्केट. तो इसीलिए कहीं कहीं पर एंटी ट्रस्ट लॉस अभी के लिए तो चाहिए.
बिल्कुल, फ्री मार्केट तब बंद हो रहा है जबकि मोनोपोली हो रहा है, जबकि इंडिगो इज बिकमिंग द सोल बायर ऑफ सर्विसेज. वो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है.
हाँ वही. पर मुझे लगता है उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण है बैरियर टू एंट्री. आपने इतने रेगुलेशन ला दिए कि वो तो बैरियर टू एंट्री है, और ऊपर से एयरलाइन का जो बिजनेस है उसमें बैरियर टू एंट्री ऑलरेडी बहुत हाई है, क्योंकि बहुत कैपिटल इंटेंसिव है. तो आप और उसके फ्यूल पर प्राइस डाल देंगे या एयरपोर्ट टर्न अराउंड में डालेंगे, तो फिर तो वो तो बैरियर टू एंट्री एकदम आकाश छू जाएगा. तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा इशू है. पहले तो बैरियर टू एंट्री हटाओ, फिर आगे देखा जाएगा क्या करना.
ऑफ कोर्स जब बैरियर टू एंट्री हटेगा तब और भी कंपनीज आ जाएंगे जहां पे वो ओवरवर्क्ड पायलट काम कर पाएगा. और वैसे भी एक और चीज हम अभी तक हमने एड्रेस किया ही नहीं है, जस्ट आउट ऑफ गुड फेथ, के ओवरवर्क्ड है भी या नहीं. क्योंकि अगर इंडिया का लेबर यूनियंस का तर्क का हिस्ट्री ट्रैजेक्टरी सुना जाए तो हर प्रोफेशन में सब कोई हमेशा से ही ओवरवर्क्ड ही है.
देखिए ओवरवर्क
आर्गुमेंट कितना सीरियसली ले उसमें भी थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है.
देखिए इट्स अ क्लस्टर है. मैं बताता हूँ, ये क्लस्टर है क्यों ओवरवर्कड
Yes.
है? क्योंकि नंबर ऑफ कंपनीज आर लेस। आप मान
Exactly.
लीजिए 2 ही कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं, तो वो तो आपको
Of
खटा
course.
खटा के मारेंगे ही, आपके पास ऑप्शन नहीं है छोड़कर जाने का। तो एम्प्लॉय भी बोल रहे ओवरवर्कड है, और जो कॉर्पोरेट्स है वो बोल रहे कि हमको ही सारा काम करना है। और दूसरे लोग कंपेटिटर्स आ ही नहीं सकते मार्केट में, जो ये
Yes.
प्रेशर कम
Yes.
करे या compete करे या
Yep.
एम्प्लॉय को अच्छा एम्प्लॉय को बेनिफिट्स में भी compete करे। हम लोग सोचते हैं
Exactly.
कि जब कंपेटिटर्स मार्केट में आते हैं तो कंज्यूमर को फायदा खाली होता है।
Hmm.
नहीं,
Hmm.
एम्प्लॉइज को भी फायदा होता है, कि क्योंकि उनको भी ज्यादा ऑप्शन मिल रहा है कि आप किस कंपनी में
Yeah.
जा रहे हैं।
Yes.
तो अभी लोग खासकर आईटी में बहुत ये कंप्लेन करते हैं, अरे 14 घंटे काम करा रहे, 15 घंटे काम करा रहे,
हाँ.
गवर्नमेंट को कोई लेबर लॉ आना चाहिए। मैं बोलता हूँ आप बिजनेस को ओपन कीजिए, जितना ज्यादा आपका आईटी कंपनी होगा उतना आपका मगजमारी कम, उतना आपका ऑप्शन बढ़ेगा, उतना आपके पीछे आईटी कंपनी सोचेगी कि नहीं अपने एम्प्लॉइज को ज्यादा बेनिफिट्स दो। पर ये वाली क्या है ना कि सबको सीधा सीधी दिखता है, किसी को भी क्या बोलते हैं उसको,
तो
लार्जर पॉइंट
मेरा
नहीं
मेरा
दिखता है।
गेमिंग चेयर मैंने खुद खरीदा। सरकार को नहीं बोला कि देखिए मेरा प्रोड्यूसर मुझसे ज्यादा कम करवा रहा है, इसलिए मुझे गेमिंग चेयर खरीद के दीजिए। वो है डिफरेंस, चुतिए। हाँ बोलो।
हाँ, तो ये एक बात है। और वो जो हेलमेट वाली बात है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि देखिए, यदि गाड़ी वाले की गलती नहीं थी और कोई बिना हेलमेट पहनकर चल रहा था और वो किसी कारण से उसका देहांत हो गया, तो गाड़ी वाले को दंड देना उचित नहीं है, उसका दोष नहीं है। तो और यदि ऐसे नियम है या लॉ है, तो फिर वो नियम ही दो कौड़ी के हैं, और हम सब जानते हैं इस देश में कितने सारे दो कौड़ी के नियम हैं। तो यहाँ पे तो जनरली माना जाता है कि जो प्रोसिक्यूटर है उसको प्रूफ देने, और हमारे देश में लॉज भी ऐसे है और प्रोसेस ऐसा है कि जो अक्यूज्ड है उसको प्रूफ देना है। मतलब ऐसा ही हो जाता है, जो अक्यूज्ड है उसका जीवन बर्बाद हो जाता है। तो वो तो लॉज की प्रॉब्लम है, पर मेरे विचार से मेन आर्ग्यूमेंट है हेलमेट का, आई गेस, कि जब लोग टू व्हीलर चलाते हैं विदाउट हेलमेट, दे डोंट रियलाइज कि वो कितना डेंजरस हो सकता है। एट टाइम्स यू कांट इवन बिलीव इन द पर्सनल जजमेंट ऑफ पीपल ऑल द टाइम। ये भी है, स्पेशली जब लाइफ रिस्क में आ जाए और देर इज अ डायरेक्ट फिजिकल थ्रेट टू योर एग्जिस्टेंस। एक है कि पैसा उड़ा दिया आपने, बट दैट्स नॉट अ डायरेक्ट थ्रेट टू योर फिजिकल एग्जिस्टेंस, आप दोबारा से पैसा कमा सकते हैं। बट लाइफ या फिजिकल इंजरी इज परमानेंट डैमेज या परमानेंट लॉस वाली बात आ जाती है बहुत सारे केसेस में। तो इसीलिए भी
और ये भी लॉ होना चाहिए कि अगर
कॉन्सेप्ट लाया गया,
अगर तुम बिना हेलमेट के एक्सीडेंट करते हो तो गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में तुम्हें जगह नहीं मिलेगा।
क्या ये होना चाहिए या ये है सिस्टम आप कह रहे?
नहीं, ये होना चाहिए। अगर हेलमेट से इतना प्रॉब्लम है लोगों को कि मतलब पुलिस के बिना ये लॉ एनफोर्स ही नहीं हो रहा है, तो ये भी लॉ होना चाहिए कि तुम अपना करो लिबर्टेरियनिज्म अपने जिंदगी में, तो पब्लिक टैक्सेस तुमको नहीं कंधे पे उठाएगी।
हाँ, कर सकते हैं, पर क्या है कि वही है कि क्या है कि फिर यहाँ पर क्या है ना, मैं सोच रहा था कि हम जब लाइफ, लिबर्टी और प्रॉपर्टी की बात करते हैं, तो समटाइम्स दीज थ्री थिंग्स इटसेल्फ मे बी इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, वी डोंट रियलाइज।
नो,
कभी कभी
लाइफ, लिबर्टी एंड प्रॉपर्टी वो नेगेटिव राइट्स के सेंस में है ना, पॉजिटिव राइट्स के सेंस में उस आर्गुमेंट को नहीं दिया जाता है कि प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लाइफ अगर है तो मतलब कोई और मुझे आके हार्म कर रहा है उसको रोकना है, मैं खुदकुशी करना चाहूं उसमें गवर्नमेंट मुझे रोक नहीं सकती है।
हाँ, तो क्या फिर आपको क्या लगता है, फिर क्या सुसाइड लीगल, मतलब सेल्फ हार्म लीगलाइज कर देना चाहिए, इन द सेंस कि जो लोग स्टूडेंट्स है?
हाँ ऑब्वियसली, क्योंकि वो वैसे भी क्या प्रोसिक्यूट करोगे अगर वो मर जाए। अगर वो सुसाइड करने वाला था इतना दुख से वो बच जाए, उसके बाद उसको कोर्ट का चक्कर काटना पड़ेगा। सुसाइड का लॉज का कोई मतलब ही क्या है?
नहीं, लॉज की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। जैसे लॉज में जेल ना कर दे, पर एज सच पर ये कर सकता है कि कंपलसरी साइकोलॉजिकल काउंसलिंग या
नहीं नहीं
ऐसा कुछ। मैं हर चीज को जेल के हिसाब से नहीं देखता, हर लॉ जेल
नहीं
तक एंड नहीं होता है, पर ऐसा कुछ होना चाहिए। बिकॉज अगर हमने
आई डोंट एग्री।
इसको क्या बोलते हैं, सेल्फ हार्म को डिसइंसेंटिवाइज नहीं किया या लीगलाइज कर दिया, डोंट यू थिंक कि छोटी छोटी प्रॉब्लम में लोग अपने आप को सेल्फ हार्म करेंगे, एंड ओवरऑल एट अ लार्जर लेवल इट विल हार्म द सोसाइटी। क्योंकि यंग
नो नो
अब इस पर डेटा होना चाहिए कि डू यंगस्टर्स हैव ग्रेटर टेंडेंसी टू हार्म देमसेल्व्स देन ओल्ड पीपल। तो
या वो
इस पर मेरे पास कोई डेटा नहीं है। इफ यंग पीपल आर हार्मिंग देमसेल्व्स देन आई थिंक ओवरऑल यू आर हार्मिंग द लार्जर सोसाइटी।
यस
बट इन द केस ऑफ
मगर
हेलमेट एक बात तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि दे डोंट हैव द इंटेंट टू हार्म देमसेल्व्स, दे आर जस्ट बीइंग
या
रेकलेस। सो वो एक अलग बात हो जाती है। आई थिंक
हाँ
सेल्फ हार्म वाली बात थोड़ी अलग। वो
हाँ
यूथनेशिया एंड ऑल तो बहुत ही अलग बात है, वो तो मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ। इफ यू
हाँ
आर
हाँ
medically not capable of living independently and if you want to just get rid of the
या
pain, a human being should have the
या
right to do that. आई थिंक
या
अमेरिका के ज्यादातर स्टेट्स में ये फ्रीडम है, या फ्रीडम तो
हाँ
नहीं
हाँ
बोलना चाहिए, पर ये प्रोविजन है। बट
हाँ फ्रीडम
इट्स
ही है।
वेरी रेगुलेटेड, इट्स वेरी रेगुलेटेड कि आपको डॉक्टर की परमिशन चाहिए होगी एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, फैमिली
हम्म,
मेंबर्स की परमिशन चाहिए होगी। क्योंकि इसको भी
हाँ
यदि
ताकि
हम
वो मर्डर ना हो
अनरेगुलेटेड
जाए।
कर देते हैं, हाँ अनरेगुलेटेड कर देते हैं, तो उसका मिसयूज बहुत ज्यादा।
हाँ
तो वही बात है, इसीलिए
हाँ
रेगुलेशन और हमारा फ्रीडम है उसके बीच में एक बहुत फाइन लाइन है, जिसको बहुत
यस
संभल के टो करना चाहिए। वही
यस
मैं कह
नो आई डोंट अग्री दैट सेल्फ हार्म में गवर्नमेंट का कोई से है। सेल्फ हार्म से ज्यादा इंडिविजुअल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और क्या हो सकता है। अगर उसको मरना है, उसको दुख हो रहा है, उसको कोई प्रॉब्लम है लाइफ में, वो अगर गवर्नमेंट सॉल्व नहीं कर पाएगी तो वो गवर्नमेंट आके कैसे बोल सकती है कि नहीं तुमको जीना ही होगा
सो
दूसरी के, और
लेट्स
उस
से
प्रॉब्लम के लेकर ही जीना होगा।
नहीं, so let's say you are a policeman and you see someone harming themselves. So as a policeman, should it be your duty to stop that person from harming?
No, as a human being, it can be your duty, as your moral duty, but not as a policeman, not legally.
Okay, so you should not have the right, whether as a human, let's say as a
You should
private
not have the
citizen
legal
or as
duty
a
to save him.
policeman, save him. So to save
Right.
him, can force be used or can that person be restrained?
As a private citizen, yes.
Why? Because
He does not have
doesn't
legal
it
protection.
mean that no, doesn't it mean that his liberty is being taken away when you restrain a person?
Yes,
Because he's not harming others,
yes,
but only himself.
yeah. हाँ, वो since the law does not have any say in that situation, so then it becomes a conversation between the guy who wanted to save him and the guy who did not end up killing himself. क्योंकि वो अगर उस इंस्टेंस में बच जाए और वो आदमी नेक्स्ट दिन ना मिले उसको, he can try to kill himself again. तब कोई बचाने को नहीं आएगा।
नहीं, फिर वो
लॉ का कुछ
बोलेगा
करने का नहीं
नहीं।
है।
मान लो वो केस कर दिया, सपोज
हाँ,
जो अपने आप को
हाँ,
मार नहीं जा रहा था, वो केस कर दिया, बोला कि ये मेरा फ्रीडम मुझसे छीन दिया, मुझे रिस्ट्रेन करके या मेरे साथ
हाँ,
जोर जबरदस्ती करके मुझे मेरी इच्छा को पूरा करने से रोका गया। तो आप क्या
हाँ।
मानते हैं कि
Therefore, I'm saying,
जिसने रोका
therefore, I'm
उस
saying
पर
law will not have a
लीगल
say.
एक्शन लेना चाहिए?
नहीं, because the law will not have any
नहीं,
say in
मेरा
it.
क्वेश्चन और ज्यादा फंडामेंटल है कि ऐसा लॉ होना
हाँ,
चाहिए।
अगर लॉ नहीं, लॉ का अगर कोई से ही नहीं होगा, therefore the guy can't even sue that guy who saved him.
नो, लॉ का से नहीं होगा, मैं पूछ ही नहीं रहा हूँ। मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि ऐसा लॉ होना चाहिए या नहीं। यू वुड अग्री टू सच लॉ कि मेरा लिबर्टी छीना गया है तो द अदर पर्सन शुड बी punished for impeding on my liberty?
No,
Why?
because we don't know exactly why he was doing it. मान लो कि अगर कोई बस के सामने आ गया
No, but
और कोई उसे बचाने जाए, हमें पता नहीं है कि वो गलती से मतलब वो अनफोकस्ड होके रास्ता क्रॉस कर रहा था या एक्चुअली सुसाइड करने को रास्ता क्रॉस कर रहा था। देयरफॉर अगर कोई आके उसको
दैट्स
बचाए
वन
तो
इंस्टेंस,
उसको नहीं सू किया जा सकता है। हाँ
दैट्स वन इंस्टेंस।
हाँ
मैं बोलता हूँ कोई नदी
हाँ
में छलांग लगा रहा था, या
हाँ
कोई अपना पंखा में वो रस्सी बांध के जो भी कर रहा था,
हम्म,
तो
हाँ
उस केस में
फर्स्ट ऑफ द टॉप ऑफ माई हेड तो नहीं होना चाहिए, बिकॉज if the state does not have any say in the situation of a khudkushi, then there can be no law whether for or against the guy committing suicide.
नहीं, पर मेरा मानना है कि जो लॉजिक से हम चल रहे हैं, मैं उसी लॉजिक पे बात कर रहा हूँ कि
हाँ
मैं अपने आप को क्षति पहुंचा रहा हूँ, ये मेरा पर्सनल फ्रीडम है। कोई उसको इम्पीड
हाँ
करे, वो मेरा कंसेंशुअल राइट, पर्सनल फ्रीडम को इम्पीड कर रहा है। शुड
हाँ
दैट नॉट बी अगेंस्ट द लॉ इफ वी गो बाय द लिबर्टेरियन आर्गुमेंट?
नो
व्हाई नॉट?
हाँ, लिबर्टेरियन तो एनकैप तो नहीं है, इसलिए तो मिनार्किज्म है ही एक एक्सक्यूज। मगर तुम्हारा मतलब उस जगह पे तो लॉ नहीं है, उस जगह में तो लॉ होना ही नहीं चाहिए, और उस जगह में उसका लिबर्टी इज नॉट इन क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज हर जगह में हर चीज में तो लिबर्टी देते। तब तो मैं बोलता कि प्लेन्स के लिए भी कोई किसी को भी पायलट बना दो, रास्ते के ऑटो ड्राइवर को बिठा दो वहां पे। सम लिबर्टी
नहीं
तो आई एम डेफिनेटली आस्किंग फॉर टेकिंग अवे। देयरफॉर हियर आल्सो आई एम
नहीं,
टेकिंग अवे
पर
दैट लिबर्टी
उसमें
ऑफ द गाय कमिटिंग सुसाइड। या
नहीं, पर पायलट वाले इशू में क्या है कि थर्ड पर्सन आर इन्वॉल्व। जो नीचे
हाँ
जमीन पर है उस पर
हाँ
प्लेन गिर सकता है, जो बैठे हुए हैं वो उनकी हानि हो सकती है। बट इस केस में
हाँ
वो अपने आप को छोड़ के किसी और को हानि नहीं पहुंचाता। मैं वो कह
हाँ
रहा हूँ। एनीवे, आई थिंक
वो
दिस
भी
इज अ
क्वांटिफाइबल
लॉन्ग
नहीं है।
डिस्कशन। दिस इज अ लॉन्ग डिस्कशन।
ठीक है।
इसीलिए
हाँ,
कुछ कुछ
एक
जब
दिन
हम लोग
प्योरली
किसी भी
लिबर्टेरियन डिस्कस
थ्योरेटिकल
करते
आइडिया पर सोचते हैं ना, तो इसीलिए
हैं।
मेरा थोड़ा मानना है कि वी शुड नॉट गो टू लॉजिकल एक्सट्रीम ऑफ एनी आइडिया, वेदर इट्स लिबर्टेरियनिज्म, कम्युनिज्म, सोशलिज्म और एनी।
लिबर्टेरियनिज्म का लॉजिकल एक्सट्रीम तो
क्योंकि
एनकैपिज्म है, वहां पे तो हम नहीं है, वैसे भी तुम और मैं दोनों ही।
तो मैं बस
और
यही
वैसे
कहना चाह
जो
रहा था,
ईशान
आगे
यहाँ पे
दूसरों को भी अवसर दे। हाँ, आप बोलिए।
हाँ, और जो जो ईशान यहाँ पे बोल रहा है कि इंडिया में वैसे हेलमेट का क्वालिटी को लेकर तो बात हो ही नहीं रहा है। आधे 90% जो हेलमेट्स है उससे अगर एक्सीडेंट करो तब भी मरोगे। अगर डीओटी सर्टिफाइड हेलमेट नहीं होगा,
हाँ,
अगर अगर वेस्टर्न स्टाइल कैपिटलिज्म वाला हेलमेट नहीं पहनोगे, डीओटी सर्टिफाइड हेलमेट नहीं पहनोगे, तब वैसे भी मरोगे।
So,
आईएसआई का सनातन हेलमेट पहन के मरना ही है।
so this
नहीं नहीं, वो तो मैं भी मानता हूँ। वो तो हमें अपने
या
हेलमेट के स्टैंडर्ड्स इंप्रूव करने होंगे, और वो जैसे जैसे पैसा आएगा वैसे ही होगा। वो पैसा के बिना
हाँ
नहीं हो सकता। आप किसी को
हाँ
बोलेंगे भारत में कि 5,000 का हेलमेट खरीदो, कौन खरीदेगा?
हाँ हाँ
कौन वो क्रय करेगा तो पैसा खर्च करके?
हाँ
तो वो
हाँ,
तो एक
देयरफॉर
अलग ही चर्चा
हमारे
का
यहाँ
विषय है।
तो इतने चीप तरीके से इतने बढ़िया चीजें बनाया जा सकता है। तो अगर सिर्फ वो स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेनेंस का सिस्टम अगर बेहतर किया जाए तो कम दाम में ड्यूटी सर्टिफिकेशन जैसा क्वालिटी भी बन सकता है। अभी तो जोक
नहीं,
बनाया
you
जा
can
रहा है
also,
ऐसा ही हेलमेट्स का।
so
yeah, but still you can
हाँ,
actually, yeah, like you can actually ये इंश्योरेंस जैसे बना सकते हो ना, कि आप 10,000
हम्म
और दो when you are like purchasing a two wheeler and वहां से आपको 2 फ्री टॉप क्वालिटी हेलमेट मिल जाएगा, वैसे कुछ बना सकते हैं।
हम्म ओके, आनंद
मुझे तो
या
देखिए, इतना चर्चा आपने किया, मैं थोड़ा रेगुलेशन के पक्ष में बोल रहा था, पर अंत में मेरा भी
हम्म
मानना है कि ज्यादातर प्रॉब्लम का सलूशन फ्री मार्केट ही है, विद स्लाइट
हाँ
रेगुलेशन हियर एंड देयर, जस्ट सो दैट सोसाइटी स्टेज
हाँ
इन ऑर्डर। क्योंकि ह्यूमन बीइंग्स आर नॉट
हाँ
परफेक्ट, नहीं तो फिर वो
हाँ
नियांडरथाल वाला सोसाइटी बन जाएगा। तो
हाँ
एंड एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, फ्री मार्केट कैपिटलिज्म इज द वे फॉरवर्ड फॉर अ बेटर
हाँ।
सोसाइटी।
Rising Spirit, it's an ISI certified helmet, right? So the cost is not the issue. It has to be DOT certified. XOR helmet is not DOT certified, right? Okay, go ahead, Anand.
So there is a more important aspect you all miss completely when you're talking about this concept of someone committing suicide and someone saving them. You have to understand one important thing. All actions come from knowledge. If one has no knowledge of what are the consequences or the reason some action happens, then you cannot be held responsible. I'll give you an example. There's a box, okay? There's a giant red button outside the box. Now you press that button. Are you responsible for any action that happens because you press that button?
No, no.
No, exactly, because you don't know what is the connector, that button, what is connected to. You press the button because it's the button and you felt like pressing it. Now, if there was a glass, you heard it sound. When you press the button, you heard ah. Are you guaranteed to press are you sure that your press button, the button you press caused it ah? You don't know yet. Until you know for sure that button you pressed caused that ah. You are not directly responsible. You could maybe surmise that you had caused the ah by pressing the button. Right?
Yeah.
Imagine there's a okay, this is a psychology experiment that's done very frequently, okay, in most for psychology courses. There's a guy on the other side of the wall, okay, and in front of you there's a electric way to give electricity to him. The guy will tell you increase the electricity here, the other guy will get paid. Okay, the screen is clear, you can see the person. And as you increasing the thing, you will keep giving electricity until you see some reaction from the person. They found that people, when they see people's reaction, they stop giving electricity. No matter most people, like majority of people, like maybe 90-95% of people didn't do anything. But the minute you blanked out the screen, means you made opaque, and you didn't see the person, you have a higher chance of you giving more electricity because you didn't see the consequences of one's actions. So ultimately, in all these situations, the consequences of one's actions directly being available to you are what make you culpable. So, for example, you save someone, but they didn't tell you. They tell you that, oh, I wanted to kill myself. You're not responsible because within the information that you had, you saved someone. Now, if they tell that I'm going to kill myself tomorrow and you still save the person, then you're responsible because after getting the information, you still did the action. You're responsible. Again, the state can decide. Again, when you go to legalistic way, the state can decide, yes, no person should be allowed to kill themselves. So a person who saves a person from killing themselves is a morally just person. This goes from legalism to moralism, right? The first statement is basically knowledge. It comes from knowledge. Then it comes from, what do you call it, legal structure. Then comes to morality. Now you decide your society, what is your moral framework? The problem is we have to, and for moral frameworks, you have to have consultation, right? Like when Sam Seder says, I don't want people above $5 million, for my $5 million to exist in my country. It's a moral statement. There is no objective analysis here. It is making his own personal bias, his personal opinion as a moral justification for a objective measurement. Someone else may say 5 million is too much. Make it 2 million. So the Sam Seder is stuck. He can't make 5. He's 5 million. He's to only make 2 million. Someone else might say, you can only make 1 million. But then maybe Sam Seder's mother gets cancer. Right? And the cancer cost is 3 million. But he's not able to make wealth up to 3 million. He can only make 1 million. His mother dies because he can't pay the cost of 3 million. What happens then? Who is morally weak here? Is the person who forced the upper limit of 1 million? Or is it Sam Seder who forced the upper limit of 5 million? Or is it the person who said, we allow Sam Seder to make the upper limit of 5 million? Who is responsible for this? And that caused his mother to die. This is the problem with
and Anand. Yeah, so coming back to the Indigo problem then, what are your views on the regulations issue? Specifically what happened with Indigo?
No, you cannot. The fundamental point is the state's job is to facilitate the industry, not to run the industry, to facilitate it. So if they're seeing a problem where the citizens are not able to get access to resources. Like they're not able to travel. It is beyond just the Indigo's ability to run a business. It is about.
I really like that RHMX guy in the comment section in the live chat who said that how about the customers get a data on the health or how much sleep he has had, and then they book tickets. That's a pretty good idea. And in the end, what Abhay was pointing out, more companies are not being able to come to the industry in the first place because of government regulations. These two are the key issues to solve, I think.
Yeah, so I was coming to that only. My point is fundamentally they have to facilitate the industry, not. Again, this problem with Sam Seder. What is Sam Seder's argument? You must regulate the industry. Regulate the industry. Like I made this analogy earlier in the chat. I said, what do Democrats do? They create tar and make people walk through tar. And when they're walking through tar, they throw the water bottle to them, and the person's drinking and he's quenching his thirst. Like, I'm not tired anymore. I drank some water. And then the Democrats are like, people like Sam Seder are like, oh wow, you're not tired anymore, but you're still stuck in tar. You're not solving the issue of the tar, right? So what is he saying about regulation? He's saying, I'll put you in tar, i.e. regulation. I will control the way you can function in society. And if you have an issue, I will give some balm for that issue. And I will cheer the fact that you got some balm. But I will not take on the tar. The system is the tar. I want the tar to be there. So it's a very good example. A very good example of in American economy, which is at start of Bill Clinton's time, the student loan system. American student loan system. It's a big discussion point in America right now. Student loan forgiveness. All the young students are like, oh, I want my student loan to be forgiven. But why did they come to that point? Because the government intervened and said, we will give you all free low-cost student loans.
Yeah.
You do whatever you want.
Let's say right now. Yeah, go on.
No, the student didn't have to think that, oh, this much money I have. Let me use it valuably in such a way that I get a degree where I can actually get a return on investment. I'm investing this much money in my degree. I get return on investment after I work. They didn't think like that. They're like, oh, free student loans from the government. Low-cost student from the government. They did all those nonsense degrees where they gave no money in return. Then suddenly they realized,
lesbian dance theory.
I owe so much money to the government. Then what happens? Because you owe so much money to the government, you default. You can't do invest in other things, right? So you're stuck in this endless cycle. So the same thing like the Indigo thing. What is the government's job? The government's job is to not let the citizen get into a situation where they can never extricate themselves out of the situation. Your job is to think 10 steps ahead, not run their life, but think 10 steps ahead of the problems they may face in the free market.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to intervene, just think ahead and say, okay, this is why I'm preparing for this. And you prepare the citizen for the difficulties they may face ahead. And then leave the citizen to make the mistake or succeed or fail as required. Right? So if you provide, you say, student, I'm not giving you low-cost loans. I'm going to give you loans based on what degree you select. So if you choose a degree that gives you a good payout after you get the job, I'll give you I'll give you a low-cost loan. But if you're going to go to a degree that may not pay much, I'll give you high because my risk is high. As a government, I'm giving you a loan. My risk is high. You may not pay it back. So I'll make it like a 15 to 20% loan. So you suffer the consequences of that loan. But the majority of society is safe because they make good decisions. They make right choices. And they get loans and pay back. That's the point.
Now we'll specifically discuss consumer rights a bit and then get back to this discussion. In the matter of consumer rights, I just want to point out that this idea of the pilot health being known to the customer is a good idea. It can be done in this way that when you are booking, let's say, a flight from Kolkata to Mumbai, let's say it costs 15,000 and another flight costs 14,000. But just on the left side of the price, you see a sort of simply a color pie chart of a rating that this pilot's sleep health right now is in the green zone. The other pilot is in the red zone, but that one costs 14,000. The green zone one costs 15,000. Then the customer makes a more informed decision.
I actually don't agree with that because you have to understand some things are not. See, the customer or doesn't always make a. You understand, customer is not a domain expert. He does not know what is a threshold of a safe pilot.
No, but difference between red, orange, and green is pretty.
Who defines red, orange, and green? That's what I'm saying. No, it comes from it's an appeal to authority, an authority that defines what is red, yellow, green.
What do you mean?
You're
Who decides red, orange, green? If he has,
Arey,
if he is flying up a plane when he has been working for 14 hours straight, then it's a red zone. If he has had
that's what I'm saying.
a good 8 hours sleep
Who
and
is
is flying a plane for the
It's like-
first time in the
it's like
day,
same
then it's a
argument
green
from
zone.
It's the same argument from Sam Cedar. 5 million or 3 million or 2 million or 1 million. It is a moral judgment.
No.
that
This one is
someone-
quantifiable because no. This is not moral. This is objectively quantifiable because there isn't an unlimited numbers of hours in the day. 24 hours से नीचे जाते रहो. जितना
Yes.
continuous hours तुमने fly किया है, the green zone starts from 24 hours. 24 hours का अगर break मिला है तो वो complete green है. 23 थोड़ा less green. And if you've had 1 hour of sleep, then it's completely red.
So that you're going from the. My point is, you can't go extreme. So imagine if you're a more conservative moral figure, and he said, "No, I can't. I don't want to take the extreme figure of maybe 10 hours. 10 hours is the red zone. Maybe someone else says, no, 10 hours is not the red zone. For us, red zone should be 8 hours because we believe the pilot should be even more fresher than 10 hours. See, that's where the problem comes.
I'm not. No. I'm therefore
wait.
saying that none of those people have to be taken seriously. Whoever says that 10 hours is okay, 8 hours is okay, 24 hours is okay, none of them have to be taken seriously. Just have the objective medical standard, not even medical standard, just the amount of sleep he has had or the amount of continuous flying he has done from 24 hours in a day.
Yeah, no, I get that. Again, if you put the data out, a normal citizen will not understand what they'll not be able to determine on their own. What is the safe limit? Just imagine if I know
you click on that and you find out what that red or green means.
So who will define that red or green? That's what I'm saying. No, someone will quantify red or green.
24 hours. 24 hours is the maximum
standard.
hours you can have in a day. Therefore,
Yeah. So my point is.
so we don't need models here.
No. I'm saying. So what if the pilot who says I can fly for 36 hours straight? I have no problem. I'm able to do it.
Yes.
How will you able to?
And then he should be red plus 36. Therefore, I don't have a problem with the pilot. The responsibility lies on the customer then.
So my point is that the customer can say no. Oh shit! I was not able to judge properly that this particular pilot. He claimed he could fly.
How was he not able to judge?
He claimed he could fly, but he couldn't fly. He crashed. You understand? All of
But the rating, but the pie diagram showed him that he was awake for 36 hours.
That's my point. No, that's what I'm saying. Everything is about at some point you put some faith in some standards, and those standards are determined that the responsibility the state takes. It cannot be completely libertarian in this concept. These are specific standards that you do through analysis over time. You build a large network. So this comes with the Aristotle statement, right? That you cannot expect the common mob to understand domain expertise. You need some specialist.
It does not need domain expertise to understand whether he slept for 24 hours or whether that color is green or red.
No, but what if there's a plane? Okay, there's a plane where the pilot is traveling for.
May I intervene?
Wait, let me finish, please. The pilot is not slept for 36 hours, and all the people are like, we'll go. They get on the plane.
Yeah.
Okay. The plane flies. It crashes to someone's house.
Yes.
Now who's responsible?
Yes.
Here? Who's responsible?
That is the only problem. That externality is the only problem here. Not the pilot, not the government, not the customer.
So but
for that externalities, the payout for the guy who got killed on the ground below, that has to be huge.
My point is that what if the payout is not? Someone says that's not worth my life. The payout is not what I care about. I care about the fact that I didn't want to die.
Of course, we deal with externalities. We live with externalities anyway.
So that's where the state's job comes. The state's job is you prevent the externalities.
The state's job is to make sure that the guy on the ground gets a huge payout. And at that moment, that MLA should not get a bribe and let that guy, let Indigo get away with it.
Then that's anarcho-capitalism. You've gone to the place of anarcho-capitalism. You get payout for the consequences of one's actions. Anyone can do whatever they want, but in the end, the money is what it matters. We are not. They can never.
Because after one payout, all other shenanigans will stop. The flight company cannot go around giving payouts after every crash. They'll go broke after that.
Not necessarily. Like you look at the West, right?
How?
There's this concept called an ambulance chaser. Ambulance chaser. They literally go looking for payout for all kind of weird shit.
Yeah.
So what happens is it damages medical services because every medical practitioner is worried about having to give payout. So you don't help people.
Yeah.
When you don't help people, they are dying. So there are a lot of unintended consequences of such a system as well. So you do have a more
Yeah.
holistic idea of what can happen in a capitalist system.
But unintended are unintended for a matter. These are intended consequences. The realm we are in right now.
So I'm saying
The ambulance chasers have closed down so many parks in so many just simple parks in the neighborhood because one guy, one kid broke their arms.
correct. So the point is the state's job is to negotiate between the fact that the citizen needs freedom and there are certain standards that the society needs. It is a negotiation. That's my point. No, ultimately, the true free market is one where you negotiate with your fellow citizens to come to an understanding that
Yeah.
these are the things they commonly agree upon. And that's where democracy comes in.
Yeah.
And there's a fundamental reason why Sam Seder's argument about democracy and at the same time fighting for a cap on this many millionaires is unacceptable. Because in a democracy, you have to allow people to earn what they want to earn. You cannot stop them. Because imagine you're a poor person. Okay, you're a poor, really poor person, and you are like all your life you've been poor. Suddenly you get a job that makes you filthy rich, and you can work your ass off and you can make money. Will you go tell that guy, I'm sorry, you lived for like first 20, 30 years of your life, you're extremely poor, but now you want to make a lot of billions of dollars. You can't make those billions of dollars? He'll say, fuck you. I'm sorry, I want to enjoy the fruits of these next 10 years that I'm going to live. So that immediately democracy prevails, right? Sorry.
Okay, let Abhay make his point now, then we'll get back to the PBD debate. And after this podcast, again, we'll come back to discussing and debating. Okay, I'll take a pee break and I'll keep listening to your point. By the way, I'll put on my speakers. Okay, continue, Abhay.
Okay. So my small intervention was about that red, yellow and green thing. Okay. With the arts the pilot is woken up. मैं क्या कह रहा था कि अब कितना देर जगे रहने से उसको अच्छा नहीं माना जाएगा, कितना देर सोने से उसको अच्छा माना जाएगा, ये भी तो कोई तय करेगा ना. किसी का रिसर्च होगा उस पे, कोई जो समझता है इन बातों को कि आपको कितना सोना चाहिए फ्लाइट उड़ाने के लिए, नहीं सोना चाहिए, उसका कुछ लोगों द्वारा उस पर कोई तो रिसर्च होगा जिसको वो डोमेन एक्सपर्टीज होगा. तो वो पूरा आप लोगों पर भी नहीं छोड़ सकते. तो यहाँ पर आनंद की बात ठीक है कि एक स्टैंडर्ड्स होगा. यदि हम लॉज भी देखें कि लॉज कैसे होने चाहिए, कैसे नहीं होने चाहिए, उसका भी एक स्टैंडर्ड है कि किसको हम अपराध मानेंगे, किसको हम अपराध नहीं मानेंगे. कुछ लोगों ने तो अपना कॉन्सेप्ट ला करके उसको तय किया है ना, और उसको लागू करने का अधिकार भी कुछ लोगों के हाथ में तो दिया है ना जो स्टेट में है. ऐसा तो नहीं है ना कि खाली दो लोगों का एक ये क्या बोलते नेगोशिएशन है जिसमें दो लोग लड़ रहे हैं और जो जीता वो सिकंदर. ऐसा भी नहीं है. तो
No, Abhay, you got one thing wrong about my argument. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि कितना सोने के बाद वो ठीक से पायलटिंग कर सकता है. वो आर्ग्यूमेंट में मैं घुस ही नहीं रहा हूँ. मैं वो रेड और ग्रीन इस बेसिस पे कर रहा हूँ कि उसने कितना रेस्ट लिया है, कितना ब्रेक हुआ है उसके पिछले फ्लाइट के साथ, उस बेसिस पे रेड और ग्रीन कर दो.
अच्छा, कितना ब्रेक हुआ है उसके पिछले फ्लाइट के साथ. पर ये हम कैसे पता लगाएंगे कि कितना ब्रेक रहने से ठीक है और कितना ब्रेक लेने से थकान ज्यादा है. और इस पे चढ़ना, इस पे ग्रीन होना चाहिए, इस पर येलो होना चाहिए.
हाँ, जिसने जितना ब्रेक लिया है कस्टमर बाय डिफॉल्ट ही समझ में आएगा कि ये तो इसका मतलब उसको ज्यादा रेस्ट मिला है, वो और भी सेफर पायलट है अभी शायद.
तो वो हम पर कैसे डिफाइन करेंगे कि चलिए जितना ज्यादा ब्रेक लिया है, हेलो,
डिफाइन करने का नहीं है, तो इट्स सिंपली अ नंबर ऑफ आवर्स गेम.
तो पर वो रेड और येलो कैसे डिसाइड होगा कि कौन सा थ्रेशोल्ड में हम फिर उसको येलो करेंगे, कौन सा थ्रेशोल्ड में रेड करेंगे?
24 hours.
Sorry?
24 is completely green and anything below that it becomes red and red and red gradually.
बाप रे, तो वो आप बोल रहे ग्रेडियंट में होगा, तो ऐसे तो पैसेंजर पगला जाएगा, उसको कुछ समझ में ही नहीं आएगा. तो
वो देखो ना,
उसका दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा.
तुमको नहीं 15,000 रुपए में तुमको दिख रहा है कि ये रेड जोन में है, रेड ऑरेंज ग्रीन जोन में है, जो कि 18,000 का फ्लाइट है, उसमें दिख रहा है कि ग्रीन जोन का एक पायलट खड़ा है तुम्हारे लिए.
So see, I understand that you give the
Wait.
citizen.
By the way, Anand, Abhay, one moment. Let's just take Neon's point here. He's coming on the live chat for the first time, live stream for the first time. Welcome him, guys. Yeah, Neon, go ahead.
Hello, Dada. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Dada, I was just wondering what if we let the standards be decided by the companies themselves, the airlines themselves, and those who have superior standards will obviously perform better in the market. So why should the government intervene when setting these standards?
Yeah, in this case, we are not leaving everything to the company only because of that externality of the guy dying on the ground. वहां पे मेरा तो पे आउट का ऑप्शन है ही.
Yes, the company can set the standards and get the feedback from their customers, right?
Yeah, feedback is the customer ultimate. People vote with their legs anyway. आज भी
Yes.
इंडिगो ने तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं बोला है कि हमने बढ़िया सब कुछ चेंज कर दिया है, अब से हमारे पायलट सब 8-10 घंटे सो रहे हैं. फिर भी लोग पहले इंडिगो का ही फ्लाइट खरीद रहे हैं. तो people don't care anyway. People are setting the standards anyway. वो होना ही है, whether they officially declare a standard or not.
No, this only works for elastic goods. Okay, it doesn't work for inelastic goods. Inelastic goods tend to have. It depends on what kind of good you also have. It depends. You're very important in economics. The type of good affects the kind of decisions the customer can make. Okay.
Yes.
So I understand exactly where you guys are coming from. You're saying that give the customer more choices, then he will make the right decision, and automatically the companies will change their behavior to adapt to the customer base. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, but the problem comes on the other side, on the side where like market entry, ability to enter markets, then barriers.
Yes. There too we all agree.
So now the one guy, what he said something that I wanted to tackle that thing. You put it up earlier. I wanted RMX. This is the same argument given by Congress regarding UPI not working in India due to Garib Manush. No, that was not the Congress argument. The Congress argument was we are not ready for online payments. Not that
because Garib Manush is not ready.
No, anyone. They said any human Indian is not ready for online payments. People like to feel.
No. Chidambaram literally said कि Garib Manush use नहीं कर पाएगा. Uneducated है वो. कैसे use करेगा?
The general argument was, my argument is not that. My argument is it is not a valuable method of measurement. Their argument was we will not want to get UPI because we will not enjoy the feeling of we want money. We want to touch money and feel money, and we will not enjoy the esoteric nature of online payments. Right? Same argument with movies. What was the movie? I remember 2013 में जब मैं आया था, लोग बोल रहे थे, oh, Bollywood will always do romance movies, love movies for the next 1,000 years. They said because Indians don't want to watch anything else. We only want to watch this. And then suddenly these movies came and they changed the entire paradigm. So clearly there's this appeal to authority fallacy. A lot of people have, right? Oh man, I know everything about the system. The point is we have to allow for the system to expand. And that's where capitalism comes in.
Of course.
Of course. The idea that the socialist knows exactly what you need all the time, every time, 24/7 is the problem. They are putting themselves in a position of authority to judge everyone else and say, I know what's best for you, bacha. Don't worry, I will tell you what you need. That's the problem. Sanchi's argument is fundamentally that. What is this? Citizen negative rights would be defended by the government. Properties. Can understand that. Then more risk to life. Simple. No government responsibility. No, that works only when you are not living in a situation where you signed a contract with your government. As a citizen, you have signed a contract with your government. There are certain laws that they will create for your safety.
Of course.
The constitution is the document that you agreed upon. They have to protect these things. You remove those.
देखो टेनोए का बंजाई पायलट का नौकरी खाने का बात कर रहा है यहाँ पे.
No, remove the fundamental rights from the constitution. Then you can have this concept. Remove that from the constitution. Then you can say, yeah, you are responsible for all your actions. But the problem is you put that in the constitution. You expect the state to protect those rights.
Finally, Priyanshu is saying something I agree with.
What?
Priyanshu's first correct argument of the day. Yeah, go ahead, Anand. Yeah, last point, Anand, and then we'll get back to PBD.
Sure. No, so you look at the thrust of the socialist argument. The thrust of socialist argument is that we have found that there's income inequality, right? Which basically means I want everyone to earn the same amount of money, right? When everyone earns the same amount of money, imagine you're an employer, and all your employees earn the same amount of money. Now, what is the incentive of any of your employees to perform well? They don't even they're going to get the same amount of money. So they don't have to do, oh, sir, I found this new way to get the customer to enjoy our product. Why would he do that? They can enjoy the same amount of money and go and sit in the break room and play Tetris. And still get the same amount of money. You need to provide different amounts of money to different employees because some employees are working non-stop beyond the requirement.
Right.
So
Yes.
working more, I do a little bit more. Some employees are like, I don't want so much money. I'd rather play Tetris and make little less money. So you actually improve the amount of freedom. You've given freedom. You've given democracy. The socialist wants to take away democracy because he wants to make a moral statement that everyone should get the same amount of money.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yes. Okay, then we are getting back to the debate now. You all can stay or not stay. Your face will be visible here. Anand, why aren't you coming with your camera on? By the way, बाकियों का तो डर है, ठीक है. तुम भोसरी के एक तो हो 5000 साल से किसी को पानी नहीं पीने दिया, उसके बाद हो सेफ स्टेट में, उसके बाद भी सिर्फ डीपी का है, कैमरा ऑन नहीं का है.
अरे एक मिनट, मुझे वो कैमरा कनेक्शन
NBC host hits Trump
अच्छा.
with insult. He'll hate amid tanking stock market. We'll talk about that story. Frustration grows with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick ahead of Trump's tariff announcement. Loose cannon with half-baked ideas. Another story about private companies added 155,000 jobs in March, more than expected, ADP says. Hooters, bankruptcy, devastating for a lot of people. $376 million debt and restructuring. Charlie Javis must wear an ankle monitor despite her budding Pilates career. Judge rules. Gen Z is facing a career apocalypse. Stephen A. Smith drops transgender opponents. Texas, we want 1 million people to support the future. So let's get right into it. Sam, question for you. From the last time you were here, I think it was 2 years ago, that it was, give or take 2 years ago. At the time, it was probably a terrible season for Trump, I think we can say. Trump wasn't having a lot of victories. Trump was at a very low. Republicans were not convinced that he could go. Republicans were thinking it's probably going to be DeSantis or it's going to be somebody else. There was a bit of a split in the Republican Party and the MAGA. Like, I don't know.
Well,
So that's where the argument stops.
That's not.
I believe this is how I do it as a business owner. You kind of, I'll be in front of, I'll never forget. One time I brought 9 of my guys and I dropped an idea on them. You should have seen the reaction on everybody. You know what the reaction was? They looked at me like I was high. They looked at me like I am on shrooms. They're like, what the fuck? Pat, respectfully, these are terrible ideas. So you know what happens to a business owner? They're so used to coming up with bad ideas. What do? They move on with bad ideas. So to me, Trump gets up there and says, what do you think about this? And then he looks, he says, okay, what's the guy that I respect? Okay, this guy's pretty reasonable. What did he say? What did she say? Okay, let's move on. To the Democratic side, somebody like you.
But I would.
But let me just finish the point. I'll come to you. Trust me, I want to hear from you. To me, I feel like the Democrats, like you, okay, you have a voice. People watch you. You're an influencer in your community. And you actually have the ability to kind of go and help your community out, help your party out. There are certain policies that you keep pitching that is no longer popular, that's been exposed so many times, because what we learned, like the biggest part why some of the conservatives like the Doge concept and some of the Democrats that like the Doge concept is it's government wasted expenditure. Obama talked about it. Clinton's talked about it. People on the left, they've talked about it for many, many years. And the average person watches this and says, okay, so after 4 million, you want to put the tax rate at 90%? Yes, I do. Okay, so all you're saying is that the government knows how to use my money better than free enterprise? I don't believe that.
Well,
so that's where the argument stops.
That's not the premise of why I want to do that taxation. I mean, the government will redistribute the money. And
That's no longer a popular idea in America.
I
That's the part where you see the young
listen.
Turks kind of growing and evolving and seeing some of the ideas that kind of is
I have
not
no doubt that-
popular.
I listen. The fact of the matter is, government always redistributes money. It always redistributes money. Every government at every moment is redistributing money. The question is, which direction is that money flowing? That's it. There is no doubt. Governments redistribute money at every moment. The question is, which
successful
direction
are they
is
at it?
What?
How successful have they been at it? How good are they at it? How much waste have they done with redistributing money?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, look, we have a massive, massive military budget. And if you want to look for waste and fraud in government, that is where you go. That's where all the money is. Everybody knows it. There's an enormous amount of waste and fraud. They can't even get through an audit. How many audits has it been? Half a dozen? Social
7.
Security.
Yeah. Pentagon.
And they can't pass a single
I
audit.
agree.
Social Security is audited all the time. Do you know how much money? Let's talk about this for a second. I watched the video of you guys on the plane down of when Elon Musk was in Wisconsin blowing up his whole brand, essentially. And he was on stage with a guy named Garcias. You guys remember this video?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It was like 2 days ago.
Yes. The Social Security numbers spiking in the last 4 years.
The Social Security
2.2
numbers.
million
yes.
new non-citizen Social Security
Yes.
numbers. Yes.
And the amount of misinformation from every single person, all of you, was astonishing to me.
What was it?
I
What was the misinformation?
I
that was
mean,
said?
well, I almost feel like we should go through the whole video.
This is coming
But
from a
here it is.
socialist.
No,
You
no,
know
no.
the
No,
level
wait.
of credibility of
Listen,
a
yeah,
socialist.
okay, progressive.
system
Let me
that has
progressive.
never
Let me
worked.
listen to
But I
you.
want to hear it.
that
But I wanna
is
hear it.
anti-oligarch.
Okay.
But I want to hear it. I want to hear
We
it. I
wanna
want to
hear
hear
this.
it. Go for it.
First off,
Yeah.
you seem to not understand that these were not undocumented immigrants who were getting these Social Security numbers. They are non-citizens. Now, when you came to this country,
Yeah.
you were an immigrant. Your parents came legally.
Right.
Every single one of those people who got those Social Security numbers are here legally. They're not citizens, just like you weren't when you first came to this country.
Yeah.
You get a green card. Your parents get a green card. They go through a process.
Yeah.
All of those people, and to understand, they got their Social Security
see your point
card.
here. I really want to see your point.
Well, the point is, you referred to them as undocumented and illegal.
No,
you
no,
did.
I said non-citizen.
No, excuse me.
Don't say
Go-
everyone here.
go-
I said
okay.
non-citizen.
I
Correct yourself.
can't remember which one of you got it wrong. I
Yeah.
think you did.
Just be
right?
specific.
You're thinking, but I
We
don't-
can play the video and go through it, but
I'm still trying to get to the
I
point.
just
What's
want to
the
make.
point?
Well, the point is, they're not illegal. They're
Yeah.
not undocumented. They're all legal.
Right.
The expansion from that program, the EBE program,
Uh-huh.
which is enumeration beyond entry, was started under the Trump administration. The numbers have gone up because, yes, under Biden, as opposed to Trump, there was an expansion of people who were here, probably, I'm not sure.
A lot of illegals.
No, excuse me.
10 plus million.
Not a single one of them.
Record-breaking
Not
number
a
of
single.
people
Hold on, you're
came
changing
in.
the subject now.
No, I'm not
I'm
changing the
talking about
subject.
that video.
Yeah.
And every one of those Social Security numbers
Let me
that
ask
was
you a
handed
question.
out.
So
Well,
how
let
do
me
you feel
finish
about the
now.
illegal immigrants
Hold
that
on,
came
let-
those 4 years?
I will get to illegal.
You don't
I
care
will
about
get
those people.
I will get to the
You cared
undocumented.
about children.
But you don't want
Yeah.
to talk about
Okay.
this, and I don't blame you because it's
But wait,
embarrassing.
no. But let me do a quick time out
Every
here.
one
Let me
of
do a
those
quick time
Social
out here.
Security numbers.
Do a quick time out here. Sam, let me just do a quick time out. You said you don't want to talk about this. You just spun away from a question I asked you, and you brought
No,
this
let
up.
me
You
finish
haven't
the
even
video.
addressed the question I asked
Let
you.
me
Wait a
finish.
minute.
We'll get to the
point that I
illegal
asked. Let's go back to what I asked you. I asked you a question that the money that's going in, Americans prove that they don't trust the government getting the money than free market, free enterprise.
I don't think
you
that's
never
the case.
addressed that.
I don't think that's the case. People
Americans
love
with the
Social Security.
The
People love
wasted
Medicare.
expenditure. What
Okay.
we learned with Doge.
Hold
the
on.
American
No.
people said, Sam, enough of you taking our tax
Excuse
money
me.
and see what you're doing with it.
Elon Musk made that Wisconsin election a referendum on Doge. To the extent that we've seen anybody vote on Doge, nobody heard the word Doge before November of last year. To the extent that we've seen a referendum on Doge, it just happened in Wisconsin. It happened in Florida, where the size of the win by those Republican congressmen was cut by 17, 20 points. I mean, this is a wipeout. And every Republican, you're going to see a difference in Republican lawmakers over the next year and a half, because anybody who was in a plus Trump 8 district or less is now starting to go like, wait a second. That's why Musk is being shown the door, supposedly. So getting back to my point about those Social Security numbers, they were given all to legal non-citizens. And every one of those cards, you can't vote, because I think you definitely said, and I think maybe you said, that this is a Democratic strategy to get voters. Hold on for a second. The Social Security card that they get literally says not legitimate for voting purposes. It is so that these non-citizens who are legal, just like when you came in, pay into the Social Security system and get, many of them never get that money back. So in addition to the undocumented immigrants who pay in $22 billion a year into Social Security and get zero back, these people pay several $billion in a year, and only if they become citizens, which most of them won't. Most of them will go back home over a period of time. They're here for temporary protected status. Maybe some of them are refugees and they get permanent citizenship. They won't get that money either. So every single thing of that video, this video here, was completely wrong that you guys did. It was fascinating to me, because I feel like you, at the very least, I believe that you care about the information you're putting out. And this was all wrong. And
so they're up there. So Sam, this is all a lie. These guys were up there just completely bullshitting with all the numbers. Where he's saying that people in the government are blowing the whistles. He didn't want to say their names. He was giving them praise. And for Sam, for you to say that you care about the kids and the labor and all that stuff. We've had an open border for 4 years, and all the illegals, way more than 10 million, have come into this country. California, is that where you live?
No.
Where do you live?
I live in New York.
Okay, great. Even better. California. So the amount of money that we spent on illegals with housing and all that shit, and Gavin Newsom passing a law that you don't even need an ID to vote. You're saying that we're coming up with where these people aren't coming in for the votes? That's the main goal of this whole thing. What was the open border for? Why was the border open for 4 years? Answer me that question.
First of all, the border was not open.
Give me are you kidding me? Look at the. What do you mean the border wasn't open? Hold on. Did you smoke before you came in here? That's ridiculous.
By the way,
anybody disagree here that the border was opened or not? The border was completely open.
Hey, Vinny, here's the part,
You're
though.
full of it.
So,
Here's the part.
I have
Sam,
a little something to say here.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, this issue with the open border is a non-discussion, because similar to what we have in Bengal, right? The same issue with the the border with Bangladesh. Yeah. The American border is impossible to completely fence, so it will always be an partially open border. So they have basically open borders, and they have closed borders, mostly closed borders, and they have some parts in the border they basically are manipulated. So you need human beings on ground to manage that border. So technically it is open because there are gaps in the border. But the point is that majority of the American border is fenced. It's reasonably well fenced. The issue is there are a lot of these cartels that have find ways to get past that fence. So it is in essence, it is an open border. So it is a issue of law enforcement, not of the fact that the border is open or closed.
That's what Vinny means, because he's talking about the places where there were supposed to be gates and they kept the gates open so that people can come in and there's not a problem. Remember the last days of the Biden administration, especially, people were randomly walking in from India, China.
I get all that. But let's be honest. Americans benefited from the open borders. It is by design.
Different discussion.
No, it's very important.
That's a different discussion, and no, but that's not what Vinny knows. But all I'm saying is that Sam is wrong and Vinny is right here.
He's wrong. Sam is wrong in other things as well. Like, for example, he made a statement about paying in, right? The people who came into the American society knew they were going to pay into the system and not get anything in return. It's like I said, press the button thing. If you know in advance that when you're going to come into American society, you're not going to get anything in return, you're making a conscious choice. You can't blame the American system for that because you're not getting paid, giving them the money. Anything on top of that is their own responsibility. That they willingly accepted this paradigm when they came into America.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue then.
Is the part when I hear this. Okay.
Anybody can look at that video. The things you were saying yesterday was a complete stack of lies or just misinformation.
Be honest with me.
Immigration year over year over year. Type in illegal immigration year over year.
The fact that you're saying the border wasn't wide open. How many deaths have happened? How many fentanyl deaths have happened per year while your freaking president, Joe Biden, was in office? How many Americans died just from fentanyl? And you're saying the border wasn't wide open? We've had the most illegal entry in 4 years in the history of the country. This is why, let me finish. And this is why your party sucks. This is why your party is at 29% approval. 20%. Because you got 20. Thank you. Because all you guys do is talk shit and just go anti-Trump. You have no policies. You guys have no vision. You have no leaders. You're talking about oligarchs and you hate the oligarchs. Where do you think Bernie Sanders and AOC are going to get their money from? Their donors. You don't lie to yourself. For you to look and brother, you're talking about yesterday we lied.
AOC and Bernie Sanders don't take money.
Hold on, ready for this?
People.
You're saying that we lied 2 days ago. You just lied, and you're going to look like a fool.
Can you stop the
open. Look at this chart. What does that chart say to you?
So this guy, Sam Seder, just lied. He lied openly, and I'll tell you why he lied. Okay?
Yeah.
So he's right that Bernie Sanders and AOC don't take money directly from donors. Okay?
Of course.
But they take money from the Democratic Party. They take money from Act Blue.
Yeah.
And Act Blue takes money from donors and super PACs and all people who package money. So they take money, but they take from the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party raises a lot of money through donors.
Yeah.
So what is that? What did Trump, when Trump was in, he was trying to close it, but your party was fighting it. It's unbelievable how many illegals have come in the past 100 days.
But this is the part to just be very, just show the data. Illegal immigration, this is Wall Street Journal, is a bigger problem than ever.
Oh, no, that's
These
fake
five
news.
charts explain why. Go a little bit lower. That's under Biden.
Trump got shot trying to show these charts. Literally.
This is October of 2023. Go to the next one.
A guy who was registered Republican.
Here's another
one.
Hold
on,
wait.
Can I address what
let me show the data, and then I want you to say what you want to say. Go a little bit lower with the data, Ron. No, because he said it's inactive.
See, this registered Republican thing is so much fun. Every time some terrorist blows anything up in India these days, you find out that, he was a BJP guy mysteriously. Yes, because Pakistanis have found out that's the way to start the discourse in India. Send your terrorist, make them register in BJP, blow up something 6 months later, and people just pretend it doesn't happen. And BJP will also be very happy to take them in, of course, because what else are you going to do? A Muslim guy coming and registering for you is a great optics.
Accurate. This is another one here.
Okay, well, go back up. Go back up to the.
And then go to the last one, Rob. Go to the last one, Rob.
Go to the top one here.
I mean, this is the numbers you're talking about.
Charts.
So this is you can
start one by one. Go up.
Explain every one of them. Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can see that this is what constitutes illegal immigration. These are, if it was an open border, you would not have these numbers. You would not have the numbers to know when Title 42 ends.
Yeah,
more people are coming to the border and they're being put into a system. Period.
That's the best part about
and that's the
because
definition.
They were told to come. Sam, let me explain something. When your president says come to
the
country,
no,
I'm not yelling. You just give me facts.
I turn down his microphone because
you can? Yeah, just see which one he is.
Just one point.
Which one is it, Rob?
C3.
Yeah, go ahead, Abhay.
ये इनका तर्क क्या है सैम सीडर का कि मर्डर को लीगलाइज कर देंगे तो इसका मतलब एक क्राइम कम हो गया, therefore it's better.
नहीं
ये आर्गुमेंट ऐसा ही कुछ है.
नहीं, here is different. He's making an interesting argument. He's saying because they were these people were tracked, it is not illegal immigration. He's saying it like that. He's framing it the weird way, right? But the point is that for every one person who's tracked, there are 10% people who are coming in without any tracking. The point, that's the argument you would make, right? And you need to find other sources, NGOs who don't report to the government directly, who track illegal immigrants, those people will tell you what the actual numbers actually are, right? And because those NGOs are what do you call it? They have incentive not to tell the government or not to report it. You actually don't have the data. So regardless of the point, if you observe the chart very carefully, the first wave of large amounts of illegal immigration started during the Bush years or the Republican years. Then it transitioned to other years, to Clinton, and then back to the younger Bush. And then it's reduced significantly in Obama. That's why they say Obama was the anti-immigrant guy, sent everyone out of the country. And then it spiked again under Biden. So that's interesting. That's a phrase. That's what they missed that part.
No. The point is, any person entering the border would stay illegal if it is made illegal. But if any person is entering the border and the government is saying, okay, welcome, we will write your name and let you enter the system, and now you can do whatever the hell you want and eat into the system of our citizens, then
it's actually a pretty common
like
argument.
Legalizing an illegal thing. That's the point.
Yeah. They
That
have
is
made
the argument
many
Seder is making. He is saying that there is no murder because cutting someone's head will not be classified as murder. It's a category error.
That is true. That is true.
By the way, Ashkacham, no, he officially they came as refugees, and not even directly from Iran to USA. They, I think, lived in Germany for a while, and then they came properly through the refugee channels, refuge seeking channels. Kab sote ho? Random.
Go ahead, lower that there.
And then the mic.
Right there. There you go. Is that good? Is that good?
C2.
C2. There you go.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Go ahead.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So
you're still going to hear the truth, though. So go ahead.
No, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Can't turn down the truth.
No, you can't.
Open border would mean that we have no records of people coming across the border. The law in this country has been that if you put your foot in this country, it's an international law. It's a U.S. law. If you put your foot in the country and you apply for asylum, you are due a process to do that.
This is clearly like regularizing illegal slums. This is clearly an argument like regularizing illegal slums. Capture government land, then say that a government will legalize it, therefore it's legal.
No, he's not even saying that. He's saying that I am not going to observe that there are people who are in the system, who are not in the system, who are living on American soil without any documentation, whether it is, and he's conflating refugee, he's conflating asylum, and he's conflating legal immigration. And finally, he's conflating that with undocumented people who don't have any papers, who just are floating people with no records at all in the system. He's completely ignoring that entire section of people, which is typically what leftists do.
But I think he is also justifying regularization of illegal people, saying that make illegal people legal.
Of course.
No. He's saying that they do it.
The problem is solved.
He's saying differently. He's saying they do it. It's required by government. And he's saying if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. That's his statement. The entire statement, what he just said was, if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Which is what same thing they say even in India also. There are no Bangladeshi illegal immigrants because I can't see them.
Who are then what you guys would call catch and release, come back for their hearing. We are woefully understaffed in terms of like immigration judges, and that process is definitely broken. I would love to see more money spent in the processing of these people so that we can establish which ones, like your family,
like my family as well, illegal immigrants.
No, but came in through a refugee status. They weren't citizens on day one. They came in, they went through a process, and it's possible at that time. I mean, I remember, I was old enough to remember the Iran hostage situation. I remember the fallout afterwards. There may have been some form of temporary protected status, whatever it was at the time, that allows people to come in. Then they're assessed. and processed. It's determined that, yes, their claim for asylum is appropriate or not, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we're looking at there. As you scroll up on those other charts, you can see when Title 42 ends, which was only supposed to be an emergency situation that has to do with health, and you can't have it both ways. Either COVID ends or it doesn't end, the pandemic. And so people come in. There's no doubt, and that number on that chart that Musk had, under Biden, more people received temporary protected status. We had a problem in Haiti as the country is falling apart. You had people from Ukraine coming in because of obviously the invasion. These are all under temporary protected status. They all got Social Security numbers so they could pay taxes into our government and not necessarily get the services back.
Yes, and vote for Democrats.
No, they can't vote.
Right.
Those Social Security cards literally say on the card, say you can't use this for voting.
AOC said we don't have an illegal immigration problem. We have a documentation problem. That's what AOC said. So this is not something new. You know how when you talk about who's better at gerrymandering, who's better at gerrymandering, the left or the right?
Republicans seem to be better at that.
The Republicans.
I know. I agree. Guess what? So it's not like they can fight it and say, no, we're not. That's their reputation. They have it. They're better at gerrymandering. Strategically, they're better at doing that. But for you to sit here.
I don't have a problem.
May I make my point? Let me make my point.
Yeah.
When you sit here and you watch yourself, when you're saying these policies and you spew out these policies, what the average person does, they'll watch it, and if they've already outgrown it, because today the problem with, folks, content creators have today is the following. Say we say something on a video and we're wrong. You know what others will do? They'll react to it and they'll say stuff to it. And if we're right, they'll keep coming to us to want to hear more of it, because they'll say, at least you sound reasonable. And they'll say, I want to hear what John has to say. I want to hear what Joe has to say. I want to hear what Megan has to say. I want to hear what whoever these people are that are giving ideas out there want to say, right? But when you keep saying stuff that others are able to tear apart so many times that a former liberal watches that maybe was a viewer of you and says, how can Sam not see this and outgrow it? He is still stuck on this policy that's been proven. Americans don't want to pay more taxes to a government that wastes their taxes. How does he not see that? How does he keep pushing this agenda back and forth? Then you lose an audience, and the people you keep is the following. Here's who you end up keeping. You end up keeping an audience that makes you think you're right, but that's not always the case. You keep an audience that, of course, hates rich people. Rich people are bad people, and they're probably not making a lot of money, and they come to Sam to save them. Hey, let's trash and bash rich people because this is what we got to do. Yes, Sam, let's go after the rich people. But in reality...
Are you talking about me? Because we just had our biggest month.
No,
and when people on
you had the biggest one because of Jubilee. You were on Jubilee and you were on that show.
We've been going back up.
No, you were on Jubilee, and Jubilee gave you a lot of eyeballs. So Jubilee brought a lot of traffic to you.
A lot of people agreed. A lot of people agreed.
Did more agree or disagree?
I would say a lot more agreed.
Well, you would say that because you're in it.
Well, so you want me to do metrics? We had our biggest subscription.
I believe you because Jubilee helped you.
Okay. But my point is that
credit to you should say thank you to Jubilee. That's a very
you, Jubilee.
Yeah.
I would also add that I think there are definitely people who watch my show and then over a period of time are going, I disagree with Sam, and proudly those people move to the left of where I'm at.
You think people move to the left?
Yes, 100%.
Sam, do you realize?
100%.
Do you realize how to make?
Yes, of course. Any influencer can be a gateway drug for anybody to go further down the road in any direction.
A statement, and I love that you said
a very good example in India would be Kushal Mehra. A very good example would be Kushal Mehra.
Exactly. So many. Yes. So many actual right-wing racists have become liberals by listening to. So many actual right-wing racists have become liberals by listening to Jordan Peterson. On the other hand, so many liberals have started listening to Jordan Peterson and then moved on further right.
You think people who age and live long...
By the way, Academic Man, I did not notice that you had sent me the message that now you want to join. If you can, if it's still possible for you, you can join now and make your point, okay?
Longer they go further to the left and to the right? You think as people mature in life.
Am I the oldest person on this?
No, you're not. But
I'm
you
pretty
see,
close, I bet.
No, you're pretty far. It's just the other guy looks very young. But you
How old are you?
He's 62.
You got me by 3 years.
Yeah. So you're not. So
You're 59, dude.
yeah.
Good for you.
But do you think as people age they become more conservative or more liberal, more leftist?
I think it changes with generations. But
No, that's not the case. There is a evident more of one or the other. Do you think, like it's asking a question, do you think as we age, do our bones get stronger or weaker? They get weaker. As we age, do we become more leaning? Okay, this is a chart. Perfect. Thank you for that. Pew Research. As we age, we become more conservative. But to you, the more you age, the more you become progressive and leftist. See, that's the part where Americans, as they age and go through, you may have a very young audience that finds you.
I think if you look at this chart, and first of all, you'll also notice that like the dynamic shifts, right? If what you were saying was true, 70 to 79 would be greater Republican favor than 60 to 69. I don't know what to tell you.
So funny.
But
So
I will also tell you.
realize what your shtick is. I'm getting your shtick.
I'm looking at the numbers you put up on this graph.
18 to 24 is 34. Then it goes to 32. Oh my God! They became more liberal because they went to college and they screwed up their brains.
Wait.
And then they go to 42, 47, 50, 50. Oh, they dropped to 51 and they go to 58. Nope, they're becoming more liberals at 70 to 79.
And
do you know why 70 to 79 become more liberal?
I will also
do you know why 70 to 79 becomes more liberal? Do you know why 70 to 79 becomes more liberal?
Yes, because they're getting Social Security.
Exactly. So they got to protect it. So they're like, hey, man, at least, I agree. But still at 80 plus, they're more conservative.
But
you know why 80 plus, they're more conservative?
I will also suggest to you that
I get
it has to do with the years that you grow up.
Same thing I said to you last time.
People 50 to 59.
I thought he was a good debater, Dada.
Era. And as in
I thought he was a good debater.
Every dog has its day. Every lion has its bad day.
Wake of that, you can see that people
Or maybe there is a better lion.
Increasing.
Why did Charlie Kirk blow up so much the last 4 years?
Both are making this is a horrible.
Of course, there's a better line. The better line is called Vivek Ramaswamy and Ben Shapiro anyway.
No, but this whole discussion about age becoming more conservative is a ridiculous discussion point. Because again, what do you define as conservative?
Yeah.
Do you mean conservative in terms of they want lower taxes, or conservative in the fact that they are more religious? Like, this is a problem. You ask questions. And lean Republican is lean Republican mean more conservative, or lean Republican means more libertarian, free market libertarian?
More free market. Yeah.
So that's my point. So they're making a lot of ridiculous the conflations of points, and this is a horrible discussion point. It's horrible discussion pattern.
In America, as I told you, Dada, I think a few months ago or few days ago, I told you, the economic system is very Nietzschean, but the religious system is very anti-Nietzschean. Just to say. तो अब क्या होता है ना कि एक जगह कंजर्वेटिव बनेंगे, अब आप मान लीजिए क्रिश्चियन कंजर्वेटिव बनेंगे तो आप इकोनॉमिकली लिबरल बनते हैं, लिबरल इन द सेंस लेफ्टिस्ट, और आप जब इकोनॉमिकली कंजर्वेटिव बनते हैं तब आप रिलीजियसली लेफ्ट विंग बनते चले जाते हैं, क्योंकि दैट इज रिलेटेड टू योर फ्रीडम.
No, wait. There's a fundamental
अमेरिका में ये चलता है.
No, the fundamental misunderstanding of American Christians. Let's be honest. American Christians may be religious, but they are not like European Christians, for example. So in America, for the longest, that's what I'm saying. The one you are talking about.
It's not about American Christianity, Anand. Just my point is.
Let me make my point.
Christianity. No. Christianity as a system is not compatible with libertarianism. So in America, though Christians may be a little different on spectrum, but that tussle is always there between being an economic right and being a social conservative or social right. That's what I'm saying.
My point fundamentally is that the ones you're talking about, the Christian conservative, is like maybe 20 maximum 20% of the population. Majority of American Christians are extremely progressive in terms of their. You can literally go tell them Jesus is gay in front of their face, and they will not react. We are conflating religious conservatism that we see from the bully pulpit of some of these these mega church people. It is not what most American Christians are. Yeah, no, not just gripers. I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Pat Robertson. They are, and those people are different. They're different. They're 20% of the population, right? Gripers are just reactionaries now. If you go to observe their moral framework, most Christian conservatives hate gripers. Even the Christian conservatives, they hate gripers.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
The point I'm making is, to be a little libertarian, they have to dilute their conservatism, religious conservatism.
Obviously. Yeah.
In terms of ideas, they are opposite. Maybe the people are okay with somehow they reconcile the two. But in terms of ideas, it is very opposite. Therefore, there is always that little tussle. People have to do some sorts of mental gymnastics to create that balance.
You could call them cultural.
In case of dharma, in case of dharma, that is not the thing.
They have no such comparison can be made.
Yeah.
On TikTok, out of all the places.
Did you see?
How do you blow up on TikTok? Do you know he was the most viewed Jubilee out of all of them?
Did you see that?
I think so. Can you see how many views Charlie Kirk got on Jubilee?
But that's inconvenient. This is just absolute.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk blew up though?
I have theories.
I want to hear it.
How did he start? How did Charlie Kirk start?
I don't care how he started. I'm asking how he's finishing. How did he blow up so much in the last 18 months?
Going to colleges, speaking in front of colleges? What do you mean?
Yeah, how did TPUSA get started?
Tell us. Let's see what angle
My
you're going to.
assumption was he was going to college talking to students.
I actually want to hear what he says because I'm watching these two times.
He got paid by a billionaire to start that organization.
Got it. So
it's just the truth.
So there is no conviction.
There's
no conviction on what Charlie does.
No, I'm sure there's conviction on what Charlie does.
Why did Charlie do so in the last 18 months?
Oh, this was before Charlie Kirk passed away. Holy shit, they are addressing him in the present tense. Fuck.
I mean,
why do you think a 20-year-old guy? Why is he blowing up the way that he is? Why is
he's not 20. He's in his
28 years old, 29,
he's
30
30
years old.
now. He's 30 now, but he started when he was 20.
Yeah, the last 2 years he was in his 20s. Why has he blown up so much?
I mean, I think there's a lot of money circulating on the right.
But he started when he was 18.
Forget the money.
Sam.
To go to college.
To blame it on the money. What about his reason, his rationale?
Wait. So here's a question. So you think if you got the same money Charlie got, you would have the same views?
Yeah, I think, I saw Milo Yiannopoulos on Tim Pool about a month or two ago talking about how the Daily Wire got so big. And he said, this is Milo Yiannopoulos. Well, he said,
Charlie's different than Daily Wire.
100%. Right. He said, in the right-wing content era, he said, we buy bots, we buy views. We buy. I mean, I knew. I'm telling you what Milo Yiannopoulos said.
Go ahead.
This is what he said.
Go ahead.
Pull
fantastic.
It up. And he said,
"This is fantastic.
We fake it till we make it."
Oh my!
And that's why he's non-existent anymore. Sam, he used to be a big voice. Now you don't hear nothing.
Sam, respectfully, there's something called giving credit where credit is due. Regardless of where Charlie got his money. Hold on.
I don't care. Great. I'll give him credit. Charlie Kirk has made a lot of money.
That's not where the credit is due.
What do you want me to say?
And I don't even know how much money he's made. The point is he's motivated a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's where the credit should be done. He's changed the hearts and minds of people on campuses. He would arguably be the number one reason that Trump flipped Arizona.
Yeah.
To not give someone credit for the good work they've done and blame it on a billionaire.
Money flipped Arizona. You look at TPUSA played heavily in the Kari Lake race. So huge. And the biggest, the widest loss they had was people under the age of 30.
Okay. So you don't want to give Charlie any credit. You blame. So
no, I don't care.
But Sam, hold on. Before
Hey,
being
give him all the credit in the
Sam,
world.
before being a nihilist,
I'll give him a trophy.
Sam, you've had.
Yeah.
Let me just ask this
What does he
question.
want? You can take the
Sam,
I don't
Give
think
him your
Charlie
car.
wants.
we're right
I
here,
don't
but
think Charlie needs anything.
yeah, Sam.
Well, I don't
Charlie
understand.
won
Where's
on
this conversation?
TikTok.
So
Sam,
a
you
billionaire
just-
gives Charlie money and he automatically wins. Okay, I got a question for you. Explain how Mark Benioff puts money into Time magazine and it goes down.
I don't know who Mark Benioff is. And I haven't
Salesforce.
read Time magazine and
Well, you should get around
Decades.
more. It's unfortunate. Come out of the echo chamber. Mark Benioff is one of the most successful entrepreneurs of all time who used his money after his business success, and he went and he buys Time magazine because he wants to push liberal views and values, and the thing craters.
He would love
well, then
That- but
me
wait, he's a
not
billionaire.
reading Time
It should
magazine
work.
should hit him up
would
for
be
money.
getting out of my
Hit him up for money.
my bubble, right?
Yeah, but you know what it is, Sam.
एक
I
बात मैं
like
कह
to
दूं
give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I truly do, and I try to look at the only one you can succeed.
Yeah.
दादा ये सैम सीडर यही कह रहे हैं ना
Yeah.
कि टीपीयूएसए इसीलिए आगे बढ़ गया क्योंकि पैसा था उसमें बहुत जनता का कोई
हाँ.
उसमें भागीदारी नहीं है या
हाँ.
चार्ली कक उसमें कितना बांधते हैं उसकी कोई भागीदारी नहीं है या उन्होंने कितना परिश्रम किया उसमें उसकी कोई भागीदारी नहीं है तब फिर वो क्या बोलते हैं न्यूयॉर्क पोस्ट और वॉल स्ट्रीट और ये सब में भी तो बहुत करोड़ों करोड़ों पैसा डाला आज इनकी क्या स्थिति बन गई है
हाँ.
कोई कुत्ता भी
See-
पूछता है इनको
Yes.
See, there's
Yes.
you can be very honest about this. Lot of right-wing organizations, the Koch brothers, Sheldon Adelson, then this guy who did PragerU, Dennis Prager. They pumped a lot of money into these right-wing like
I think
एक मिनट, let me finish.
even in the Heritage Foundation, right?
एक मिनट, let me finish this point. It's very important. They pumped a lot of money into these organizations to build their brand. Let's be honest. They flooded the network with the internet with their data. But regardless of whether they flooded the internet with those ideas, you need people to accept those ideas. You can flood whatever you want, but if people don't like it, you'll never get any traction. Right?
Yeah.
So
There
what
was
was
only one
happening
Charlie
was-
Kirk. जितना भी पैसा डालो 10 Charlie Kirk नहीं खड़ा होने वाला है.
No, but there were a bunch of Charlie Kirks. You understand? This was Charlie
there
Kirk is a later. No, that's what I'm saying. I remember, the early wave of this started in 2006, 2007. Okay, 2007, 2008.
Ben
That's
Shapiro
when it
first
started.
started going into college campuses.
Not Ben Shapiro, even before Ben Shapiro. There was this,
Who?
what is the guy? This gay guy. I forgot his name, man.
Yiannopoulos.
No. Classical. He called himself classical liberal. He was a reporter, former liberal reporter. अरे उसका नाम क्या है भाई? Oh shit, I forgot about it. So basically, there were a bunch of smaller YouTube channels, right-wing YouTube channels, that were basically funded by Prager, Dennis Prager. Okay, and they're the ones who started pushing this concept of what's the word?
Going to campuses.
America is based on Judeo-Christian values.
Judeo-Christian.
So they started flooding.
Yeah.
Dave Rubin. Thank you, Varun. Dave Rubin.
Oh, so
Dave
he was
Rubin
back
used to
then.
work with it.
He was in. But if you're talking about 2006, he was in Young Turks back then.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They flipped a lot of young so-called progressive or more centrist people. The right wing flipped a lot of them because there was a
2016, not 2006.
2016, a little earlier than that. Okay, so my point is that what happened was at that time they started flipping them because there was this frustration with the woke culture that was coming up. It was quite palpable. People were getting sick of it, right? So a lot of centrists and a lot of moderates or so-called liberals, actual liberals, were like, we can't tolerate this shit anymore. This leftist communist takeover of our community. And what these right-wingers did was they pumped a lot of money into them. So they were giving these channels a lot of money. So you have to be honest that they did pump a lot of money. But without the fact that people wanted this stuff, right? Wanted this stuff. They were hungry for this. No matter how much money you pump, it's not going to pick up, right? So they started picking up.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk's thing was very unique. It was very unique. It is the Charlie Kirk's thing was he went, he along with what's the other guy's name? That obnoxious guy. Arey, wo bhi hai bhai. right winger. He's along with Tim Pool, another guy. What's his name? Arey. You mentioned him before on stream.
Michael Noel.
Not Michael Noel, the other one, the one before that. Arey, wo bhi stream
Michael
karta hai,
Noel or Ben Shapiro.
नहीं Ben Shapiro नहीं.
metal head guy.
Destiny.
That's not left wing पे नहीं है, right wing पे भाई.
He doesn't go to campuses.
Browder? Crowder. Steven Crowder. हाँ. So
Yeah,
people
Steven
like
Crowder started
and all-
it in the campuses. Change my mind.
हाँ. Yes, so Steven Crowder started this thing, this concept of going and saying, debate me, okay? And then that worked only so far because he was an obnoxious person and people didn't want to debate him. So what Charlie Kirk did was he made it more posh, he finessed it and made it more professional, a more debating style. So he was the one who pioneered the idea that when you go to campus, you debate with people with a decent behavior. Like you're not indecent with your opponent. He treated his opponents with dignity, and that's what really blew up. So how much of money you throw at the problem if you don't have the dignity, right? You cannot. So basically, Crowder didn't succeed the way Charlie Kirk did.
That is why I said that
Charlie Kirk showed dignity to his enemies.
That is why I'm saying that जितना भी पैसा फेंक लो 10 चार्ली कर्क नहीं खड़े होने वाले हैं. चार्ली कर्क
नहीं करना. Exactly. Charlie Kirk was unique.
अब देखिए एक फिल्म आई थी जिसमें 700 करोड़ फेंका था. उसका नाम था आदि पुरुष. कुछ हुआ क्या उसका? कुछ तो हुआ नहीं उसका. किसने मान लिया उस फिल्म को? तो वैसी ही बात है. क्वालिटी होनी चाहिए ना. पैसा जितना भी दे.
स्टीवन क्राउडर तो जोरोगन पे भी वैसे वहां पे जोरोगन ने भी हक दिया था. दोनों ने ही जोरोगन वाज प्रोबब्ली ड्रंक एंड both were being stupid with each other.
In business and in
Joe
life and in
Rogan
sales,
doesn't
like you're
claim to
developing
be
other
intellectual.
people.
You have to be honest about that. Joe Rogan is a canvas. He says, I'm a canvas. Explain to me your ideas. I will engage with you on a honestly saying, I don't know. Let's have a conversation. Right? I'm curious. Let's have a conversation. Steven Crowder is different. Steven Crowder is not even comparable to Joe Rogan. Steven Crowder is an arrogant little pompous piece of shit who thinks he knows everything. Okay. And he goes on telling people what he thinks. That's the problem.
Okay, ठीक है. चलो फिर से प्रियांशु को एड्रेस करते हैं. He's saying Charlie Kirk is not important because his wife acts creepy. So you are saying therefore Charlie Kirk's achievements are nullified. In that sense, then everyone whose wife did not act creepy is very significant, and they have contributed to society hugely.
No, then what
wife
about
creepiness is going to be the metric for the achievements of a man?
What about Bill Clinton's wife, Miss Hillary Clinton? She also acts very creepy. She laughs like a witch. So I don't know.
You have to always look at the best of everybody. You don't have a choice. As a parent, you have to always look at the best of your kids. You don't have a choice for them to do their best, right? And I truly want to look at you and look at it from the part of the best to say capable, great communicator, temperament is solid. You go through it. I want to see all the good with you. But the part where you sit there and you realize some policies don't work.
What policies don't work?
Go to
name a policy that I support that doesn't work.
What do you think about
90% tax rates? I would start there.
Yeah.
Like I say, when we had those in this country, everybody can look this up. We had what was known as the Great Compression. It was the greatest expansion of our economy and the lowest wealth disparity we had in the history of this country. I don't know how you would.
बोलो आनंद बोलो सर पे क्या हुआ क्या दर्द है तुम्हारे कोई कष्ट
I mean, this is the same bloody leftists who go around saying America plundered the wealth of the world. Abhi moron. That was a time when you were plundering the wealth of the world. That's the reason why you were able to survive that bullshit, 90%. If you were any other country, you would have collapsed. You dumb shit leftist.
Define it anything other than a 60.
Let me ask you a question. Let's stay right here on this 90% tax rate. 90%. So
top marginal.
Okay, I'm with you. So you get to keep 10%.
No, 10%
Top
of every
margin, of
dollar
course.
after 4 million.
Okay. No, well, here we go. I'm going to ask you a question. Like, stay with me for a second.
Okay.
You just said you had a great month, great quarter, right? Like
Jubilee was a big help.
whatever it was,
Jubilee
Jubilee.
says billionaires.
Sure.
Like, you know what billionaires are
Mark
to Charlie?
Benioff
How much
said-
Jubilee says
additional
billionaire.
profit revenue did you make in the last quarter because you've went viral so many times? How much?
I mean, I don't know, but I would guess it's somewhere around tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. So not millions, tens of
No,
thousands. Okay. So what are you going to do with that extra 30 grand, 100 grand? What are you going to do with it?
we're going to hire another person.
Oh, so you're going to expand.
Well, I don't know if we're going to expand, but I'm going to probably, I mean,
You're going to invest.
well, I
अभी ये
invest in
क्या
something.
You're not just going to
argument
bear
है?
it in the sand. You're going to use it.
Correct.
Nice,
wow.
nice,
here's the
nice. ठीक जगह पकड़ा है हमने.
One more thing. One
वो
more
tax
thing. He
लेके
forgot one
government क्या
very
उखाड़
important
रहा है?
part.
मुझे इस पर
एक
एक
मिनट,
बात
एक मिनट,
बोलना
एक
है.
एक minute. Let me. One more thing. ये भूल गया. During the period of that time when they had the high tax rates, what was America doing? What is America doing? What is happening in the world at that time? What is happening in the world at that time? The World War II was going on. अभी तो बोला था military industrial complex is horrible bullshit बोल रहा था. हैं? What happened? A military industrial complex was serving you that time. What, you were very happy that time? हैं? उसके लिए you were very happy. Eisenhower was running the military industrial complex at that time. कुछ भी मूर्ख idiot.
नहीं ये क्या आर्ग्यूमेंट दे रहा है कि अगर ज्यादा पैसे कमाएंगे तो हम एक आदमी को हायर करेंगे, पर एक्सपैंड कर रहे हो क्या? नहीं, पता नहीं. तो एक आदमी को हायर एक्स्ट्रा क्यों कर रहे हो अगर एक्सपैंड ही नहीं करना? फोकट में उसको बैठा के खिलाने के लिए,
हाँ.
यदि एक्सपैंड नहीं करना है तो
आज
ये
का
कैसा आर्ग्यूमेंट दे रहा है ये?
आज का डिबेट
ये अच्छा डिबेटर है? ये कहाँ से अच्छा डिबेटर है भाई?
वही मैं बोलने वाला था.
You look at the graph, it matches. The high tax rate exactly matches the World War II period. The 90% tax rate is exactly in World War II period. ये मूर्ख, ये really लेफ्टिस्ट कुछ अपना ही चेक नहीं करते, अपना एविडेंस चेक नहीं करते.
आज का डिबेट कैपिटलिज्म और सोशलिज्म के बीच में नहीं है. आज का डिबेट ये है कि was I right to say that Sam Seder is a great debater? अरे भाई, I was judging Sam Seder based on his debate with Tim Pool. Now the question arises, why did Tim Pool screw up so much? I'm not getting it. Tim Pool has some weird fetish with him. He has some Sam Seder issues because he only screws up in front of Sam Seder repeatedly. Or maybe Sam Seder came in more prepared, extra prepared with Tim Pool, because Tim Pool absolutely screwed up with Sam Seder.
And do you know what they were doing before World War II got started? These people were selling arms to the Nazis. These Americans who were with the high tax rates.
Yeah.
ये lecture दे रहा है about morality and good times and ये I mean, if the PBD was half incompetent, they would have kicked this guy's ass right there itself. And then you're like, oh my God,
Yes.
I'm defending Nazi time. Idiot.
दादा
मगर टैक्स रेट तो बढ़िया है, गरीब लोगों का भला हो रहा है. हाँ, go ahead, Neon.
just a little trivia. In one of Sam Seder's podcasts.
Yeah, Neon, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hmm.
In one of Sam Seder's
Yeah.
podcasts, he had invited Mehdi Hasan after Mehdi Hasan's Jubilee video. And
Okay.
there, both Sam Seder and Mehdi Hasan, good 5 minutes, they discussed about how India under Modi is a fascist regime. And it is even worse than Donald Trump and Fox. And you know,
Okay.
when I saw that Jubilee video of both Mehdi and Sam Seder, I thought that they were very good debaters. But just this recently, you know, Mehdi Hasan got into this debate with some Jewish official from some Israeli minister, and there he made a fool of himself as well.
Oh,
So
yes.
these people are just, you know,
Yes.
well off with MAGA retards who are, you know, college educated and they get their information from
Yeah.
Instagram reels.
Yeah. Ruh is asking me, do you see any racial element of white, non-white to this resistance, despite the fact that countries do have the legal right to establish order within their borders? Not really. Maybe in the initial days when that discourse was in the garages, maybe some racist was talking about it, and there are definitely racists in the movement even today. But the key voices have been classical liberals who have always said that, yeah, we have black people, brown people, white people, Mexicans, or Indians in our fold. We welcome them if you're legal. And all of us are standing together and saying that no illegal immigrants, because the country system cannot handle that anymore.
Well, we understand. This is the company. These are pre-tax dollars. When I say 90 cents on every dollar, I'm talking individual tax. So
these ideas
this is not
these
about
ideas
corporate
have been-
tax. It wouldn't impact anything you're saying about the business, but go ahead.
But we're talking about taxes in general. Let's
No.
not go inside baseball
There's a
here.
difference between personal taxes and corporate taxes.
Well, if you have an S corp, it flows through to the individual, so it's the same thing. How are you registered with the
it's
with
an
the
S
IRS?
corp,
Oh,
it's
so it
pre-tax.
flows through to you.
It's pre-tax dollars.
It's literally what it
Someone
does.
asked
It's the
him,
same as the individual. But respect to you.
For a second. Someone should ask this Sam Seder, what were the lifestyle of the most people in those during the period of time? In the 1930s to 45, 50 में था. वो लोग क्या lifestyle क्या था उनका? जो न्यूयॉर्क में बैठे थे. Because most of the population lived on the coast. जाके देखो उनका lifestyle क्या था on the coast. सब सारे dying of dysentery. खाना नहीं था खाने के लिए.
और जिनके लिए
Great
अच्छा था, वो संख्या कितना था? This is what pisses me off with commies today who say that, India has, regressed so much economically that a guy who was a middle class in the 80s and 90s, who could do this and that with his big family, but today a middle class guy can't do that. Yes, because the middle class back then, who was the middle class? पूरा का पूरा देश तो भिखारी था. मिडिल क्लास थे कुछ बैंक और IAS ऑफिसर्स, और कौन मिडिल क्लास था भोसरी के? तो मिडिल क्लास का जब बेस बढ़ेगा तब मिडिल क्लास का डेफिनेशन तो थोड़ा बहुत चेंज ही होगा, मगर फैसिलिटीज आज भी बहुत बढ़िया ही है.
But you
we don't
can't
have a problem
take-
with you making money and getting
I
rich.
want you to
We're
make
okay with that.
Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. It was only tens of thousands of dollars. I wish it was millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I wish the best for you. But here's the problem: why you can't tax your way to making everybody wealthy.
No.
So-
I'm not taxing my way to making everybody wealthy. I am taxing understand the 90% tax rate
Yes.
on
He's
every dollar
taxing
after
his
4
way to
million
make
is
everyone
to deal with wealth
poor. He's taxing his way to make
disparity in
everyone
this
poor.
country, because I
That's
believe
it.
the more you concentrate wealth, the more you concentrate political power.
Why 4
And
million?
I believe in democracy.
Why 4 million?
Just because that's what we had for 15, 20 years in this country. I mean, it was 470,000 in 1940.
I'm really disappointed by
I'm just because I'm a student of history, and I really appreciate Ronald
I'm
Reagan.
really disappointed by their debating skills. They're horrible. They're not able to catch him on anything. They're letting him just talk nonsense non-stop. No counters. कुछ नहीं.
Yeah, I like this kind of debating occasionally, because this sets you up for a bigger success in like 10-15 minutes later, because you're not pulling out your biggest weapons right now. Okay, I like that kind of fun. You're playing with your food, essentially. You're playing with your prey. That's the thing.
You know the Reagan
Because,
story of-
Anand, like today, if an Indian right-winger on economics has to debate a commie, that debate does not have to be half an hour, 1 hour, 1.5 hours, but the debate can go on. Because the very first thing that needs to be answered by commies is, why do people go to America? Why do people in West Bengal go to Delhi and Bombay? End of debate. It can be played that way, but it's just not that fun.
No, why do people in commie, like socialist states, go to states with more capitalist behavior? Why is everyone traveling to Bangalore? One of the most capitalist cities in the country.
दादा इज लाइक कुछ मजा नहीं आया, थोड़ा धीरे धीरे पका के खाने का. एक बार में खा लेने से क्या हो?
Yes, पका के खाना ही है.
थोड़ा मजा आना
swallow
चाहिए
कर लेना
हल्का
होता है.
हल्का. थोड़ा
Absolutely.
झटका नहीं, हलाल चाहिए अपने, है ना?
Absolutely. I'm a Muslim when it comes to debating.
why he ended up running for governor and for president? Do you know the whole tax story? Let me give it to you real
I know
quick.
the story of GE sending him around to fight against Medicare.
Okay, but that's not the story we're talking about. The tax story that Ronald Reagan basically was like, holy crap, because everything with taxes has to do with incentives and motivation. So the story with Reagan was the following. The top marginal tax rate back in the 40s and 50s, when Ronald Reagan, before he became a governor, he was a famous what? Actor. There we go. We're on the same page. Was $200,000. And the equivalent of $200,000 today is $2.5 million. So at $200,000, the top marginal tax rate was your favorite number?
90%.
90%. We're going somewhere. So do you know his famous quote? I'll do 2 movies a year. I get paid $100,000 per movie. Tell me why I should go make a 3rd movie. Because if you're going to tax me at 90%,
and you know what?
he shouldn't.
If you've seen his
exactly.
movies, we didn't.
No,
miss much.
no, don't go there, guy. Don't go there, guy.
I don't know what to tell
Talk
you.
numbers.
If you don't want to, if you don't
No,
want to,
I'm-
make it.
Stop it. The reason he wouldn't make the movie.
मैं जिस reason से कोलकाता में हूँ is the same reason that why each and every Russian has not left and gone to America. Do you think that means America is not good because each and every Russian did not leave Soviet Union? क्या भाई SFI party office का argument काहे दे रहे हो मुझे? I grew up with SFI party office.
Because he would only keep
I did
So
not
what is
leave
this
Kolkata,
argument?
therefore Kolkata is awesome and that socialism is great.
Nonsense. That's not how it works. People who have access, the ability to leave a region, if they move, that's when you measure whether the person where they chose to move. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's like if I have a ball and chain and I'm not able to move, you say, "Oh, I'm very happy with the ball and chain." What nonsense! It's like when you don't have the ball and chain and you decide which direction you want to go, then you measure which direction they chose and you make a judgment based on that. What argument is this? Ridiculous.
नहीं मरीज झपी को लोग मरीज झपी से बाहर क्यों नहीं निकल पाया? बहुत कुछ हुआ उन लोग के साथ, नहीं निकल पाए. बांग्लादेश में जो लोग हैं वो बांग्लादेश से बाहर नहीं निकल पा रहे, तो मतलब बांग्लादेश बढ़िया. ये कौन सा 2 कौड़ी का लॉजिक है?
Why is the crab in the boiling water not getting out of the boiling water? That's the question. That's the question is asked. Boiling water must be great.
So yeah, I would like to quote a libertarian Bain in this context. You think SFI is your ally. You merely adopted the SFI. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see free market capitalism until I was already a man. But then it was nothing to me but blinding.
10%. He said famously, I can make freaking Gone with the Wind. I wouldn't keep any of the money. It has to do with, you said shtick, carrots and sticks. If you don't incentivize people, if you don't incentivize entrepreneurs, why will they work harder?
Okay.
Why will they invest?
So
you
all
just
right,
had
well,
a great
okay,
incentive.
okay,
You killed
okay.
it. You made tens of thousands of
I'm
dollars.
going to take your metaphor.
Do
I'm gonna take
something
your
with that
metaphor.
money.
So what happens when Ronald Reagan gets to that threshold of the wealthiest of the wealthy in the country? Because that's what it takes, right? To be making $4 million a year. That
But
puts
no. You're making up $4 million like a floozy.
2.5.
It's 200,000. Yeah, let's use that
2.5.
That's what the correlation is. Yes.
So if you're making $2.5 million a year, that places you in the top 1 or 2%. I would imagine, maybe even smaller.
It's less.
0.5%.
Yeah, top 1% is about $500,000.
Okay. So you're in the top 0.5% of the
just
country.
like you're in the top 1% of a podcaster.
Right.
You're doing great.
Top 0.5%. What happens when Ronald Reagan decides I'm only going to make 2 movies a year is you get an opportunity to be that actor. And then somebody else gets the opportunity to make that money.
So shittier actors get more opportunities. It sounds like DEI.
No, it's not. Believe me, I've been out in LA. The best actors don't necessarily get every role. And so it gives an opportunity to spread wealth. And that's exactly.
No, this is Sam Seder, you quit. This is Sam Seder, you fucking quit right now. Both ho gaya, you're at top of your game. Get the fuck out of your job. Give all your money to the next person and give him a chance to do podcasting. That's what I would say in return. Very idiot. Moron.
No, but he would argue that he can be more effective in helping out the poor because he has a megaphone and he's talking about the poor. So he should make that sacrifice. He should not
Ronald
give away
Reagan can make the same argument. I'm a better actor. I will do a better job of portraying the character than some up and coming who may not do a good job. I mean, ridiculous argument, hai.
Yeah.
It's an argument from ego. That's all.
Yeah.
Subjective fairness on the altar of greed and jealousy. That's what it is. Because it's not fair that all of these people worked their ass off and did and achieved something. We have to stop them and go get someone else who maybe isn't working hard. Because it's so unfair.
Are you telling me that there aren't enough hardworking actors who get
No, stop changing it. That's your shtick. That's your shtick.
भाई आनंद, see the stupidity of Sam Seder. ये अब एक subjective industry like आर्ट में घुस गया उसका पॉइंट जस्टिफाई करने के लिए, वहां पे क्या जस्टिफाई कर पाएगा वो? क्योंकि जस्ट गुड एक्टिंग वोंट गेट यू द रोल बिकॉज यू हैव अदर प्रॉब्लम्स. Maybe you don't look good enough. Maybe your attitude is not good enough. Maybe you take too much time to pick up the script. Maybe you're just a fucking asshole when it comes to behaving with your cast and crew. कहाँ से तुम एक्टिंग के भरोसे तुमको किसी को काम दे दोगे?
वही तो प्रॉब्लम है ना. It's an argument from this ridiculous. I mean, how will you measure which actor? Okay, let's assume that you want to remove the actor and put other actors in place. How will you measure which actor will get the chance? There are like 1,000 actors waiting in the wings, right? How will you decide? Your personal feeling?
Yeah.
Nonsense.
Yeah. I admit that not the best actors will always get the acting job, but सिर्फ एक्टिंग के भरोसे वो इंडस्ट्री नहीं चलता है. वो एक इंडस्ट्री है. You always need multiple skills to survive in a profession. Always, in any profession.
Dude, no,
But
it's
Sam,
not.
what you're saying
I'm asking you a question here because it's about greed and jealousy, isn't it?
Let me tell
So
you.
the greed that you attack is the greed that you have. You're sitting there. These people must have been greedy. They got all this money and everything, and you're envious and you're greedy for their money. So we're going to take it from them. It should be 90%. They'll keep making. Oh, but that's good because now we've stopped them from making
think it's
good
pretty
movies.
obvious to everybody how jealous I am of all of you.
No, it's not. Not
no,
everyone.
no, no, I'm
Yes,
talking
please,
about-
please go ahead.
About incentives. That
Yes.
is why Ronald Reagan brought in Arthur Laffer. And you
The
know
Laffer curve. Yes, of course. Explain it.
Laffer curve says that the higher you go up on taxes, the least incentive there is for people to make money.
Yeah.
Or to try harder, or to earn more and work harder
Yeah.
and stay late and be an entrepreneur and try to build something.
Exactly.
Go on.
But the lower you have taxes, you can actually lower taxes and you'll get more revenue because these people are going to actually be more incentivized because they get to keep more. Arthur Laffer was the key advisor to Sam Brownback when he became governor of Kansas in 2012. You can look this up. People just have to Google Sam Brownback, Kansas, 2012. What happened with the Great Kansas Experiment? He did exactly what Arthur Laffer said. He slashed taxes for S corps, etc. Within, I think it was 2 or 3 years, the Republican legislature rose taxes because revenues had cratered so badly, and they had so destroyed what was once the jewel of Kansas, their education system, their higher education system. They rose taxes. Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, there it is. Kansas provides compelling evidence of the failure of supply side tax cuts,
Well, not
which is
every-
exactly what you're
Do
advocating.
you know how many?
Wait a
Do you know how many
minute.
case examples I can show of cutting taxes helps states,
Yeah.
helps companies,
Yes,
help people?
please show me one.
How do you think this company that
What-
we're sitting? Hold on,
Show me
Sam.
a state.
Sam, hold on.
Google the state.
You want to throw out some? How do you think this
Florida.
company right
PPD
now?
in
let
Florida.
let him say that and respond to it. Okay. So, for example, where are we at right now? What state?
Florida.
Okay. Can you tell me why, out of all the 50 states in America in 2024 that voted for president, why did 50 for 50 state become more Republican? Can you tell me why, out of 50 states that voted for president in 2024, can you tell me why the 2 states that lost the most people, the only 2 states in America that lost $1 trillion of money under management, that left their states to another state like Nevada, Texas, and Florida, can you tell me why those 2 states, imagine New York and California, during COVID, lost $1 trillion of wealth that left to other states? And even after all those people that left, the 2 states that became more Republican than they were before in 2020 were New York and Texas. Can you tell me why people come to Texas? Why do people go to Nevada? Why do people go to Florida?
आनंद,
Why
so तुम्हारा वो ब्रह्मास्त्र अब निकाला जा रहा है. गए क्यों? जाना क्यों पड़ रहा है? वो अल्टीमेट ब्रह्मास्त्र है सारे कौमियों के लिए पूरी दुनिया में.
do you think it is? Is it because maybe they don't have state taxes? Why do you think Arthur Laffer's in Tennessee? Why do you think Musk is in Texas? Why do you think Rogan went to Texas? Why do you think California is losing?
Yeah, Anand, go ahead.
No, just forget about any other state. Take fucking New York. New York's revenue has only kept the standard of living has only kept going up and up and up, and the taxes have been reducing
Yeah.
until 2007. It was 95 in 1929. In 1950, it became 70%.
Until
In 1975, it became 53%.
Until Bloomberg, New York was pretty good, right? After Bloomberg,
Yes.
everything went to hell, right?
It was
Or
a
was it
jewel.
under
It
Bloomberg?
was a freaking jewel. The minute these leftists start taking over New York, they started increasing the tax again. It's now 45% in 2017. And the standard of living is dropping consistently in New York. Literally, there are metrics to prove that the reducing of taxes improves metrics of the state that you live in. That's what PBD needs to do.
Else would people
they don't sit and argue with him. Just show him the stats. Do the research beforehand. What the hell? I took 5 minutes to open it up.
तुम बोल रहे हो हमको खाना स्पून से नहीं खाना चाहिए, सिर्फ इंजेक्ट कर लेना चाहिए. ये क्या हुआ आनंद? खाने का मजा नहीं लेने दोगे तुम?
So many jobs.
I think
you think
there
it's
are
because of high
definitely people
taxes?
Who like to evade taxes. Sure,
it's evade taxes. So you see, but no. But guys, let me, Sam, respectfully, I just figured out who you are. I'm telling you, I just figured out who you are. Deep down inside of you, you are driven by so much power, control, a deep-rooted feeling matching the qualities of a communist that wants to tell you what to do. And you think you know what's best for others, and if it isn't your way, everybody else is wrong. And by the way, an extremely unattractive quality,
I'm literally
but
just
very,
advocating for higher taxes on super wealthy people.
No, you're not, because what you just said,
2.5 million.
What you just said, let me just make the point here. You just said people who left California and New York, your first response was they're evading as if they have to pay you. That's not how this works. They're evading taxes. These guys are tax evaders. They left. No, it's called, if a company offers better benefits. Are you on Rumble?
I think we stream on Rumble.
Where do you put your video clips the most? YouTube?
YouTube.
Why YouTube?
It's just what the technology was when we started.
Why don't you do it on Vimeo?
We do run it through Vimeo.
Why don't you do all your stuff through Vimeo? Why do you do it on YouTube?
See, now Sam Seder is going to pretend he doesn't understand the question, or he's going to stammer. What a dishonest.
Could you hire
most people are,
and that's where they pay the best.
Well, that's I mean, that's where we have the most audience. But
you're evading the revenue going to another company. You're such an evader of
sponsorship
money going to another company that keeps.
You know the New York debt until 2010. Until 2010, it was like only 60% of its maximum debt. Okay, 60%. In 2017, when they started doing more taxation, they started spiking the other direction. It went up to 100%, and now it's at 120%. The highest taxation since 2000. Since I was looking at the numbers. Hold on one second. Since 1950s. Since 1975, the highest rate of taxes since then is right now in 2017, 2020s. And the rate taxation, the amount of debt the New York has is 120%. When the taxes were low, the debt was 60% of the population, 60% of the budget. It's that bad New York has become. And this guy has the balls to. And sorry.
And just the previous mayor, even the black guy, something Adams, he asked for a stop to illegal immigration. Why? Because he was not being able to handle it anymore. So there was no racist angle. Are we going to ignore the fact that YouTube has made sure freemium video streaming isn't as accessible as it is? YouTube literally has the entire arm of Alphabet, including Alphabet Inc., what Sugar Daddy does, Vimeo have. Yes, but that's not the point Patrick is making, Mayuresh. He's making the point, why isn't Sam on Vimeo? Sam isn't on Vimeo because YouTube has these benefits or Vimeo doesn't have those benefits, right? He's on YouTube because he can make more money on YouTube. That's all. Eric Adams, right?
More money of it. You're such an evader. Why are you evading all this sponsorship money? You're such a sponsorship money evader. Sam Seder's a sponsorship money evader, everybody. Come on, man.
I'm a sponsorship evader.
Yeah.
What is it?
What did you call it? No, you call people leaving California tax evaders. See, that's the part.
I think there's a lot of people who leave high tax states for low tax states.
Is that evading or is that just common sense?
You want to call them tax evaders.
I mean, if you want to,
I think there's a lot of people
if they're going for tax reasons.
See, this was a great argument from PBD. Then you are a sponsorship evader or something. If you go to Vimeo, if you stay on YouTube and not stay in Vimeo.
No, the better argument would have been Sam Seder, you have already made all the money you could now. Now quit all your job, they give all the money to a younger podcaster, and put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
That's what he should have said. He should have said it to his face, right there.
Yeah. But
A lot of
Hey,
people
Les,
that
guys.
go to lower cost
What is the
restaurants
word-
versus higher
what
cost
word would you
restaurants.
rather me
There's
use?
people that shop at
Better
H&M
opportunity.
versus shopping at
Better
Gucci.
opportunity.
It's called saving
tax
money.
situations.
If I have to
How
be
about
under
choose?
if I have to be under someone's watch, like a dictatorship quality like you that thinks you know what's best for
You,
others.
you think I'm a
And you-
dictator?
Financial dictator.
The way you
Financial
are,
dictator. I'll
give you
where
that.
you feel, your first answer was a tax evader. That's how you view them. You don't view them as a asset to the state. You see them as criminals. You just called entrepreneurs that live in New York and California as criminals. Is tax evader a criminal? Rob, can you pull up what a tax evader is? Type in tax evader synonym. Tax evader synonym. What are some tax evader synonyms? Can you go to tax evader synonyms or also
yes, NNNNM. Most Brahmins are NRIs, so they are actually SC/ST activators.
tax dodger, tax fraud,
illegal.
tax
Do you
avoidance?
really need to
You're
go and
calling these
Google
people
tax
criminals.
evader
a person
synonym?
try-
I think you all know what it means. Like seriously.
Yeah. It's not even called tax evasion. Now he's making up a new definition of tax evasion. What the fuck? That's why many believe the fact Vimeo isn't dead is considered its mild success. Yeah, of course.
Has to avoid
See-
paying
Wow.
taxes, often
You're
through illegal means.
Calling
Yeah, go on, Anand.
No, the answer is very simple. Why do people go to states with lower taxes? Because they can
Evading.
make the money that they get go farther. It's a very simple concept. You go to a place with lower taxes because you keep more of your value, means you can pump more into the economy. You can pump more into the work that you're doing. Because remember,
Yeah.
every human being has a limited inelastic expenses. The rest are elastic expenses. So when you have more money, you will spend more. When you have less money, you will spend less. But there are certain standard amount of expenses that you have to spend, whether you're in a high tax state or in a low tax state. So when you go to a place with low taxes, you will. Sorry, like.
Yeah, like Salvatore Babonas said that he doesn't want to work in India because he wants a bigger retirement fund. So he's evading India's less pension
That's
fund.
exactly the point. That's exactly the point. All human beings maximize the value of their work and of the remuneration they get for the work that they do. That is true democracy. That's true freedom. You allow people to maximize the amount of money that they have. If you control the amount of you restrict that maximization, then you're restricting their freedom. You're restricting their democracy. That's why he's correct to say he's an authoritarian.
Yeah. He's a wannabe authoritarian. He does not have authority right now. The worst thing with these neo-socialists is that they believe Norway is a great example of socialistic governance. It literally had resources and वो तो सबसे unfair argument है.
No,
somebody who believes
For me, I left California.
Let's be honest. None of the Norwegian states are socialists. They're social democracies.
Obviously.
That's a right-wing concept. They're right-wing. They're right-wing states. And you ask go ask the Norwegians. They will tell we are not left-wing. We are right-wing. These idiots in America, these democratic socialists in America, have been lying to Americans saying Norwegian states are socialist.
Yes.
And you know how they fund most of their so-called last expenses for the population? Through oil revenue. If they didn't have oil revenue, they couldn't fund all that nonsense that they're doing right now.
And they did not really start from a broke situation, right?
They didn't, exactly. The population density.
Yeah.
The population density is extremely low.
Yes.
Means the same resources that they get from the oil can go much further for the population that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take another pee break now.
Because
I'm sorry. I should have said tax avoiders.
Right. Okay. So tax
I apologize.
evaders. Right.
avoiders.
It's called.
Are we good with tax avoiders?
It's called better opportunities.
Am I a better person if I
it's
say
called
tax
Sam, you're
better
also a
opportunities.
tax avoider.
Better opportunities.
Because if you have an S corp, you have what is called as write-offs.
Well, that's such an
And so you don't have, so
you
like when
write
you
anything
do
off?
when you write you do write-offs?
Do I do
I
business
already know the answer.
expenses?
Of course you
you
do.
write off.
such an
So you
evader,
write it
dude.
off.
You're
Why
such
you
a tax
avoided
evader.
Such an evader.
Why would you
You
do
gotta
such
pay
a
the-
thing, Sam? You're a tax evader.
Tax. It's
Call
okay.
the cops.
Shame on
Sam,
this guy
just
for
to do
It's
that.
okay.
writing
Here's-
off tax.
here's
evasion.
something-
Call the
Gosh.
feds.
Here's something that I
You probably have an accountant helping you.
Oh.
He does. Sam, here's something that I've learned. It's okay to say the following. You ready? Man, I might have been wrong on that one.
I
Man,
just
gonna happen.
I just
I mean,
conceded.
in anything.
I should have
It's not
said
gonna happen.
I'm just
tax
saying in
avoider.
anything because where growth happens is when
Tax
you be like,
avoider.
yeah, when you grow. I remember the
But-
most amount of money I ever made was in 2016. I was like, oh my God,
This was like a
I'm a millionaire
therapy
now.
session.
It's a tax therapy session. I was like, oh my God, I'm paying all this taxes. I don't
No,
like this.
it's
And
you
I
know what
created an
fascinates
S-corp.
me about this is that, like, I'm talking about policies that impact the country. I'm talking about the implications of taxation on the top 0.5%, top 1% of this country.
Who paid
And it is
50%
boiled
of
down
taxes, Sam?
to you guys saying that I'm a
Can you do
bad
me a
person.
favor?
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
care.
no.
Person.
Sam,
Don't
I
jump.
I
don't
actually
care.
think you're a great person
I don't
with
care.
bad ideas.
I don't care about like any of you as individuals.
You same
I
boat
don't
as
care
us.
about me. Exactly.
Oh, you don't, I
I'm
don't
talking about
disrespect you though.
policies. And when we get into policy, I notice how this all pivots. And I don't blame you because, frankly, if you tell the American public, and maybe not this audience, because this audience is built on your on your business, around your business
No.
doings and whatnot.
Yeah.
But if you tell the American public that they're getting fleeced and they are losing political power to money, they react like they did in Wisconsin. They
Yeah,
basically reject
yeah.
it. And
I
so
think
that's
what
that
happened,
is
what happened
what,
in November
the message
5th,
I'm carrying.
What happened on November 5th?
Those people didn't
was-
come out. They came out
what
to
hap-
vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a character that they
Why
like.
didn't they come out in 2020? Oh,
Why didn't they come out? Because Donald Trump was very close to their experience. And I think I have a feeling in
got it.
2024, they'd also
Can
vote
you-
him out if he tries to run
you-
again.
Yeah.
can you imagine? Like you had 4 years of a guy. His name is Donald Trump. Then this motivational speaker named Joe Biden shows up. Okay, and he fills up the arenas, and he wins. Every time he spoke, 300,000 people would show up to just hear this man give a speech, like one of those
No,
great
that's the thing.
orators.
Biden was a
But
complete
let me
just
make my point.
placeholder for
So,
not Donald Trump.
This guy gets up there and he crushes Trump. And you guys are like, oh, he got so destroyed, crushes Trump. Look at the way Biden beat Trump. People don't want a person like Trump. And then America watched all the policies that you support. Biden comes president. He does what he does. 4 years later, his vice president.
No,
his-
okay, can you
But
pause
by
a
the way-
second? Oh, sorry, yeah. Go on.
Wait, Anand. Check out how dishonest it is of Sam Seder to say all these things when he runs his business through S corp. It refers to losses passes through to owner's personal income, avoiding corporate level tax. Imagine what he's avoiding or evading.
Of course.
Yeah, go
have you ever met a leftist who's not a hypocrite? No. Let's be honest. The Trump lost the election to Joe Biden for one reason only: COVID.
Yeah.
COVID destroyed the American economy for a long time, and it destroyed most of the world's economy. Okay, and Trump was completely caught flat-footed. He was not prepared at all. Right? He performed horribly. That's the only reason he lost to Joe Biden. Only reason.
Yeah.
And so-
Modi had an
we
election
need to
4
understand
years
that.
after the COVID, and even then his seats went down.
No. The issue with Trump coming back was different. There's multiple issues, a cornucopia of issues. But the reason why he lost to Biden is only one reason: COVID, and the economy was really badly affected, and lots of people were basically even his own base was very, very upset with him that he didn't do a good job. So yeah.
Why there was zero chance in hell of Trump losing if COVID hadn't happened.
That is true.
VP Kamala Harris.
Google
runs for
antitrust
office.
and see how popular
His
it is.
VP runs for office, okay, runs for office, loses every battleground state, 89 county, 50 for 50 states become more Republican. And you're sitting here saying you guys think you got better policies?
No, I think Kamala
this
Harris.
is a policy
Kamala
conversation.
Harris is. I mean, I think. Look, I think it was what Biden did in staying in was atrocious. He should have gotten out way earlier.
Yeah.
There's a story coming out now of like Ron Klain seeing him before the debate and realizing the guy was a mess. And I think Harris's campaign was also poorly run. I think that nobody could tell what her policies were. Mark Cuban's going out there saying we're going to get rid of. Right, I agree. Mark Cuban's coming out there saying like, "Oh, don't worry, she's not going to do any more of this antitrust stuff." On one hand, I don't want a billionaire coming out and speaking for my candidate.
Did you vote for her? Or did you sit that one out?
No, I voted for her.
You voted for Kamala. Why? Just because
Where
it's
did
not
I
Trump?
vote?
Well,
Very
here's-
rational.
No, but hold on. I want to know. What did you? I want to know. You voted. This is what drives me crazy about your side. You guys
voted for the lesser of two evils.
That is what policy were you going for? What do you think that she was going to do different? What can you possibly? I would rather have you sit that one out, Sam. Go ahead.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
She was not going to cut Social Security functioning. She's not going to cut the USDA. She's not going to cut the FDA. She's not going to lose us $500 billion worth of return on investment with the IRS. She's not going to cut the Bureau of Labor Statistics. She's not going to cut 300
IRS investment
return on investment. Every dollar that you give to the IRS, we get 6 or 7 back. She's not going to cut the museum
Did you
and
just
library.
say that?
Google it. Every dollar spent at the IRS gets 6 back in returns. They're anticipating the cuts from Doge. The cuts from Doge are going to cost our government $500 billion.
According to who?
Studies suggest.
All right, I undersold it a little bit.
According to who?
Okay, well, you can spend time attacking the people who do these calculations. Do you need me to tell you more about why?
But I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious to
just
what
rando tariffs applied in a willy-nilly fashion that crash the economy.
So you don't think the tariffs that Trump is, and I get it. That's exactly the tariffs are exactly what America needs right now. Because let's just go to the border. What he did with the border with Mexico with the tariffs, what happened to fentanyl? What happened to all the deaths? What happened to all those illegals that are coming? What do you mean? He threatened them and they went to war.
Fentanyl comes across the border at ports of border, not in illegals crossing the desert. It comes in.
Oh, really? Coyotes really? Really? Okay.
It comes in.
Yep.
It comes in at ports of entry. Google that.
Sam, I don't need to Google when it's like
yes, you do.
You said you voted for someone. You're coming up with these policies. The worst pick ever, the biggest loss ever. She lost everything because your side. You're talking about
I don't even
people.
know what
Wait, guys, let me ask you a question. You're acting like your whole side was surprised that Biden wasn't there. Everybody knew, including you, he wasn't there at all. But you guys are like, he's just not Trump. The worst president in the history of the world are in this country 4 years because you guys were pretending that he was all there and we knew it. And who was making all the decisions? Who was making all the decisions? Who was signing all the shit? Who was signing off? How many times did you have to see Biden sitting there and they'd ask him a question and he'd go, "Oh, I can't because they told me I couldn't." He wasn't in charge.
They who?
Yeah, who was they? Come on, Sam. It's like the most devastating loss. The world, the country is over it. You guys aren't pivoting. Okay. And if you think the future is Gavin Newsom, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Jasmine Crockett, you guys are doomed. Nothing is going to change. And Elon Musk, you think Elon Musk is a net positive or a net negative for society for what he's doing and pointing out what the hell these people have been screwing us for all these years? And he's pointing out, you guys are mad at the person.
No, Native Bohinagato, I completely disagree. Because the one argument you can make in favor of, as a defense to this point, is that yes, a lot of the things that Kamala said would not have been that unacceptable if it was said by a man. But what I'm saying is, if a man was that annoying in his demeanor and then was a commie, and in that era, and he was a vice president to that kind of a Joe Biden, he would lose the exact same way. Men and women are just annoying in different ways. So if a man maybe spoke exactly like Kamala, he wouldn't do that badly. He would definitely lose. But if he was annoying in his own way as a man, he would still lose.
And pointing out who robbed from you than the
See, it's
actual
not just
robber.
about,
That's the
not
truth,
about
bro.
the way he
Yeah,
spoke.
he's a billionaire. You think he's doing?
It's not just about why that the way Kamala spoke. You understand? She had no
No, what
she had
else
no
is
like.
there to say then that she lost also because she was a woman? There is no other justification to that
No,
sentence.
she lost because she had no conviction of anything. She was like a slippery clam.
Right.
Like I'll just do whatever I feel like. That's what her attitude was. There was almost nothing that she
Yeah.
did of substance. Like her policies just kept changing.
Yeah. She almost nuked Joe Biden's career, then became his vice president. Although Obama had Hillary as foreign secretary also.
Because
What
he needs the
fraud
money.
has he found?
What do you mean? How much fraud
What
has he
fraud?
found?
Yeah, where's
Okay,
the person
I'll just give
who
you-
is going to be indicted for fraud?
Well, what about the waste?
What waste?
Because it's not. Stop it, Sam.
What waste? They just
Sam.
cut the
Sam,
they
what's our-
cut,
what's
they
our
cut
current-
the agency that provides $295 million to museums and libraries. You appreciate libraries, don't you? I know how much
Okay,
reading
but
is
Sam, you're
important to you and your
pinpointing the
kids.
one good thing that they probably
Okay,
did.
no, wait, I
what
can
about
keep
the
going.
waste of countries all around the world
The
for
USAID
LGBTQ agendas in
okay,
Rwanda?
The money you're talking about
Do you want
USAID
money
is
going
a
to
fraction of a percentage. And if we wanted to get rid of that money, there is a way of doing it. And that is to have Congress vote and reverse what they authorized in the first place.
Sam,
But to have a billionaire come in and decide based upon what his personal preferences are that he's going to cut government in this way, I'm sorry, that's not democracy. It's not even remotely close to
he
it.
doesn't have the power to do
Why-
anything.
why
He
do you-
makes a suggestion.
Why do you think
And then the
Americans voted for
administration will
this?
do it.
Why do you think Americans voted for
I don't
these
think
policies?
Americans heard the word Doge outside of it being some type of crypto
Cryptocurrency.
before.
Why do you think?
that's
Why do
not
you think
true.
Americans voted for Trump?
Well, I think because they want change.
In what?
What were they not happy with?
I think inflation was a big part of it for them.
What else you think?
I think for a 90%
Yeah.
of his voters voted for Mitt Romney. I think there is the Republican
Romney.
Party wants to, have
Okay.
tax cuts.
How do we get inflation? How does inflation
Can we stay in
happen?
2024?
Hang on
You
one
said
second,
inflation.
Tom.
What
Tom,
else?
give me 1 second. How does inflation happen?
Inflation can happen in a couple of different ways. Inflation can happen because you have too much monetary supply.
Yeah.
Inflation can happen in terms of both from a monetary supply level or a fiscal stimulus.
Right.
And inflation can also happen if you have a once in a lifetime pandemic that completely screws up all of your logistics. And so you've got, shipping containers that usually cost $4,000 to ship, but now they cost $22,000 to get because they're in far flung places because the
That was in
pandemic screwed up.
2021. That was in
Well,
2021.
it reverberates through the thing. We
Right.
saw inflation dropping through 2024.
Sure.
We saw rate cuts on the table
So
because we saw
Do you
inflation
think
dropping.
any of it was with again? So those are the main two issues. You don't think anything else. So you mainly think it was inflation, and your second point was
Well, I think in large part we have structural problems in this country, and that's why we keep getting change elections where we keep going back and forth. And I would say those structural problems range from. I think a lot of them have to do with wealth inequality.
okay. So you think Democrats are better at helping wealth inequality or Republicans?
I think Democrats are marginally better.
Tell me due to what policy?
Well, taxation helps. That's a big part.
Okay.
Strengthening labor. I think, during Biden,
Through
I have a lot of
government
problems with
jobs,
Biden, but
Where 6% of the
lab-
workers work from home. Yeah. So how about
labor? I mean, strengthening labor
Right.
strength in the marketplace helps with wealth inequality. I think antitrust goes a long way to wealth inequality because it literally is to break up
So
the concentration.
here's the other for you. So Trump's closed up the border, right? Where we are not getting, and like this, numbers have dropped dramatically.
Well,
We
I mean,
see-
if you go back and look in the, and I don't necessarily agree with Biden doing this, but if you go back and look at the numbers starting in the summer of 2024,
Oh,
maybe a
that's-
little
you
bit before.
haven't- Stop it.
I'm sorry. Go look,
Stop.
just put it
Oh
up
my-
there.
Oh,
Put
when
it
he
up.
started
Put
at
it
the
up.
but But
Wait,
this
listen,
is
I'm not in favor
but-
of
but
him
this
doing
is the
this,
spin
but he
job.
did do
But-
it. Wait, put up the graph
Oh my God.
of.
So
of
you mean
but let
an
me just
election
make
year?
my
An
point.
election year,
Let
you
me
tried to
just-
slow down the
Let me
border?
just get
Come
through
on.
this,
Yeah,
and then
he
guys,
did it.
here's what I'd like to
I'm
do.
not in favor of
Here's
it, but he
I'd
did
like to do. I'd like to get through some stories, but I just want to close the knot here and move on because we're not going to make any
See if
progress.
you can get a
here right now.
graph of that.
Rob, if you just want to show up graph on immigration from 2021, 22, 23, is that the chart you want to see? What do you want to see?
Let's see
make
the
you
one over the
see-
past. You
Show
said
up
he
how many
dropped it
illegal immigrants came here.
dramatically in January, and I'm suggesting
It
to you, if you
has.
look at the past 12 months.
No, it's the okay. Rob, do me a favor, find the chart on immediately when Trump comes in, what happens to illegal immigration in America. While you're doing that, here's a question for you. 10 million illegal immigrants came through the border in
No,
4
not the
years under
border.
Biden.
Way more.
You're saying it's more.
What's the number of undocumented immigrants you think we have in this country right now?
What I'm asking is those 4 years. How many do we have during those 4 years?
That came
That
across
came through that we have, according to credible sources. What's the number you hear?
that are in the country now, or
that
actually
came
just
through
crossed?
illegally during those 4 years.
Oh, I would imagine it's probably close to like 5, 6, maybe to 10 million.
Let's say 10 million people.
Tom
Give
Homan
or-
said 10 million.
Let's say it's 10 million. Let's say it's 10 million, but give or take 2 million. Let's just say it's 10 million, the number. Okay. Those 10 million people that are coming here, are they rich?
No, the vast majority of them, I would say,
Are
not.
poor, right? Okay, that they're coming here. Who does that benefit? They're going to need jobs, right? And what are they willing to work for?
Oh, I think they're going to get exploited without a doubt if that's where you're going with this.
So let me get this straight. So who do they benefit?
Processing plants
my
and
God.
whatnot. Oh, that's why I want
Sam.
them to have documents.
Sam.
Right? Let them come to the border.
So
Give them documents.
Bhai, Anand bhai, fuck. This is what Abhay was saying. अब तो वो सोने चला गया बेचारा. Abhay was saying कि अच्छा तो murder को legal कर देते हैं, तब no murders in the country. बढ़िया, genius.
That's
master
always-
stroke है. What the
That's
fuck?
always the leftist argument. No, change the parameters of the discussion. Don't discuss what we are discussing at that point.
Yeah.
Change the parameters, make it something else.
So that
So I
they
can
can
not
get worker
debate it.
protections.
So then if that's the case, you know what that validates? Joe Biden and the Democratic policies are better for the billionaires than Trump's are because they brought in cheap labor. And that cheap labor helps who? Helps the rich.
Billionaires.
When
I am in favor
Yeah.
of a path to citizenship that is much easier.
and by the way,
Yes.
those 10 million people that came here illegally, give or take.
And that was in that
Who-
bill that they suggested
Those-
in the fall of 2023 that Trump said he didn't want because he
Sam,
wanted to keep it as an issue.
Who do those 10 million people take jobs away from? Who do they
Brahmastra.
take jobs away from?
I don't know that they take jobs
Oh,
away
really?
from that.
Oh,
many,
really?
no.
Oh,
we,
really?
We are at in 20 years ago, we were told that the lowest unemployment that it was possible to have with a functioning economy
Mm.
was what? Do you remember? It was something
2%.
like 6 to 8%.
Yeah,
And
so
it's
now
not true.
unemployment is at 4%. And so
And it was lower than that before.
I continue.
You're not answering the question, though. Who do those people take jobs away from?
I have answered it. I think largely they don't take jobs away from
they
people.
don't.
Of course
Yeah.
they do, Sam.
Hang on. Perfect. I love what you just said. You think they don't take jobs away from anybody. Perfect.
By the way, Tenno, do you mean Congress as in Indian National Congress or as in the US Congress? Are you saying that Mossad has some fundamental problem with Congress because of Congress's pro-Muslim stances?
So if we go and we look at when China started trading, let me make the point. When China came through and was able to bring labor to us, 1971, it was called a ping pong agreement that they had where, you know, we can send labor there, and labor at the time was 8 cents to 20 cents an hour, where for us minimum wage was $1.60. Then in 2001, when the Clinton policies helped China join the World Trade Organization, and at the time, minimum wage in China was 20 cents to 50 cents, depending on different regions, and for us was $5.15. We lost 6 million manufacturing jobs, give or take the next 7 years. Michigan, you got Indiana, you got all these other places. Where did those jobs go to? Who did they replace? Who lost those jobs? What happened
All
to
that
Detroit?
manufacturing went to China.
That's right. So what do you think these 10 million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs away from? Americans who are here legally. Those jobs are going to go to somebody that's cheap labor.
That was the movement of capital. Capital decided that it was cheaper for them to move to
I'm specifically talking about last 4 years. So when you're saying labor is not going to be taken from people in America, That's the credibility you lose. That's where people in 2000. Rob, can you play the clip with Stephen A. Smith, who has been a staunch supporter of the Democratic Party for decades, and now Stephen A. Smith is being called as a member of MAGA. You know,
Yeah, go ahead, Tano.
Yeah, what I was saying that like Mossad is like neutral. They might swing with they may be with us today. They can turn against us if they have some disagreements with the government. Like nothing is permanent in
Obviously.
geopolitics.
Yeah,
As Abhijit Amit
yeah,
often
yeah,
says.
yeah,
So till now, like there are
yeah.
reports of them getting involved in the Kuki and Meitei troubles in Manipur, right? There is some involvement because there is a new community of Jews called what's their name, B'nai Meshe or something like that. They have an odd community of Jews.
Okay,
Like they look East Asian, like they have East
okay,
Asian features, but they are Jewish.
okay, okay,
Like it's very odd. So they have some
okay,
outposts there in the
okay.
northeast, and they also have some level of cooperation with the ISI because ISI, or like the
Huh?
Noor Khan Air Base, yes, Mossad has links with the ISI. Let me explain. Because ISI and Pakistan helps America and the Israelis by supplying intelligence about Iran. It is an extremely complex game. Mossad has to like
Right, of
balance
course.
things out.
Yeah,
Like 100% pro India, they will
yeah, of
sell their
course.
weapons to us, but they will keep Pakistan alive because it is at a very
Hmm.
strategic position. Because Pakistan
Hmm.
has no loyalty, it is up for the
Right.
highest bidder. Mossad can simply buy the Pakistani generals.
Hmm.
Like this is the issue, this is like minor issue for
Hmm.
us.
Of course. Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah. Of course.
we can't play the whole thing. Can you go to the main part? Do you know the main part or no?
I do. Right after he reads this is when he responds.
Okay, let's see what he says, Rob. Go for it.
This Owens, Sean Hannity, and other prominent voices from the right on this podcast as reasons for his premise. Here's a portion of what he wrote on MSNBC.com in an article titled ESPN Stephen A. Smith is a megaphone for MAGA propaganda. Jones says, quote, Stephen A. Smith's embrace of the MAGA movement and its influencers has only continued. In recent days, for example, he has spoken with right-wing commentators Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, and Bill O'Reilly. You might be thinking that these were adversarial chats between a left-leaning centrist and a conservative. But to adroit listeners, they can come across more as conservatives in friendly discussion than anything else. Smith's overt politicism seems to fly in the face of ESPN's apparent effort in recent years to deter some of its talent from speaking on controversial political matters. Either way, the network's most recognizable host is now regularly platforming MAGA propaganda at will, end quote. Now, my team reached out to Jones to have a discussion about the article. I wanted to invite him on the show to talk with me one-on-one personally. I hope we get the opportunity to have that dialogue. He was busy. He didn't avoid the call or anything like that. There was no comment or anything like that. He didn't say anything. He was just very, very busy. I hope we called it the last minute. No shade on him. That's why it didn't happen. But in the meantime, let me express to you what I think about what he wrote. I think that's the exact problem with the left. You see, if I don't agree with you, I must be MAGA. It must be the case. I'm platforming MAGA propaganda. Is that so? I don't view it that way. First of all, even though I lean left, particularly with how I vote with presidential elections, I want to emphasize that I've always been a centrist my entire life. I've never once described myself as a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a centrist. I'm a moderate. I don't trust either side. I'm not on one side or the other, hook, line, or sinker. You will see images or you'll hear me rattle off names of people who've been on this show. Yes, you see Ben Shapiro there. Yes, you see Bill O'Reilly there. Yes, I was recently on Megyn Kelly's show. Did you know I'm on News Nation with Chris Cuomo every week? Did you know that I just appeared with Jake Tapper on CNN? Do you know I've been on MSNBC on several occasions? Do you know?
You can pause.
Yes,
it here.
Sean.
So, do you know what happens when a guy like Stephen A. Smith? He said he's always voted left when it comes on to presidential candidates that he. Yeah. So he's not a guy that voted for Trump, right? When a guy like him comes out and he says, "What the hell is going on with the Democratic Party?"
Is that what he's saying there?
Oh, he said it many. You must not follow what he says because he has said that.
Yeah, go ahead, Tanu.
Yeah, I have to make another point. Like, most often we see that intelligence agencies do not have to commit to kinetic action. They do not need to actually assassinate people,
Yeah, of
blow
course.
something up, or like sabotage infrastructure. You simply need compromise.
Yeah, they can just gather intelligence.
Yes, how they do it, let me tell you. Like when we were procuring the INS Vikramaditya, it was an old Russian ship from the Soviet Navy. It was called Admiral Goshkov or something. Yeah, it was a cruiser. We converted it into an aircraft carrier. What Putin was doing, yes, Putin, whom people call our friend. Russia is not our friend. Putin literally price gouged the INS Vikramaditya. Like he inflated the cost by 1 billion, 1.4 billion. Because the Russians had leverage. Now, what kind of leverage did he have?
Yeah, of course.
He had compromised photos of the Commodore or what admiral who had gone to pick up the ship. Literally, the guy who went to Russia to receive the ship, he had got involved in an affair with some Russian FSB, like SVR, female agent, or honey trapped by her. And those photos allowed them to blackmail us and increase the price of the vessel. Like, who knows what the Mossad might be doing? Like, what recently is going on there? India is sidelining their domestic weapons program. Like, there is a missile, call it a rocket or long range rocket or a short range ballistic missile. It's called the Prahar. Like, it's like about 100, 200, 300 kilometer range. We are not procuring the domestic made system. We are going to buy from Israel. It's called the Pulse missile. It does the same job, but we are buying at much higher prices and it's an inferior product. Like, too much of lobbying.
Are compromised photos of Commodore worth $2 billion? So what if
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Of
Yeah, I don't think so. It is completely corruption at the highest level. That is why we are getting overpriced, overcharged like this. Even the Apaches, like we are buying 6 Apaches, like piecemeal numbers. It's not even enough to, like, Apaches can't even operate in high altitude. We tried operating them in Ladakh, one crashed because they aren't built for high altitude.
Yeah,
They're
that's
only
pure extortion.
Yeah, that's pure extortion because some army general wants the kids to study at Harvard. Yes, they want the kids to study at Harvard or Stanford or some Ivy League college. This is the reason why.
Oh, yeah, you'll get sued.
Yeah.
You'll get sued, or maybe I'll get sued.
Okay, or nahi bola.
Last 2 months, 3
No,
months.
I don't follow it.
You should. He's actually very good. He's reasonable. It would be good for you to watch. I like his approach. I think he's a.
Do you guys identify as MAGA?
No.
Do any of you guys identify as MAGA?
Here's my question. Can I ask a question?
He seems to think it's an insult.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Make America great again. It shouldn't be if you want to make America great again, I'm all in. Call me MAGA all freaking day.
I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA. I just want to make America great.
He seems to take it as an insult.
No, I am America first. I'm America first. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for him 2020. In 2022, when people were leaving to the DeSantis camp, I stayed on the Trump camp. Yep. I've never been off that camp. He's the right guy for America. And I've been a registered independent now for about 17 years.
What do you think about these tariffs?
No, stay on this topic here with Stephen. We'll go to tariffs next.
We'll go to guy from I've never heard of from
Stephen A. Smith. I've never heard of Stephen A. Smith.
No, the guy who wrote the
thank God.
About
yeah, but what do you think about Stephen A? You know what he's been talking about lately with the Democratic Party.
He's a centrist. I don't have to subscribe to what a centrist perspective. I mean, he's a centrist. Like Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is saying the exact same thing as Stephen A. Smith.
Because he realizes progressive policies have been a disaster.
Okay, I mean, so that's
he's a centrist as of a week ago when he realized progressiveness is horrible.
Maybe it's
Come on, Sam.
Maybe it's
I just, you don't understand. You guys don't seem to understand.
Bizarro world.
I have a set of politics. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith does. I don't care what Gavin Newsom does.
Yeah.
I don't don't care.
So you're rigid. You're not changing anything.
It's not a question of I'm rigid and I'm not changing anything. Like there are specifics. Like over time, I have had a different perspective on the deficit over the past 20 years and understood it in a different way.
You become more liberal over the last 20 years. You become more of a leftist and progressive.
You got to be more malleable.
I would say
you got to be more malleable,
extent,
buddy.
I mean, to the extent, like I don't, like you guys have these like labels that you like to use, and there's some
like
type of gradation.
Yeah,
but
labels.
I've always been
labels like
I've always
tax
been
avoiders.
about where I am in terms of taxation. But I am for a little bit more decommodification probably than I was 20 years ago.
And all I'm saying here before we go, look, I want to go to the audience. Audience, we're coming to you here in a second to go through some of the stories here.
Well, wait, we're going to talk about tariffs?
We're going to talk about whatever stories we go through. But the one thing we did learn here with you is America grew up the last 4 years.
Adam, sorry about that.
America grew up the last 4 years. Many Democrats grew up. Every state became more Republican because of the horrible policies on the left, whether it was how they handled COVID, what they did with our kids, how they handled people that didn't want to take the vaccine, and people were fed up. And they voted for a guy who had already been president for 4 years. So it's not like they said they want something new. They said, no, we want to go back to the guy previous to that guy. That is the biggest black eye to Obama, to Kamala, to Democrats, to everybody on the left, when they went back to the guy that they said they didn't want 4 years later, saying, it's like an ex coming back and saying, babe, I messed up. I should have never gone with the other guy. You were my guy. Or guy, babe, I screwed up. I should have never left you for the other girl. I'm such a dummy. Please, Trump, come back. That's what America did. And a guy like you.
Okay, Malicha is saying that RT also portrays India as a poor country. Since when? I haven't been following RT at all, but I thought Russia was such good friends out of the blue after Ukraine and stuff. RT became fully pro-India, and RT's head in India is also, Indian only. RT is run by Indians, right? So have they shifted their view or something? I didn't know this. Okay, they're probably now going to get into daily American politics, so we'll end this right here. If anybody wants to point out the RT thing, otherwise we'll end the live stream now, and we'll see you all tomorrow. With a
RT is a little bit of a weird organization. Okay.
RT was so pro India, in fact, that they almost became a cartoon. They became a caricature of a pro India right wing sort of a channel. They became Godi media essentially at one point.
No. So I'm saying RT is a little bit of a weird mix of different personalities. They are democratic socialists.
They're probably talking about RT Global. Then yes, I am talking about RT India.
No, that's what I'm saying. RT is a little bit of a weird, weird organization, right? There are so-called democratic socialists who will hate India, right? And who are friends with Amy Goodman with Democracy Now. Like there are a lot of RT people who won't be very like Anya Parampil. You know Anya Parampil is, right? The Grey Zone Project.
Yeah, I had met with her on Twitter. Yes.
Look,
so those people.
The Russians are as racist as the Western Europeans are. Eastern Europe is the most racist part of Russia. Sorry, most racist part of Europe. The Poles, the Belarusians, the Ukrainians are extremely racist.
So I don't know how I don't like to use the word racist because I don't know how we define racism because I define racism very simply. If someone prevents me from having the same rights and privileges other people have, then that's racist. If someone says and comment, oh, Indians are dirty, that's not racist to me. That's just people having bigoted views. I couldn't care less, right? That's why I define racism in a very narrow way. Because there are a lot of Indians who think that also. They think, the Northeasterners are this way and this person that way. And like, people are people. They will have
narrow definitions are the best definitions.
The majority of the Eastern ex-Warsaw Pact countries are extremely conservative.
That's really possible.
Voting patterns. Look at the voting patterns. SPD wins in East German territories, like SPD of Alice Weidel. Like the right-wing party.
I agree. I am not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
Look at the distribution of mosques in Germany. You can clearly make the outline between East and West Germany. East Germany में सिर्फ Berlin में mosques है, बाकी कहीं पे mosques है ही नहीं. ऐसा है.
हमारा हबीब नूरमगोमेडोव भी तो रशिया से ही है.
So my point is about
That's
RT.
different. That's different.
Let me
Because
finish my point. Let me finish my point about RT, bhai. You cannot let me finish my point about RT. Like jumped already to like Eastern Europeans. My point is RT is a little bit of a weird mix, right? Because there are some who are very anti-India and some who are very pro-India because they are pushing the Russian line.
Okay.
They want to keep the relationship with India going well. So Russia, RT International or RT Russia itself may be very pro-India. But RT America may be very anti-India, right? Because they are very pro-democratic socialists. Because all the democratic socialists have gone and joined RT. Because they think, Russia means communist. But and basically Putin is like, okay, fine, you want to call me communist, fine. Just do my propaganda against the Americans for me. Basically, he's like they're a good convenient tool. And then there is a new generation of RT people who have recently been inducted with Rick Sanchez and all. Again, he's also like, he's not really a democratic socialist, but he doesn't like his country. So he's like, he likes India now. And then there's, of course, this...
Good job,
what is
Anand.
it called? Sorry?
Anand, good job, Anand. You follow a whole lot of stuff. You follow economics, geopolitics, and politics to a huge fucking extent.
I'm a current affairs buff.
Society.
क्या पढ़ता हूँ मैं? Crazy. My parents say, what's the worth of all this knowledge? कुछ नहीं कर सकते इसके साथ.
Devanda, I want to make a point, like on the like Khabib thing, right? Like Russia has 4 main faiths: Orthodox Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and Buddhism. Now, Orthodox Christianity is the original religion of the White Russians. Now, Russian territories consisted of the Kievan Rus, which the earlier Orthodox territories from the Slavs, and they're basically proto-Vikings.
Okay.
Now, the southern part and the steppe part, it's mainly consists of Turks or Turk-like people. Like Khabib, he is a Caucasian, like Dagestani. All the parts of southern Russia, they were Muslim lands. They were conquered by the Russian Empire. So Azerbaijan, for example, it used to be a province of Iran. Iran still has a province called Azerbaijan. There was some war between the Persians and the Russians, and the Russians took over Azerbaijan, and it remained a part of the Soviet Union. Similarly, north of the Caucasus, like along the Caspian and the Black Seas, there was swathes of territories which were ruled by these Turks. Like Irina Sheikh, her full name is Sheikh Islamo ऐसा कुछ नाम है उसके. She's half Chechen. She's basically half Chechen. Like Russians have intermixed along with other ethnic groups who are generally Muslim. Like you have Chechens, you have Turks, you have Kazakhs, you have Kyrgyz. Like all these stans which were once ruled by the Soviet and the Russian empires. They were all Muslims and all Turkic. So this is why we have a heavy southern Muslim presence in Russia, along the southern parts. Like there were also several Jews present in Russian society because of a very different reason. Russia was a part of the Russia had once captured a part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and due to exploitative policies followed by the Christian kingdoms in Europe at the time, all the Jews had started migrating to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because they followed very lax terms for the Jews. So many of them are settled there. After Russia had captured a part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, many of the Jews migrated into Russia. So we say that Leon Trotsky was Jewish, some other, many people in the communist Politburo and the high positions of the party were Jewish, in fact. That is why his Austrian painter used to criticize Bolshevism as a Jewish phenomenon. There were Jews in high positions in Russia. And where is Buddhism coming from? In the far east, most of the Mongols, they had taken up Tibetan Buddhism and they reached far into Siberia. So this is where the Buddhism comes from. So these are the 4 main faiths of Russia.
Holy fuck. So we were like just some few instances away from having Buddhism in Alaska.
Yeah, basically.
Okay then. Thanks a lot, Teno. Thanks, Anand. I'll leave now. Thanks a lot for joining the discussion, guys. We had a fun time bashing socialism as usual. Good night. See you all soon.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না চায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে, তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে, তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।